She's always so loud, isn't she? Yeah, I warned you. I said I was going to. I muted you. I muted you. Thank you. See, like moons, bloods, uh, fire, eye, everything in the works. Yeah, that sound is in sound alerts. I can't find my control. Ah, I'm using all the rewards. Yeah, I did redo the points. Welcome, welcome home. Simple, welcome home. Hey, Foxy, how you doing? Thanks. I was going for deadly, not cute. All right. I'm. I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. Oh, sounds yummy. I don't look deadly. Oh, I guess I'll have to try. I gotta have to try harder, huh? That's sorry. Simple as spamming the points. I don't believe it's your birthday, but happy birthday. Today I got drop kit. Let's celebrate. Do you want to celebrate by? I know I'm not joking. It was painful. Are you okay? Are you at least okay? No. She's just spamming the. It's okay. Okay, I'm good now. You're fine. The points are there to be used. I'm just trying to figure out something myself here. I was trying to nap one of my friends' lap, and then someone just dropped. Oh, wow. I guess they didn't want you to drop. They didn't want you to slap them. They said because I was open, I was like, what the fuck? It was a guy, wasn't it? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They were jealous. Sounds about right. Goldberg. Well, I am on the game. If that will be that will be wise. Are you working your way down to? Yeah, you are working your way down. I'm hearing no sounds from the rewards so far. What? Uh, I mean, I hear them. Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're fine. It could be because of my audio. Alright, let me refund you. Oh, fuck, right, I can't refund you, fuck. But I'll play it just for you. Hold on a second. This is Open the Door. Did you hear that one? Oh, no, no. You're fine. Still no here. That's weird. Could it be because she's too loud? Oh, you're fine. I mean, I hear everything. See if you can restart the stream, maybe? Because I don't know what to do. Or the volume might be a little bit too low. Mm-mm. No, I don't have my desktop audio muted. Hold on a second. Hold on. Maybe this? Tell me if you hear the door. Oh shit, hold on a second. Where's... Okay. Uh, this one. I'll just use this one. I need it! See if you can hear it.
I heard
Hey,
that one.
okay, good. It could have been my end. Okay. Hey, Sonic, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the rebrand stream. How
Oh
you doing?
god, and I do hear I am loud. Ooh. And why is that echoing? Okay, you know what? I'm muting myself again. Or not muting myself, but muting your stream again.
Ow.
Oh.
Doing pretty good. Really like your mom. Thank you, thank you. So the story is that she gave me a bad direction, and now I'm a demon.
No, you went the wrong way.
You
We
didn't.
ain't blaming this shit on me. No, this is not what we discussed.
Yes, 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 yes.
No, no,
Hold on, I gotta
no.
fix something.
How did I know that this shit was gonna get turned around on my ass?
I'm trying to find because I just realized this thing is like auto blinking. It's like I'm not blinking. Is it like not registering my blinking? Okay, now it's my blinking.
I just realized I also had to reconnect my controller because I had my controller connected to my computer.
Praise me for throwing stuff at you. Oh, simple. Thank you. I thank you so much for throwing stuff at me. The praise.
Sorry.
I praise you. You have such a good throw. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Should I call you
Right.
a good filter?
Uh, all the bottoms in the chat just fell over. Oro, oro.
Thank you, Sonic, for the contribution. Uh, the clothing is gonna be for the old model because I did not put the clothing for this model. Wow, that was fast. Wait, what was fast? The praising? Yeah. So, Sonic, tell us about your adventures. Where have you been? What have you been doing?
I'm loading in very, very slowly, by the way.
Oh, you're fine.
But I love it. Hey, I just realized we have matching facial markings now. Hee.
Yes. Because you
Yeah.
fucked me over.
We talked about this. You went the wrong way, and you were on my side last night. And now that we're on stream, you're like, "Oh no, she gave me the wrong direction." No, no,
I'm stubborn.
no.
I'm stubborn. I heard the Ottawa, but she started screaming in my ear so you couldn't hear it, and I do apologize for that.
Am, am I actually still that loud? I don't know why. I think
It's
this mic works a little too good.
oh, you're fine.
I have to turn. Is that better?
Oh, you're no, like I said, you're fine. I'm just trying to trying to find a good way
I'm
to
either.
play this because I heard it, but
I wasn't trying to
you
scream.
were screaming in my ear.
Well, because you were being an asshole, so you kind of deserved it, didn't you? We literally, you're like, oh yeah, for the lore, yeah, I went the wrong direction. See, I am on your side. I remember this shit, bitch.
Uh,
I'm triggered.
show me proof. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, we were on a phone call, fucker.
Wow. Thank you, Simples. Thank you so much for the contribution. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix all of this. Cause, even though they worked while I was setting everything up, doesn't mean they're gonna work when I'm live.
You
I've been
broke it.
doing a lot of stuff and I've been trying to figure out how to get my Vtuber model to work in a few months. Oh, Arizona. Oof, that's horrible. No offense, I just hate really hot places. Reason why I decided to be a blood demon and get away from home. Just get sacrifices going. And yes, simple, yes, do go get some rest. We will be here.
My God, I finally loaded in. It only took too long. It took too long.
Don't know
My
why I
God, I still
can't.
feel fucking nauseous. Ooh, sorry.
Three actions in flow, three actions in flow. Apparently there's three actions in my flow, but don't know why this isn't playing, right? See if you can press the one that says calling you weak.
Press the one that says what?
Calling you weak. Is that the end?
Let me do the thing. Reward cooldown. Oh, it'll be back in 25 minutes.
Ah,
Damn. I have to wait that long for you to call me weak. How dare you?
okay. Oh yeah, Anarchy when we get a new setup and I move. Nice. Once you get the new setup, make sure to have all the programs that I told you about. I think I even sent everything when I sent you the avatar. See, now you can really tell what the hell the avatar is.
It's very cute. I love it.
Yeah, that was Nixie.
It's adorable. I'm about ready to commission Nixie for some more emotes.
Okay, I gotta deplete one toolbox. And when Cabby is done playing with her friends, if she wants to play with us, she can. I don't want to bug her.
I'll bug her, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
Well, you bug her.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I still have the files in my model. Okay. Yes. Good.
Only because if she wants to play with me, I am probably not going to be on horribly long.
So once you get all your models and everything, and you get all the programs, I think you'll be fine up to if you run any trouble. All you gotta do is just basically Google stuff, and it'll come out to you. Oh, you think Cabby went to sleep? Shit. Okay, because I was just in her stream. Like we were just watching her stream.
You know what?
And Foxy says hi, Hex.
Hi. Shit, I just realized I fucked up. I can't hear the game. No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Her fucking thing us up. It's not an anarchy stream if she doesn't fuck things up.
Sir?
Yes.
I fucking ran into that. You know what? Fuck off. Yay, now I can hear the game.
I do the fucking wrong here. I'm the demon. It sounds like she cut out when she said hi. A little bit. A little bit.
Oh,
She cuts herself off a little bit. And I could probably put the programs in, maybe 2 files on a flash drive. Yes, either a flash drive or a hard drive. Something that can actually hold, you know, hold those gigabytes. Or megabytes, or tranquility. I forgot. I forgot how much it was. Yours is not that bad. Yours doesn't have that much stuff.
Myself off. I apologize. I am running on like 5% social battery and 5 hours of sleep. And no nap. So I'm a little woo. Just a smidge. So which means I will definitely scream if the killer smacks me, probably.
That will be funny.
Of course.
That will be very, very funny. I wouldn't mind that.
I need to hydrate. Ooh. Oh.
I gotta put this song here in the background.
Oh shit, I also goofed up a little bit. Hang on. God damn it.
I don't know. You guys tell me if you guys hear like a little light music in the background because I put my non-copyright music.
God damn it, not this map.
I know. I freaking come back and I gotta work with this map.
Do that.
I was planning to visit Canada someday. Oh. Nice, nice.
Oh, Canada. Oh, no, I don't know
We all
anymore.
love Canada. It's one of the best places where serial killers are at.
You know, that shouldn't have surprised me. Oh,
Oh,
F me.
yes.
I love her, but also this is gonna. I am gonna
Oh,
scream.
she transformed. Oh, she transported somewhere. And I
Ma'am,
fucked it up.
you know, not to vent on special interest, but on Dracula, one of the queens did a look based on the Unreal.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll have to show you. I think you would like it. Because I did like a horror
We still have
icons
to watch it
reimagining.
together. We haven't watched that show yet.
Yes, we do. So I can actually have someone to talk about it with. Because even when I post stuff on Twitter, it's like no one cares. I'm like, okay.
It's like, Dracula, come on, we already have a full role.
Listen, I mean, I'm biased, but Dragula's better than Drag Race. I mean, I still like. I hyperfixate on Drag Race a lot too, since I was like in high
Well,
school.
Dracula is more of a horror for
Yeah,
horror
it's more
fans.
alternative. It's all alternative drag and shit and spooky drag. It's very cool.
Ooh, all the fangs are getting slaughtered.
I got one of the fangs with me right now.
She's coming
Helping me
towards
do this
me.
jam.
She's coming towards me. She's coming towards me. But I am determined. Fang, I swear to God. I'm not gonna waste more. Oh, she's right behind me. Oh, that was creepy.
Now you know how I feel when you harass me as her.
I don't harass. I, I, I do my job.
You do your job.
I do my job. Shit, just
This bitch. I don't like this.
snowman.
Oh man. I don't like the fact that the killers can go in the snowman now. That
That's
scares the
freaking.
shit
I
out of me.
love it. So freaking funny.
Um, I'm actually gonna go this.
I'm gonna put a totem up.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Maybe I
the
can
thing I should.
meet
Oh
Mio
wait,
in
shit.
person. Oh, she lives in Canada. Nice.
Shh. I don't even have
Probably
the
why she's so nice.
boon. I don't even have the boon perk. God
That's
damn!
why
I
I
forgot.
carry the boom perk.
I forgot because I was messing with my layout last
Is
time me
she
and Gabby
even
tried to
with the cheese snips in person?
play.
I hear her.
I do too.
I just
No,
heard
ma'am.
move.
Ma'am. Heard a heartbeat for a hot second.
She's after the fangs. Oh, these fangs got her mail.
What did the fangs do? Oh
I
my lord.
She's
Do I
teleporting
want-
all over again.
Do I want to receive the tape and risk it?
You have your thing, so it's up to you.
You know, fuck it, no, I'm not. I don't want to get instant worried, thank you. I want to instantly die. God damn it. So I just blow up the generator by the TV. Smart. So smart.
Sorry, I feel it because I'm next to TV myself. Oh my god, my drunk friend is sending me for singing. Oh, is she singing pretty good though?
Watching this TV so closely. Oh my god. can I do gens ever in my life? Hi.
Hi.
Are you sure you want to help me do this?
Yep. Just stop touching it for like a second. Okay. I'll go help.
Okay.
How the hell? Can you go heal her? She fell on the floor.
Okay. I got it, 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 I got it. Ooh, ma'am. What is it? What do you have against fangs, bruh? What did the fang ever do to you? Are you mad at me now? Listen. Listen. Bruh. Ew. Thank you. I'm gonna run. Oh, no, I'm not. Holy shit. No. Ma'am. Ma'am. I have to mend, but you won't get off my dick. Oh my god. You know what?
I know this is a risky move, but I kinda need to be here. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. And I have also been working on a lot of content for Friday night. Mod me, some of my friends, and ooh, very, very nice, very nice. I do like the one that you made for us, and I've been trying to work my way up to getting stuff. So hopefully I can make that part. Okay, so that one's done.
I don't like my purse. I gotta change them back.
Then
Or try
why
something
didn't
different.
you?
I changed. I was trying something different with Cav, and I never changed them back.
Ah.
I think it was with Cav.
Alright, I'm gonna put a
It had to have
boon
been.
where it's next to an exit. Okay? Yeah, you
Okay.
guys are also going to be featuring mod with some VTubers. Oh, very, very nice. Thank you for letting us know.
Special.
If, shit, I just saw something. Oh, that was just a bird. It's a bird. Plane. No. It's, Henry Cavill getting fired from Superman. Without even starting it.
Goddamn. Fuck me in the ass.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do this.
You actually scared me. I didn't really do
Alright,
there.
so you see where the boon is at? Run.
No, I don't.
It's a
I'm
blue
gonna run anyway.
spot.
Oh, I see it now. Oh
Okay,
god.
that's where the
Oh, God.
exit is at.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm
Oh,
gonna be
never
dead.
mind, you're gonna die.
Yes, yes, I am. I'm trying. I'm gonna try to wiggle and hope for the best. My wiggle skills have not been that great.
You got this.
Nope, I don't got this. Rip.
Okay, I think, wait. 1, 2, 3.
One without me. I love tipped up from that. You know what? I'm not mad at that.
I keep forgetting that freaking things are upstairs. Fuck.
Ooh, this thing is messing with her
I also
hardcore.
found someone to help me with music for the mod. Ooh. Very nice. What kind of music though? Is it gonna be like, where are they coming from? I hear them.
Um, she gonna camp. Never mind. I thought she was gonna camp.
Taking a hit. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. There you go. Saving the fangs. And she's with a stream guy. Wait, what stream guy?
Confused.
Oh, I think they were actually. Oh, they were a bee. They were like learning. I didn't. I actually had fun. And there is going to be some songs that have rock music vibes. Maybe there will be cyberpunk remixes for songs. Ooh, nice. Yeah, she's trying to guess so she can show him her mel. Oh god. Okay, actual Okay, her melons, like wink wink, her melons, or actual melons.
You will now be offered to the blood god.
Babe,
Oh,
I
Blood
hell
think
for
you
the
yeah!
know
blood
what.
god. Blood for
I
the
think
blood god.
I
Blood
think
for the
you
blood
know.
god. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood.
Welcome. Welcome, cheese. GG's. I'm sorry you were being bullied. You didn't hear the blood for the blood god? Oh, you didn't hear
Did
the blood
it?
for the yeah. It's
I
on my
got
follow.
muted.
You can either sound it on the sound alerts or give it when you give me a follow. Her actual
Time to-
melons on her body. I mean, whatever the girl wants, right?
Babe.
What? It's Cabby! Whatever Cabby wants to do with her melons, she can do with her melons.
Wait, we're talking about Cav right now? What's
Yeah.
what? Who is she flirting with?
I guess a streamer person, and she's saying,
Wait,
so
is
she's
she
trying to guess, so she can show him her melons.
wait, is she still alive right now? I thought she went to bed. Wait, I'm confused.
I'm confused too. Is there going to be a lot of songs covers in the mod? Oh, very
Okay.
nice. I've been trying to work on my throat so I can do some weird ass music, but I'm not a big good singer. I'm not talking
Cabby,
about
then.
Cabby. Oh, your friend who's singing. Oh, that makes more sense.
So I mean, that does sound like something Cav
Yeah,
would
but
do.
that does sound like something Cabby would do. But hey, whatever your friend is, my friend Bean, your friend Bean got it. I'm sorry.
I thought we had discussed Cavi went to bed. I am
Yeah, that's
terribly
why I
confused.
was like, I thought that I don't know. Anytime something about melons is literally Cabby.
I'm like, I would not have been surprised. Not even a little bit.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm trying to find a good. Oh yeah, and I recently played Sonic Frontiers recently, and it was a really good game. I haven't played that one just yet because yeah, I don't have enough room for it. But
I want to play it so bad.
hold on a second, I'm trying to prove dice as well for reason. Okay, you know what? I'll do this. It's fine. Okay, so this is what I'm doing, guys. I have my throne list available, and you guys can see what I have there. There's certain things that you guys can actually buy all together, like put in like a penny in, penny out, whatever you guys want, and you guys can actually, you know, get stuff for my setup and everything. Because at the end of the day, I can't do this without you guys. You guys are the reason I do this, and you guys deserve, and I say deserve, the best quality and best entertainment. So, my plan is to get the computer so I can put more tracking stuff, so I can get the body tracking or delete motion right now, and I can track my hands. The bodysuit will be for the full body tracking, so I'll actually every time I get up, my avatar will follow me, you know, all that cool stuff. The first thing that came to my mind when someone is talking about melon is a cameo. I mean, yeah, because funny enough, we actually had a conversation about this. Cammy and us. We did had a conversation about her melons and how much she would show off her melons, like. So it threw me off completely.
I'm just like, that's why I was like, Cav went to bed. Who is she showing her melons off to? Holy shit.
So I need to figure out how to do hand tracking for my Vtuber model. So you can either do lead motion, which is like something that you have to connect to the computer and link to your VC face, and then you have the the Vtuber maker, which if you buy the subscription, it gives you a full body like hand tracking. That's the thing I had when I will do the squeezes. What the fuck? I was talking about Cabby. I would have said her name. I'm sorry.
We're
I'm
dumb.
sorry. You talk about melons. You talk about something. Our response is always gonna be Cabby, because you know she's the queen of everything.
Titty.
Exactly. Who shakes her titties more? Cabby.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Because she tries to give it away for free. I told her not
Exactly.
to
We
give it away
tell
for
her all the time
free.
she needs to charge for that shit.
Bet your ass.
Charge.
If it charge.
Oh my lord. Sorry, we are supportive friends slash parents.
Oh god, we're going against the night, babe.
The night, awesome.
Awesome, that's the word for that?
I like the night. I like the night.
The night's a little spooky to go up against, though.
A little bit, but not that bad.
I guess not
And
bad as
recently
somebody
watched the new Sonic show on Netflix called Sonic Prime. I don't have Netflix, so. But I do go to GoMovies.com. Not sponsored. And we watch some stuff there. We actually just finished watching Wednesday. Like at least 2 episodes. We got, I believe, 2 more episodes to go. No, Cavi's the potato queen. She is the queen of everything. She is queen of potatoes. She is queen of melons. She is queen of everything. Like I said, she's always trying to give it up for free, bro. So she's
she always gives it for free, and you don't give that shit for free, man. No. Why are we getting the maps
Why
that
do I
I always
feel
get
like we're
lost in?
really, really big? I feel like I'm very, very big. So I'm just gonna shrink myself here enough, and then shrink her enough. There we go. Okay, now, if that's, I was like, wait a minute, I don't see the content.
Okay.
Yeah, the content, which is, bitch. Not you. I mean, you, but
You know what?
you know what? Yeah.
You know what? No, fuck you.
Yeah, you fuck you.
Fuck you.
You fuck you.
You were just mean to me. Well, fuck
I
you.
am always mean. I'm a demon now. You'll be free from me. I'm joking. Pretty, yeah, definitely free.
She would
You're
definitely
like her
shake the
twin.
tatas.
You're her twin. Of course she's gonna give it up for free for you. Ooh, he let out a guard. I hear the guard.
My hand just locked up. This is not the time.
Wait, what? I was joking. Well, you say that, but you know, I approve.
It's Kathy.
I approve that message.
Post approve this message. Ta-da.
Oh, he's just standing there. Is he AFK?
Menacingly. Oh no, is he stuck?
I don't know. I just saw him. He was just standing there. Oh yeah. On my server, me and my friends are doing movie night. Going to watch Home Alone. Ooh, very, very nice. Home Alone is one of my favorite movies growing up. Even though the furnace part always gave me nightmares. Look at this sexy beast doing witchcraft, bro. So, so sexy. Why am I the obsession again?
I can't do gens.
I always joke about her size, and but I never knew what they looked like. Oh, did you know now? Did you saw her picture?
Are we talking about Cab or the friends still?
Because she's fluffy from top to bottom. Very good for snuggling.
Oh, are we talking about Cav
I
now?
have no
or
idea
are we...
who the fuck we're talking about.
I don't know either. I'm like, what's happening right now?
I think maybe Cat, yeah. We're probably talking about Cat, probably. No promises. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. Alright. I'm gonna catch it up. You're gonna watch. You're gonna watch.
What are you doing right now?
I'm talking about Cavi. Cavi. There you go. Okay. Now we're like 60 something percent. God, I love this perk. The reason I love this perk is because they're gonna fuck it up after a while. You're gonna be like, oh no, it's too overpowered. That boom. Like, see, he's right there. Is he like AFK? Does he have no wid? Is that why? Oh yeah, and I've been playing a lot of Fortnite so far. I'm liking chapter 4. I don't play Fortnite. Fortnite is my
Oh,
enemy.
I used to. I used to.
Like Cabby, talking about Cabby more. She is the best on Fortnite from all of us because I really suck at Fortnite.
Yeah, she
What
carries my ass
is-
every time.
She's like, what about me? Like, what about you, Cabby? Well, apparently you gotta be the queen of everything. You're the queen of everything. We praise you for your Fortnite skills. Stop touching it. Alright, it's caught up. I think he moved because the music kind of left.
I saw that. I have spine chill, so yeah.
I need to get a good skill. Oh, yep, he is. Ooh, I guess he's new because he's just, yeah, he's going towards there.
Cool.
And I'm gonna bump this motherfucker up. You're gonna see. There it is. Bitch! Okay,
I didn't do
Never
nothing
mind.
that time. Never mind, now I did something.
okay. Alright. Keep watch, because he's gonna come this way. Alright, I'm doing my energy. Hold on.
I'm watching both doors.
Alright, thank you.
Oh,
I'm trying to look at the hallway. I don't see the head in the hallway yet.
spine chills, if he comes near, I'll know.
Alright, almost done. I'm sorry, but I think they're going to. Oh shit. I knew it! Alright, he's over there, so I'm going this other way. Oh shit, did he just open that? He just opened that. Poor thing. I'm sorry, but I think they're going to add any more to Fortnite. Are they though? I don't know. I don't know. I don't follow Fortnite. I'm sorry.
Fortnite to me is better when they add their own original stuff.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit. I got stuck on a wall. I got stuck on a wall. Jeez, sir. I don't like this.
Bitch.
No.
Oh, that is not. That is really unfair. Well, wait. Run. Babe, run. Just get out.
Are you sure?
Yes! Unless you want to get worried.
Oh, son of a.
Yeah, he did. That's. I'm sorry, but that's lazy play.
That,
That's really
bro,
lazy play.
I didn't realize that's what he was doing. I thought I was
Yeah,
gonna
he's
come
just
to
like,
save you.
okay, cool,
I
I'm just gonna let them do this. I'll do Maury's. I
didn't realize
mean,
that he was mooring you. I
he
I
was.
thought I was gonna be able to get you.
It's fine. I mean, I have fun.
Rip.
I love Cabby. Yes, I love Cabby too. We all love Cabby.
Yes, we do. I miss my beach. My beach. Oh my god, I'm so. Ugh. I'm dead. I need caffeine really bad. I completed a challenge. Whoa.
I need. Let's see. What do I need? I need a couple more blood points. Oh, right. And I forgot. I did change everything from my alert box. Okay. I have new everything, and that also includes raids and all that stuff. I put really sexy pictures on it.
Yes.
I will have to actually let me check. It is on Streamlabs. Okay. Gotta go to the dashboard for some reason. It's not letting me. Okay, there it is. Okay. Are you ready to hear it?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Okay, so we have the raid one. Take a look. Yeah, let's do it.
Is yes.
There you go. That's how long it takes. Then you have
It's still, I'm delayed as shit, so let it go.
and then the bits. I mean, you're my cat, yeah. Well, probably is wanting your attention. Right? I found really cool, color sounds. Then this one is for test hosting.
Damn. Hi, I'm just kidding.
And then donation. I had to throw in the Silent Hill. And then of course sub. More like light, but you know.
This is a test.
True plus petting her right now, so she's really good cat. I bet she's it.
You will now be offered
And then-
to the blood god. Blood for 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 the blood.
God, blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Okay. I'm pleased now. I heard it.
Okay. I don't know why this isn't working. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Trying to fix. This is why I need a dual that dual thing for
The dual thing.
the
Yeah.
monitors.
The dual. I'm sorry, my brain. What were we talking
The dual monitor thing for the laptop, so that way I can see where the hell I have everything. Because I keep
Yes.
opening and moving tabs, and then I'm like, over here, just ugh. Well, I do have to get some rest. Thank you, Sonic. Thank you, and thank you so much for dropping by as well. We love you. We've missed you. I was been wondering if you have forgotten about us. So
Yeah.
just stay safe, and thank you for coming in on the, debut. I hope I did not disappoint.
You.
We love you too. Love you a long time.
Good night, Sonic. Oh my lord, Ugh. I need energy.
Oh
Someone
God,
give me energy. What? Oh fuck.
Jake, with the
Oh no.
mustache.
We have a couple in here. Oh no.
Oh, that's
That's
cute.
cute.
That's adorable. Let's
Like,
couple it out.
yeah. Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I don't think nobody knows that we're a couple until they actually come to the stream.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it's like,
It-
oh, cool, Hex and Anarchy.
Like,
Cool.
hey, cool.
That's
Oh
very,
look,
very
they're
cool.
TTs.
Oh, they're TTVs? Oh, these bitches are suckish. You know what? We do. We suck.
Wait,
We do suck. But you know what? It's fun. We know we suck. That's the joke that we know.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my god, are you guys a couple? Yes, Foxy, we are.
You
We
didn't know?
are.
Oh,
Are we hiding it? Are we not being obvious about it?
damn.
That's why. That's like I love when people look at me, or they're like, "Oh, do you have a girlfriend?" It's like, "Yeah, she's literally plastered everywhere." It's like I could be wearing a shirt of her saying this is my girlfriend, and they'll be like still saying some weird shit to me, like hitting on me.
Just like,
Yep, and then look at me like you never told me you had a girlfriend, and I'll be like just pointing at the shirt. It's like it's literally right here.
it's okay. It happens a lot to me a lot too. It's like, do you have a boyfriend? I'm like, yeah, I do. I only have the whole little taken thing in our date in almost every single social media I have. But okay.
The only thing I don't have it on is on Twitter, and that's because I have my description on Twitter.
Yeah.
But I have it here, so this is basically where I'm at. Okay, good game, good game,
Good.
amazing.
Oh man,
You did
I wonder-
so good. Oh, her boyfriend left. So we were coming and go. Oh, we were gonna get a ghost face.
God damn it.
Oh
Men,
no!
see, this is
Iron
men.
grass, iron grass, thrilling
Fucking
tremors.
men.
I'm whole ears and deep stalker. Oh, what did he brought? A knife belt reduces the. Ooh, this one was not playing. This Ghostface was not playing.
See the ghost face? Like I said, fucking men, bruh. Had to leave the goddamn game. Had to disconnect.
They probably their internet probably just got fucked.
Goddamn McDonald's Wi-Fi having it. I'm so tired. Never mind. If you come in the stream, I'm so sorry. It's a joke.
she says it's a joke.
It's a joke. I promise it's a joke.
Oh my god, how did you guys meet? Please, Foxy, do not ask that. You know damn well how we met.
I mean, yeah.
This one
I've only
always
told
talks
the
about it.
story. I don't shut up. Listen. It was cute. That's why it sticks out in my head. It sticks out in my brain because it was adorable.
I should get out Fogwise.
Not adorable, scary, but adorable looking back on it.
What else? I guess we can do self-healing. No, yeah, okay, yeah, we can do that.
Go lore wise, he was my ghost, and then well, you know.
Yeah, she gave me a wrong direction. Now I'm a demon.
Fuck. off. This is not what we discussed. I'm so tired, bro. I think I'm losing it. I'm losing my brain cells a little
Maybe.
bit. Maybe.
Maybe.
This is not what we discussed, though. You said that you went the wrong way. I gave you the right direction. You decided, no, we'll go the other way. No, you're not gonna blame me, sir.
Well, you could have said, "Oh, you need to go this way," but you meant the other way. So we will never know. We will never know.
This demon's about ready to go back to being a ghost here in five seconds if he doesn't.
Wow. Host unreachable. What? Please check your network. Not said it. If there's persistence.
Broken.
I don't know.
Let's try it again. Oh shit.
We'll try it again. If it doesn't work, we can just switch to something. I mean, I can switch to something and you can just vibe because you are tired and I don't know. I'm okay with you going to rest.
Is you unreadied again?
I'm not even pressing the. Okay, I have my hands on my laptop right now.
I totally believe you.
Like you can hear it.
Just aggressively
Yep, just aggressively just type it. No, well, not typing, just tap. Oh, tap that ass. Tap that ass.
Tap what ass?
I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'm getting the freaking spam assholes here in YouTube.
Ew. Lame.
Yeah, like
Oh. What? I'm trying to read the Meg's name and my brain went stupid.
oh, give me a second.
ELCZ
Oh.
slap.
All CC slaps.
What?
I have no idea what that means, but apparently it slaps.
Apparently. That's why I was like, I was reading. I'm like, what? What you mean?
I think, how much do I have? Okay, I still gotta do. I got a lot of points to do. I like this song. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, and don't forget, I did have the most expensive channel point right now would be switching me to avatars, and you switched me for an hour. Listen, I got to be that one guy. Who you gotta be? Which guy?
Okay. I'm confused.
Dum, ba-da-dum, dum. Come on.
If we get a ghost face, I can go to bed happy.
Mm-hmm. Unless the ghost face beats you up so bad.
Make a comment, but I'm tired and I'm gonna keep that to myself. Oh yay, not a shitty map. What kind of?
This is not a shitty map. Take that.
This is not a shitty. What?
This is not a shitty map. Take it
It's
back.
not a shitty. I'm sorry.
It's a good ass map, especially for Ghostface if you want one.
I mean, yeah, you right. You right. This map, I don't get lost.
Nope, it's a nurse.
The screeching. Ma'am, don't even go there. Don't you dare.
Alright, I'm blessing a totem.
You have fun with that. I have nursey nurse trying to
Awesome.
give me a kiss.
Awesome. This is a good map for nurse too.
Oh, you tell me. Now you tell me. I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's obvious. It's white. It's a white freaking map.
I'm just being dumb. I really need to go.
Hopping.
I don't know how I managed to hit that skill check, but cool.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up?
Just. Are you in a snowman right now?
Yes.
Bruh.
Alright. I am going to do another boom totem where I'm at. Okay.
Could you?
Because there's a generator right next to me.
Sure. Almost done with this gen. Popping in 3, 2, 1. I fucked up.
Oh my god, not the snowman. Always the snowman.
3, 2, 1.
When in doubt,
Yay!
always go snowman.
I gotta fix my headphones. They're giving me sensory issues because they were pressing up against my ear. Weird. Ooh. Ahem, ma'am. Oh shit, she did see me. God damn it.
She does have a hex totem that we need to find.
I will get right on that when she's not on my dick.
You're fine.
Ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Oh fuck, you know what I just realized?
What?
I need to add one more blood point, which is the tip to drink, you know. Because I have a lot of new drinks that I can take shots for.
Hear me.
Oh no! Easy slumps.
Oh. Whatever shall we do?
Well, I'm gonna catch up on my gen here, and then we'll be one gen in.
Please tell me I'm not.
Please tell me
No.
someone's near.
I am extremely far away.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Alright.
I'm actually right by exit gate.
Perfect.
Doing the gen right by the exit gate.
I'm gonna leave my totem over there. I'll go to the exit gate for ya. I see you.
Do your perk. Let me know when
it's
everyone.
still loading.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's on a cooldown. Now I can use it.
You know what? I'm confident I won't fuck it up. We did it.
Almost.
Now let's get the fuck out.
Hopefully the person goes and gets them. Yes, yes, yes. Can you cover me? Just get really close to me. Like behind and everything, just make sure to take a hit. And there you go. Boom! Let's go.
Go.
Go, go, go. Okay, you left.
You
Come
said
on.
you
Yeah, that's
go.
fine, that's fine. Yeah, go, go, go. Because these two, I don't know what they're doing.
I'm like, I just
Oh, they're
followed
not mending
directions.
whatsoever. Fuck, where is she?
Go, go, go. I follow directions.
I know, I know. Come on. Follow me. Thank you. I hope they get out. Because I helped them. I did my best. I did my best. Whew. Yay. Now let's see. Was it worth it? Let's see. Guys, just get out. Just get out.
Go.
And I hope you guys have a good sense of direction, because you guys are going the wrong way. Yeah, they're not gonna make it. They're not gonna make it.
Damn.
Oh, she almost did. You see her shaking her head. No, bro. Oh, look at that. I got my blood points. Booyah.
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 Much as I don't want to be a grandma and go to bed, my vision is like my eyes can't focus.
Oh, you're fine. I will do a be right back as well. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So give me a second, guys. So, babe, say goodnight. To chat.
Love you guys. All the love, and I love you.
I love you too. I'll see you. Happy anniversary. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, later today.
See you later today.
Okay, so tight.
I'll try.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Alright. And I'm gonna go on a BRB real quick, okay?
a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape. Into the great unknown.
Okay. I am going to also take a snack here because I just realized I haven't eaten anything. I woke up and I just started doing all this. Well, I did my date night with Hex and then I started doing all this. Because my impatient ass just wanted to show you guys my new digs. And thank you. It's a really cool layouts. It's called Fenrir. It's from Viking Gods Fenrir, I believe that's the full name. Haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Please go eat something, bro. Don't starve yourself, please. Right now I have some cheddar cheese that I can cut into little blocks, and I have Ritz crackers, which are the honey wheat. They're pretty good, if I say so myself. Ah, come on, cheese. Oh, what the heck was up? Oh, it was just animation. Okay. Vault a pallet or window while in chase 2 times. I can totally do that. Don't know if I'll be able to do it today, but you know. I'm gonna put something here on YouTube while I eat. And I've been finding these connected to? Where is it? Oh, fuck yeah, Nuke. Nukes has something here. We can definitely watch.
Turn off the lights and go full screen, because it's the top 20 year. The Tower of Terror. In what's supposed to be the happiest place on Earth, an ominous mock grand hotel towers above the awestruck
Hold on, I'm trying
happy
to get
crowd
this.
below. The Twilight Zone Tower of Terror in Disney's California Adventure Park is a free-fall ride that's dedicated to the popular TV show, The Twilight Zone. Now, over the years, the Tower of Terror attraction became known for one particularly creepy real-life ghost story. It is said that a Disney cast member suddenly suffered a massive heart attack and passed away while welcoming guests onto the ride. Many visitors and employees claim to have seen his ghost and have reported random noises
Sorry
and
about the
flickering
ad,
of the
bro.
lights.
But we do
even
have,
when the
I
ride
am
is
streaming on
not in
YouTube, so if you don't
operation.
want to see the ads but still
Sam
support
Worth
me,
was visiting the park and
you can
recorded
always click
videos
and
to
open
capture the
tab
fun
for the
trip
YouTube,
with his family.
and you can,
To his
you know,
surprise,
still
he
hear
also
me.
captured something he did not expect at the Tower of Terror.
Alright, well this place, let me just eat.
A strange translucent apparition can be seen on one of the levels at the Tower of Terror. Now, many of Sam's viewers believe the figure to simply be another hologram on the ride. But I looked through hours of footage of this ride on YouTube and I have not found any evidence of there being a hologram at this particular spot on the ride. In fact, this is the area on the ride where a picture is taken of the guests. So the creepy apparition remains a mystery. But Sam isn't the only one who captured bizarre footage on the Tower of Terror. In this next video, a maintenance man is doing a routine safety and quality check on the Disney ride. He's completely alone. Or is he? The uncut footage is over 2 minutes long, but to save time, I just cut the video down to the spookiest parts. Did you see it? A bizarre figure appears on a seat behind the maintenance man, but it's only visible for less than a second, 3/20ths of a second to be exact. The figure then moves 2 seats away right next to the oblivious worker, and it appears 2 more times. Again, I checked to make sure that there are no hologram effects in place in the seating area, and there are none. Also, the hologram effects that appear on the ride show multiple characters, and none of them are seated as these figures appear to be. So it seems very unlikely that this would be a reflection. So just what is this? Could it be that the spirit of the man who suddenly lost his life on the Disney ride is still around? Or is it just some very, very strange light reflection? You decide. Mirror, mirror. Paranormal investigator Amy from the YouTube channel Shadowhunters UK TV is joined by fellow ghost hunters Moxley's Paranormal and Ghosts on Trent as they stay at the infamously haunted 30 East Drive in Pontefract, England. They say that long ago on this very same location, a monk was hanged for taking the life of a young girl. The house is said to be haunted by his angry spirit, which they call the Black Monk. Throughout the house, there are CCTV cameras installed, and one of them captures a very bizarre and chilling event as Amy simply looks at herself in the upstairs bedroom mirror.
She makes like a creepy smile.
Amy's face appears to distort into a horrifying gaping maw. Her mouth opens up to such an impossible extent that the investigators believe that they might have captured a paranormal transfiguration. The video is definitely very creepy and doesn't appear to be a digital glitch. But just what do you think happened here? Let me know down in the comments. You can watch the full 2-part investigation at the Haunted 30 East Drive over on the YouTube channel, Shadowhunters UK TV.
Sorry about
Nuke's
that.
Top
I
5
had to fix it.
merch. So just a quick little ad, but I finally got Nuke's Top 5 merch. We have spooky t-shirts, mugs, hoodies, and other things that we'll be adding by the time this video is posted. You can order stuff online at nukestop5.myshopify.com or in the merch shelf under this video. Also, there's a link to the Nuke's Top 5 store in the video description. And to make sure that you get your stuff by Christmas, be sure to order by Monday, December 12th. And yeah, that's only like 2 days away from now. So sorry about that, but we got everything online as quickly as we possibly could. I've literally been up for days now with no sleep. So order now so you'll get your stuff by the holidays. And I mean, like, order right now or tomorrow or very, very soon. Seriously. And thank you guys so much for all your support and very, very happy holidays to you. The railway to nowhere.
Oh, you know what I can do, Foxy?
Mr.
We can try and do a
often
24-hour
goes on
stream.
overnight challenges to explore abandoned and spooky places
For the
in his
reason
country
that
of
I
New
don't work for
Zealand.
the next few
This
days.
time he plans to stay overnight in the deserted Spooner's Tunnel, an old train pass that was dug out of the mountain by hand back in 1891. Unfortunately, the railway line suffered financial difficulties and the tunnel was never connected to the railway system. The tunnel was eventually closed and dismantled back in 1955. The passageway was dubbed, quote, the railway to nowhere. YouTuber Mr. Omega decides that the creepy old abandoned tunnel is the perfect spot to film an overnight challenge.
Okay, here we are here. The only person I have with me is Max. You know, man's best friend and everything. Oh man, look at that. There's a vehicle over there that's burnt out too. Oh man, look at it. Hope it's not a popular spot for people to come up and do gosh knows what. Okay, I'll pull over here. Okay, before we even go into the tunnel, as you can see, it's totally pitch black. It's too dark to go in there without any form or source of light. So that's the next thing we need to get out of the pack. Oh, there's my baby. This is my massive dolphin torch. It's a really good torch, as you can see. It pretty much shine right down to the end of the tunnel there, so this thing will do the trick, I'm sure.
So Mr. Omega and his loyal doggy Max head into the tunnel to find a spot to set up camp for the night.
I managed to
Right,
secure myself
and I
a
can do,
place to stay
some
for the night.
drinks.
And as you can see,
I do have some new
out
drinks.
here,
I haven't tried them yet
it is
because I've
totally
been
dark now.
waiting
The
for it to
sun's gone
stream.
right down. There's no more light left. If I turn my light off now,
So,
this is the
who
freaky
knows?
thing. When I turn
If I
this
get,
light off, it is totally pitch black and silent.
Subs, I'll
You ready?
probably do that. Do
Yeah.
subs for shots.
Wow, that's spoopy, if you ask me. I feel good having the dog here. Where are you, Max? Max, there you are. There he is. I feel better having my dog with me. I mean, obviously, if I didn't have Max, it'd be a little bit creepy. Obviously, I feel like safer with my dog being here. He will always bark if anyone comes uninvited to visit us in the night. So I'll always wake up. I'm a light sleeper as well, so I'm always going to wake up to hearing Max's bark. Don't know, Max. I'm always going to hear what you're going to say to me.
Around 4 a.m., things start to get really weird. Omega discovers that he has no cell reception inside the tunnel, and so along with Dog Max, he heads back to the opening to check his phone. After that, he starts to trek back inside the tunnel. And then, this happens.
What, is it because of the weather or
Alright, Max,
because of the
let's
holiday?
go back in. Here it is. Woo! Max! Oh, my gosh, damn tripod. I hear some sort of tune out of it. Max, come here. Come here. Max. Who's that? Who's that, Max? What the actually. Can you guys hear that? Max, where is it? I don't know if you guys can hear this on the camera, but there's something. What is that? What the?
Oh, that's creepy. The place
Hello?
didn't need you? Oh, okay. As long as it's like you're good with the
Max, what is
weather.
that? Hello? Is there somebody here? That's just creepy as. What the hell? Is anyone here?
Humans are the scariest things.
What is that?
This is a happy birthday thing.
A creepy little toy is just lying in the middle of the path, playing a warbly rendition of Happy Birthday. Omega turns around and is shocked out of his skin as he sees a man lurching toward him out of a crevice in the tunnel wall.
Yeah,
He
a
just
homeless
makes a run
person.
for it.
You probably went
Now,
to his
Mr.
house.
Omega says that he is absolutely stunned by what happened. He has no idea why anyone would be hiding in the cold abandoned train tunnel at 4 a.m., especially because the tunnel is in the middle of nowhere, miles away from any house. Another
That's
truly
probably a
baffling part of
homeless
this
person.
incident is that the dog Max did not react at all to the creepy stranger, almost like the man was not even there. And perhaps most disturbing of all, why did whoever this was set out a creepy little toy in the path? Either way, paranormal or not, this encounter is absolutely terrifying. You can watch the entire exploration over on the YouTube channel, Mr. Omega. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. The Weeper. A little over a year ago, a Japanese man who goes by the name Yama Q was
Oh,
looking
I've
for
seen
a
this
rental
video
home.
before.
He found a
No
nice
wonder I'm like,
40-year-old
wait a
renovated
minute.
house in Japan with an incredibly low rental price.
I like
Yama was
this story
blown
though.
away, and he happily signed the rental contract right away. But as you might suspect, Yama soon discovered just why the house's rental price was so low. You see, the home carries a bit of a dark history. The house's previous owner tragically passed away inside the home's bathroom from an undisclosed illness. Only 4 months after Yama moves in, strange things begin to happen in the dead of night. Yama Q starts a YouTube channel and begins to record the increasingly spooky activity around his home. Night after night, a mysterious knocking sound can be heard coming from the bathroom. No matter how hard he tries, Yamaku is never able to find the source. He has no idea what could be causing this terrifying phenomenon. One night, Yama is a bit disturbed when a neighborhood dog shows up at his home. The dog is usually quiet and friendly, but this time it seems distressed by something.
I can see them. I can see the dog barking.
The dog aggressively growls and barks at something Yama can't see. The next day, he finds the dog back at its neighborhood home, safe and sound and friendly as always. But that certainly isn't the end of Yamaku's paranormal problems. Only 9 months after moving in, he experiences something truly terrifying.
I will not lie, that's creepy as fuck.
A blood-curdling wail can be heard coming from right outside Yama's living room window. But when he goes outside to investigate, the creepy moaning suddenly just stops. As Yamaku's YouTube audience grows, as many shocked viewers request that he get better equipment to capture the supernatural phenomena. Yama orders a thermal imaging camera and waits for his next opportunity to record and capture what's going on in his home. And this is where things take a turn towards the truly bizarre, because 1 month later, this happens.
I'm so glad my friend ended his stream. Wow, why? Why are you glad? Because you get to see creepy videos here.
With 2 cameras ready, Yama goes on the attack as he throws boiling hot water at the spot where the weeping voice seems to be coming from. Whatever is making the noise seems to cry out as the scalding water is thrown, and then all goes quiet. But nothing shows up on the thermal imaging camera. To this day, Yamaku still experiences horrifying events at his haunted home in Japan. But is it real? Could the wailing voice and aggressive knocking be the spirit of the previous owner who passed away in the bathroom? Let me know what you think. A window to the soul. So this is a story that starts weird and just gets weirder.
She
But first, a little bit of history. Way back in 1679, Irish Catholic priest Oliver Plunkett was arrested for supporting the Catholic faith, which at the time was considered a serious criminal offense by the English monarchy.
Thank you, thank you. Well, if your friend wants,
in London before
some
being
positive
executed.
vibes, they can come over.
And so here's where things get really weird. Over 240 years later, in 1921, Oliver Plunkett's head, yes, just his head, was brought to St. Peter's Church in Drogheda, Ireland, where it was put on display in a garish, ornately decorated glass box. The St. Peter's Church also placed on display the prison door of Oliver Plunkett's jail cell from Newgate Prison, where Plunkett was held for 8 months before his execution. YouTube user Vicky Bramshaw was on vacation when she visited St. Peter's Church in Drogheda, Ireland. She is recording the exhibit of Oliver Plunkett's jail cell door. when she catches something absolutely unnerving.
I will probably play some
This is the door of the cell in Newgate Prison, where St. Oliver
some
Plunkett was
Dragon
imprisoned for
Age
8 months.
or something.
He's a very interesting figure because he was one of the first ecumenical Christian priests.
That was
There is a
creepy.
small opening in the ancient jail cell door, and some pale, ghostly face just seems to peek out of it at them. Vicky says she has no idea what this face could be. She says she has no knowledge of visual effects to fake
I
something
don't
like
want
this,
to
and
join
she didn't even
drama
notice the face
policy.
until she reviewed her
Okay,
footage
gotcha.
later.
Yeah,
So is
no
this the
drama
ghost
still
of
weird.
Oliver Plunkett still peering from his old jail cell door? Or is it just a very, very odd trick of the light? You decide. The last
Okay, so
stop.
that's one thing.
This
Okay,
next viral
I
video was
understand
shared
when
by
you're
multiple
depressed
social
and
media accounts
all of
on
that,
the
and
internet, but none of
you
them
guys have
mentioned
seen
the
me.
original
I've-
source.
I'm okay
The
with
video shows a
talking
man
about it if
inspecting an old
it's
abandoned bus
to an
somewhere in the
extreme,
rural countryside
but also
of
it's
Japan.
like,
Of course,
don't-
as you might expect,
don't spam
things
it out
take
because
a terrifying turn.
the more you think about it, the worse it's gonna get. I have a severe depression, and when it hits me hard. And that's a little trick that I learned. And the less I think about it, the less I say I want to die, I want this, I wanna suffer and all that crap. Once I stop thinking of that, that's when I start kind of like realizing, like, you know what, my mind is playing tricks on me. The mind is trying to make me feel this way. I shouldn't be feeling this way. Yeah. There haven't been drama here, and I want to keep it that way. Yes. Ever since I've become
As the man approaches the entrance to the bus, a girl can be seen
a little
watching
bit
him
more
from the window. He
more
quickly looks
assertive
inside,
when it comes to
but
that.
there's
I just
no one there.
I'm protecting
Now,
you
because
guys as
there's
well as
no
protecting
source,
myself.
it's impossible to say whether this footage is real or fake. But as always, I leave that up to you to decide. Mistaken identity. The next few videos were uploaded to TikTok by a widower from Tennessee who prefers to keep his identity anonymous.
Dude, my
He
house
says
is
that he's
haunted.
experienced some odd things in his
That's
house
funny.
over the last 11 years, but recently the activity has become much more extreme. He sets up security cameras to capture the bizarre incidents, and he says that he believes that the spirit might be the ghost of his beloved deceased wife coming back to visit him. So early one morning before heading out to work, the man walks into the kitchen to discover this.
Well, as you can see, it's morning, guys. This is just a quick update because I got to get to work. But when I got up this morning to get my coffee, I walked into the kitchen and saw this. So I guess you guys were right that activity seems to be picking up because I have been, doing renovations. I replaced all this stuff, this dishwasher, this stove, the oven hood there.
That looks good.
But this
It's a good
morning when I
dishwasher.
came into the kitchen, I noticed the cabinet was open. And then I noticed this chair.
She's
So I checked
probably
the ring
mad
video, and
because
it
you didn't do the
definitely
dishes.
freaked me out. So
I wonder who's the other person here. You have my bot account, you have my secondary account, and then I have. That's about it. Oh, and YouTube. Because if you do open YouTube and just mute the tab, it still recognizes it as a view.
When he reviews his ring cam footage, it shows a chair sliding
I just
all
said that
around
and
the
it just
kitchen on its
reminded
own.
me
And
that
then
I
a
have
pale white
to,
figure seems to appear from
do
nowhere
the
and violently tosses
channel
the
point
chair
thing.
to the floor. But things are about to take an even
See,
more
look.
terrifying
This
turn
is me.
because one day the man starts to hear something walking up and down his hallway. He goes to investigate, and what happens next chills him to his core.
hey everyone,
Remember I said I didn't know how I'd react if this thing started touching me? It started walking towards me. And I feel a hand on my back. And I heard someone whisper. It was faint. But when I heard it walking away from me, I finally felt like I could move, and I ran. The whispering. It wasn't one voice. It was, a lot of people. Because people seemed stuck. They were all saying, help me. Hey guys. My, hall walker is back. I'm gonna go into the hallway and see if I can hear. That sounds like it's down at the end of the hallway. Right back there.
That is very creepy.
That felt like somebody's right standing behind me. That was somebody right behind me. It felt like their face was right here. Like they were really tall. That's not my wife.
The man weeps uncontrollably as he explains that he felt a hand on his back and heard multiple voices that seemed to be begging him for help.
A lot of people think it's fake. Yeah. I mean, it could be. There's always that possibility. But the thought of him thinking it was his wife and then realizing,
the man no
yeah,
longer
this is
believes
not.
that the presence
Kinda
haunting
sad.
his home is the spirit of his deceased wife. He now believes that it might be multiple spirits, or perhaps even something more sinister. But what do you think is going on here? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. Something still lives here. A paranormal investigation team from the YouTube channel RC Fun TV travels to an abandoned house in Battambang, Cambodia. Locals claim that in 1994, the land used to be a graveyard for hundreds of deceased men, women, and children. Eventually, the land was sold and the owner had the cemetery excavated and the bodies burned to make room for his new family home. Shortly after the completion of the house, allegedly several members of the family were repeatedly
that's
pulled
very
out
sad.
of their beds by an
Because you
invisible
think like,
force.
oh yeah,
Soon
still have
after,
their spirit
the
with
family
me.
began
I
to
feel so
suffer from
fine.
horrible,
And then realize it's
unexplained
not. It's like,
diseases.
let's
Fearing
slap
that they
in the
were
face.
cursed by the angry spirits of the former graveyard, they left the home and never returned. The small
Alright,
wooden
let me
house
add
has now been abandoned for over 10
that
years.
one.
The Cambodian paranormal team prepares a ceremonial offering for the restless spirits that might be haunting the home. During the preparation, they are interrupted by something they can't explain.
Okay, ប្រិមិត្តឥឡូវនេះយើងបានរៀបចំសំណែននៅចំពីមុខកម្មវិធីតែម្ដងបាទកម្មវិធីតែផ្លូវនេះយើងឡើងអត់បានទេតែទីទៀតយើងនឹងឡើងតាមប្រួយក្រោយបាទយើងឡើងតាមប្រួយក្រោយ
Now the question is, how much should it be?
មានអីហ្នឹងគឺសុំឃើញបាទគឺសុំឃើញណាចុយយ៉ាអីនោះអូយគឺបងមកទុក
The unexpected loud bang sends the host of the RC Fun TV team into a fit of nervous laughter, but they continue their exploration. The team is a little reluctant to climb the rotting wood stairs of the house and instead head around to the back of the building and climb onto the roof. What happens next is downright chilling.
គេប្រិយមិត្តឥឡូវនេះយើងឲ្យក្រុមការងារបងឡើងណាក្រុមការងារពីរនាក់ឡើងទៅស្មើស្មើដើម្បីសម្លងវិញ្ញាណណាបើយើងចង់ដឹងថាតើដល់ទីនោះយើងអាចនឹងប្រទេសអ្វីបងឈីឡើងហ្នឹងហើយឡើងតោគ្នាគ្នាបាទតោគ្នាហ្នឹងបងនេះជន់អានឹងឈើទូចបងជន់នៅទីកណ្ដាលតិចនេះក្នុងបាទហ្នឹងហើយ
Okay. Should I put a pull down? Yeah, I don't wanna. I'll put it like 5 minutes in between shots. That way I don't have to, you know, dehydrate myself so much.
One of the team members comes face to
There it
face with
is.
a ghoulish, pale apparition peeking out of the window. Out of shock, both team members forget their own safety and just jump right off the side of the roof. Luckily, except for some scratches, bruises, and perhaps some deep psychological scars, the two men are otherwise okay. Now, cut to 2 months later, and the team returns, determined to explore inside the creepy house. During another ceremonial offering, they have no idea what their camera is capturing. Did you see it? The team is completely unaware that something seemed to walk by the window upstairs. After careful deliberation, the two men decide to climb the rotten stairs up to the house. Once inside, they see something absolutely horrifying. In an incredibly bizarre turn, a disembodied head can be seen sitting on top of a wooden support beam. The team's host records as he runs away in fright. When the guys go back upstairs, there are no signs of the head, nor are there any signs of anyone or anything having ever been there. So did the investigators capture the paranormal activity that drove away the home's owners? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Could be a hoax.
You decide. You can watch this full 2-part
Anything
investigation
can be a
over on the
hoax.
YouTube channel, RC Fun TV. Cradle Creeper. Proud parents Kaylee and Stuart have a TikTok account dedicated to their newborn daughter, Rin May. The account usually chronicles happy experiences from the young family's life. So when this next video was posted, their viewers were shocked.
Both cameras clearly show mom and dad. This was tiny space between the boxes, absolutely no one. But it's like something that's pushing her or pulling her? Oh, pushing down, bro. Oh, okay. And it disappears when Dad wakes up. 2 noises and books.
Night vision cameras first capture a bizarre unexplained shadow in the upper left corner of the room. Then what seems like a creepy little hand can be seen clawing at little Rin May's crib mattress. The newborn sleeps right through it, but Dad Stuart hears the noise and wakes up. And just as Stuart looks over at the crib, the hand quickly disappears out of sight. Parents Kaylee and Stuart are very disturbed by the incident and say that they have no idea what they captured
That is
on camera.
very creepy.
The final night. Alexander Labuzov from Russia says that he's been living in the same apartment for over 3 years, when suddenly and inexplicably, strange paranormal things began to happen around his home. Loud, unexplained noises would wake him up in the middle of the night. Things around the house would move on their
Holy
own.
shit.
And scariest
Oh,
of
okay,
all,
yeah, I remember this
one
one
night
too.
when he was in bed, sound asleep, someone or something suddenly grabbed onto his wrist, squeezing hard. He jerked his arm away and lurched out of bed, searching his room. But there was no one there. He says that the paranormal activity in his apartment just increased over time, until eventually he decided to just move out. So Alex is set to move out of his apartment the next day, but he decides to try to record the strange supernatural activity one last time. This video was meant to be Alex's last night in his apartment. First, he sits in front of his camera and explains what's been going on in his apartment. As he's talking, he hears something strange.
Я сразу же вскочил, включил свет. Это не может не напугать.
How's it going? Yep. I got a little bit excited. I already have one emote, and slowly we'll work on everything else, and of course, emotes from you. So, I'm just very excited. I wanted to show you guys a little hint to this M5. Soon we'll have an update on my mic. We'll have a better
Просто знакомый
microphone,
звук.
and I did put
Изредка я услышал. Очень похож.
trackers, computers, stuff like that can help.
Something moves somewhere in the apartment, and Alex believes it might have been the kitchen cabinet door.
Spread the
He
word.
decides to set up his camera in his bedroom and leaves for 2
my
hours
aim
to
is
meet
to
up
be-
with a friend.
My goal, well, you can see all my goals,
Алло?
but my main goal would be full body tracking
сейчас приеду, ага.
for like a
Давай,
high, higher quality avatar.
Alex turns off the light and leaves. But what happens while he's gone is truly bizarre.
Also, if you haven't, you're kind of hard to hear. Hello, can you hear me now? And this is why I need a new mic. It's okay. I have a mic. Yeah. Sorry, my mic is a little bit necromancing. It's sometimes alive, sometimes it's dead. It can't make up its mind. I just try to lower it so you guys don't hear my nose, because I've noticed that my nose has this little like stupid thing, and I don't want you guys to hear me just like sniffling and all that. That's why I'm gonna try and get an arm microphone. Thank you for the
Alex returns
contribution.
home and just
You
goes to
will
bed.
be dressing
Next day,
up
he discovers that his landlord is
the-
unavailable to
the
pick up
old
his
one.
apartment keys.
But
And
I
after
will see if I
reviewing
can
his
make
footage,
it on this
Alex is
avatar as well.
unsatisfied with the potato quality video he has recorded in his dark apartment. So, he decides
I
to
can't
stay
hear you
one more
perfect
night.
alone.
This time leaving
Really?
the camera recording, but
Yeah,
with the
sometimes
lights
the
on.
mic works,
Just like
sometimes
the
it
night
doesn't.
before,
It's kind of
he again leaves to meet up with a friend. The camera captures something downright creepy.
Okay, where's the creepy? I forgot where's the creepy. Oh, okay. I think he starts throwing the mugs. If I remember correctly. That shoots, and then the mugs come out. don't see that. What? Oh, that's a cord. There's the mugs. Come on, throw it. That doesn't sound like a giggle at all. More like a cat meowing.
Alex is shocked when he comes home as he discovers that his camera has somehow flipped upside down all on its own. He grabs the camera and begins to film his thoughts on the strange situation. What happens next
the ghost got caught
is
on.
absolutely terrifying.
Я смотрю, у нас сегодня рыбный день. Охереть вообще. Что там осталось? Слушай, ну вообще жесть. Ну что могу сказать? Это был последний день, поэтому мы уже... Блядь!
I'm sorry, that was funny.
До усрачки. Это можно вообще.
You're a pair of feet.
Блядь. Так.
A pair of legs can be seen standing right behind Alex in the doorway. The legs appear to have no torso and disappear before Alex can even turn around. So,
Well,
did
he fell
Alex
on the
capture
floor
proof of the
hard.
paranormal in his apartment? Or is it illusion? I leave it up to you to decide.
They look kind of
The
crooked.
ghost of the mosh pit. Now, most of the time we think of creepy paranormal
Mina, are
video
you
as
working
occurring in the
by any
dark,
chance?
and maybe in creepy old abandoned places. But here's a video that's from a live daytime heavy metal music festival in San Bernardino, California in 2011. And just watch very closely, because it's about to get weird. So a very big guy goes charging into the mosh pit when suddenly he seems to get clotheslined by someone or something that is completely invisible, and he goes flying backwards. Now, that would be weird enough, but his friend helps him up and then he seems to get forcefully yanked backwards again by some unseen force. He even seems to get dragged backwards along the ground. So is this just the ghost of an angry metal fan? Is this guy just an incredible mime? Or what happened here? You tell me.
Oof, that sounds like punch.
Cries from beyond. This next video was sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Peter Canova. Peter explains in his email that his friend was remodeling a house in Des Moines, Iowa that had been abandoned for over 10
Look,
years.
Pennsylvania's right
Peter's
there.
friend shared a chilling video that was recorded by a tile installer named Javier.
Si se escucha más. Estoy aquí en la casa de remodelación. Acabo de rellenar, hicimos ese shower y esto. Y desde hace rato Vengo escuchando un llanto como de niño. Oigan. Pero el pedo es de que aquí en la casa esta pues, no hay, están todos los cuartos vacíos. Y me da miedo ir al basement, pero
Yeah, basements are always no.
a ver, deja checar. Porque allá afuera no hay nada. Hola.
I feel like there was probably something inside there. Because those cupboards were never checked.
No hay nada.
I do like the basement, I will admit it.
Güey, no mames. No mames.
The loud cries of a child can be heard coming from the basement. Javier checks every room but finds no one. Suddenly, there's an unexplained loud bang from somewhere, and Javier makes a run for it. Javier refuses to ever return to the house again.
Güey, no mames.
It was just a light tap, come on.
Hanging around. Japanese paranormal investigator Gachan from the YouTube channel Clip Store sets out to investigate a creepy old abandoned house in Nagasaki, Japan. The house is said to be extremely haunted. Locals claim that there is a sinister curse on the property after a family mysteriously passed away inside the home under absolutely horrible circumstances almost 15 years ago. As the home is fairly small, Gachan decides to go alone and brings only his camera. Once inside, things quickly get very creepy.
カレンダー2007年4月14年前からこの状態ってことですね。まあ確かに置いてあるものが時代を感じるというか VHS だもんね。ちょっと待って足音がする。人がいる。2階に人がいる。マジか。出るか。いやでも気づいてるはずだよね。こっちに。誰かいますか？もしここで寝泊まりとかしてるんであれば返事してもらってもいいですか？すぐ出ていきます。
I forgot this
The
one.
paranormal investigator believes he might not be alone inside the house and heads upstairs to investigate.
Hi, you. Hey, cutie boy.
誰もいませんか？
Oh, gotta stretch.
うわえ包丁
A knife.
くそ
to only
誰かい
be
ますよ
me
ね
again. Yeah, Mina's probably
ちょっと
working.
待っていや本当帰るんでごめんなさい
I'm
Gachan
sorry,
finds
Foxy.
shattered glass
Everybody
and
else was
creepiest of
asleep.
all, a knife. Soon after, he hears the sound of a bell coming from
Nix
somewhere
and Simple will
inside
probably
the
join
house.
in later on
He
once they
searches
wake
every
up.
room,
Well,
but he
when
finds
Simple
nothing
wakes up
and
and
no
when
one
Nixie
to
is
explain
on her
the
break,
creepy
because I know she was
sounds.
working.
ちょっとね、さすがにこのままでは帰れないので、さっきね、ちょっと物音が激しかったと思われる部屋にいるんですけど、家中探してみたんですけど誰もいないんだよ。動物でもなさそうだしさ、でなんかさっき多分あれ仏壇の鐘の音だよね。ちょっと30分だけ検証して帰ろうと思います。
Eventually, the ghost hunter has had enough of the creepy, unexplained noises and decides to just go home. As he makes his way down the old creepy stairs, he captures something absolutely horrifying.
絶対なんかさ、絶対落としたんだよ。マジで。もう嫌だ、俺。くそ。もうちょっと、これ以上はいられないです。帰ります。
A pair of legs can be seen dropping from the ceiling at the top of the stairs right behind the ghost hunter. Gaichan leaves the abandoned house having no idea what he has just recorded, until he reviews his footage at home. The horrifying sight of the creepy unexplained legs shocks him and his viewers. And now, Gaichan believes that the house is truly haunted. But either way, true or not, the footage is very disturbing. You can watch this entire investigation over on the YouTube channel, Clip Store. Oh dear. Terrence Leonio from Windsor, Ontario, Canada often goes out into the woods to record himself overtone singing for TikTok and YouTube. One day he decides to stream live, and as he starts to sing, he seems to capture the attention of a passing deer.
Pretty sure he was looking for where the sound was coming from, but I stopped and started talking and now he's confused. Alright.
And there's the deer, but did you see it? Terrence seems to have caught the attention of something else lurking in the woods. Several strange, slim figures seem to be hiding in the trees behind the deer. Terrence's TikTok viewers believe the mysterious creatures could be cryptids, Sasquatch, or even skinwalkers. But what do you think Terrence's singing could have summoned from the deep Canadian woods?
Anything can be possible if you believe hard enough.
Child's play. Facebook user Ashley Hammond believes that throughout her life, she's always had something paranormal attached to her. She says that no matter where she goes, spooky things always happen. When Ashley moves to a new home in Utah, she starts to see her children walking up and down the staircase on random occasions. Now, usually, Ashley's children walking up and down the stairs would be completely
exactly.
normal.
It could be
But
whatever
you
you
see,
wanted it to be.
This happens
I
when
want it to be
Ashley's children
skinwalkers,
are
because
asleep,
skinwalkers are fucking.
or sometimes when they're not even at home at all. Ashley believes that she might be seeing something supernatural that is mimicking the appearance of her children. Now, Ashley wants to prove that she is not just imagining these strange phenomena, so she buys a security camera and points it at the staircase. Then one night, when all of her children are in bed asleep, this happens.
No, you don't become immortal by making deals with angels. You gotta go to the other guys for that. There. That is fine.
The camera captures a dark figure with glowing eyes that seems to walk up the staircase. A figure that has no visible lower body. So, what do you think this could be? Let me know down in the comments. Lady in the water. Debbie Morales and her friends are
Oh.
tubing down the canals of the Isabella River in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
When she begins to record with her phone, Debbie
Yeah.
can be heard
This is
screaming
actually
and laughing
an actual
until
river they can
her
play
camera
with.
catches something in the water that quickly makes her lose her voice. Debbie posted the video to Facebook, saying that she saw a scary apparition in the water. She asked friends to take a look and see if they saw the same thing in the video. And they did. Online viewers speculated that the image could be anything from the ghost of a drowning victim to a body in the water. And some even went so far as to suggest that it might be a mermaid. Now, the most bizarre part of this video is that whatever this is almost seems to lunge toward Debbie before disappearing back into the water. But what do you think? Is this just a strange trick of the light or a reflection? Or did Debbie
Could be.
catch something
I know there's
supernatural on
many
camera?
drownings in Puerto Rico.
You decide.
But I haven't
Out
heard
of
anything
left
from there
field.
for a
For
while.
over a decade, Jim Barari worked hard to find the perfect home for her wife Heather and their 6-year-old daughter Ray. She eventually found an amazing colonial home in Pennsylvania that was built in the 1700s. The house sits on a 50-acre plot of farmland that also has a large renovated barn and 2 cottages. But soon after the renovations were finished, strange unexplained events began to occur on the property. The family began to hear terrifying noises and bangs, and even started to see odd shadow-like figures in the middle of the night. They decide to install security cameras in and around their home. And late one night, their outdoor security camera captures something chilling.
See, I wouldn't mind. Won't care if I live in a place like this. This place looks really big. I would love to move in there. I am thinking of one of my goals. I don't know if I wrote it down, but one of my goals is to move to get my own house. So fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed.
Someone or something can be seen limping along behind Jen's home. Whatever it is, it makes a very eerie and unsettling moan or screech. At first, Jen isn't sure what to believe and hopes it's just one of her friends or neighbors playing a very strange prank. But over the course of the next 3 months, the activity becomes more and more unexplainable as the events intensify inside Jen's home. And now, whatever is going on seems to start to affect her daughter, too.
I know that is not moving right now. Don't even. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, like I'm sorry that I curse and. Okay. Okay, can you stop? Oh my god. Okay, please stop.
Honey, what's going on? Baby, come here. Come here, come here. Come here. What's up, baby? Honey. What's going on?
Objects move around and fall on their own, and Jen finds her daughter standing on her bed in the middle of the night, just staring vacantly at nothing. Eventually, Jen becomes convinced that she's dealing with real paranormal activity. She records another video to tell about the unexplainable events that she is experiencing. What happens next is absolutely terrifying.
The last 2 nights have been fucking awful. I'm gonna just update you guys really quickly. I'm in the barn house right now. I'm here alone. I'm hearing constantly. Last night I watched like a bald man walk out of the pond. I'll show you where it is. It was insane. That's what I keep hearing. And I'm home alone. Hello? Can you stop? Out! Oh my god, that's creepy. This clock here scared the shit out of me. Be here with me, like whatsoever. Hello? Like, I don't know. And my reflection's creeping me out. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging. Like, here's my reflection. That's just my hair. Okay. Hold on, I need to watch this. Guys, I wanted to show you the f***ing pond, but please tell me you see that. There's something. It looks like the old man is coming out, I swear to f***ing God, what the f*** was that?
That's a
Jesus,
that's
and
freaking
there's
funny.
a light on in the f***ing God garage.
I do love that house. That house
This is so
beautiful.
Creepy.
It sucks. In my area, we don't have those houses like this.
Oh my god, Biggs, it's okay. It's okay. Holy honestly. Okay, let's go.
A shadow figure can be seen standing behind Jen in the reflection on the TV screen. She quickly spins around, but there's no one there. Then, as Jen is looking out the window, another figure can be seen darting past the hallway right behind her. A loud bang frightens both Jen and her cat. And with that, she has had enough. Jen decides to just collect her pets and leave. So what do you think is going on at Jen's farm in Pennsylvania? Jen explains that she is currently seeking
Nice
help
enough
from
for you
paranormal
and I actually live
professionals
it.
as she can't move
Honestly,
out and
I
wants
don't
her
see
family to
her
be safe.
moving in with me anytime soon.
You can watch all of Jen's
And that's
paranormal
okay.
experiences
You know,
over on her TikTok
I'm not in
page,
a rush for that.
Jay Barari.
I do want to have my own house though.
Entry. As with most
I
Japanese
always
videos,
wanted to
I
have
have
my own
no
house.
idea what the source is for this next creepy clip. The clip shows two guys approaching an
So
old
my
school
aim is to
building
get
that
a
is
new
under
house.
renovation and is allegedly
if
haunted.
my
Even though
roommate
there's tape at the entrance saying no
still
entry,
isn't
the two
safe
friends
here,
step inside
I'm
anyway.
taking her
What
and the
happens
cats with me.
next is absolutely terrifying.
And if Hex decides to join in, she can join in. She knows she can join.
やば。まあ、とりあえず行けっしょ。誰もいねっしょ。な。ただボロいよね。何これ。次さ、隣よくあったじゃん。ああ、行こう行こう。もう何もないところには用はありません。お、置いてる。え、初じゃね？開いてたの。
開いてたら入るでしょ。
もう入ってくださいって言ってんだから。
ここも2階あるじゃん。
行こうぜ。
疲れた。お、2階なんだよ。この部屋あるじゃん。行動ってある。
行動って何？
わ、めっちゃ広い。
おお。
Oh, this is where the chick with no arms shows up.
確かに。 本当だ。なんだっけ、コーンだっけ。
これなんだっけ。
何何。
この蜂みたいな黄色と黒のなんか。
いや知らんねえ、俺は知るわけねえんだろ。工事なんてやったことねえ。
お前はいつかあれだよ、高知で働くんだよ。
A mysterious woman wearing a white dress silently approaches the two friends from the darkness. She seems to have no visible arms. The two guys run in fear and scream for help. What happens next, we'll just never know. And whether the footage is real or not, that's up for you to decide. Either way, the clip is chilling. Really Haunted. Lee from the YouTube channel Really Haunted lives in a house in England that seems to be a hotspot of paranormal activity. Lee has become somewhat of a regular featured channel on my top 5s as the activity in his home just seems to get more and more violent. Now, if you want to see what I'm talking about, I highly recommend that you check out Lee's channel where he shares all the evidence that he's captured over the last 2 years. So, in a shocking new video that Lee has uploaded, the paranormal entity that terrorizes his family is captured once again. Lee and his wife Stacy are fast asleep in bed, and then this happens.
I'm sorry, but that's funny.
Why?
What's up?
My back.
Lee's wife Stacy is fast asleep when a dark shadow-like figure slowly seems to move over to her bedside. Then without warning, Stacy is pulled violently out of bed, injuring her back. Lee says that the event has left them absolutely terrified. Stacy left the house that night to sleep in a caravan outside in their yard, too scared to go back inside the house. The couple says that they have no idea what to do about the violent paranormal activity, and that they have tried everything they can think of to get rid of the dark entity that seems to inhabit their home. Be sure to follow Lee's encounters with the paranormal over on his YouTube channel, Really Haunted. Brother's Keeper. Paranormal investigators Victor, Paolo, and Samuel from the YouTube channel Investigação Sobrenatural are contacted by a distraught woman. She claims she's been violently haunted since her brother passed away from an accidental overdose in the bathroom of her family home in Brazil. She believes that her brother never left and that his tormented soul is angry and is attacking her and her family. The woman, whose identity is kept anonymous, says that she believes that the stress of the haunting led to her mother's recent passing. Soon after their arrival, the investigators begin to witness the violent poltergeist activity for themselves.
Olha, pelo que eu entendi, né? Seu irmão tá fazendo manifestação aqui, o clima tá muito pesado. Não precisa chorar, fica calmo, fica tranquilo, tá bom? Deixa eu ver.
Tá bem não, viu?
Olha, vai ficar tudo bem. Você falou que seu irmão morreu aqui nessa casa, né? Tiraram a vida dele dentro de um banheiro. Tem como me mostrar onde foi esse banheiro?
No banheiro ali.
Esse aqui, né?
Aí, já começou. Por favor, a minha mãe morreu. Como você vai me deixar em paz?
Calma. Meu Deus, cara. Calma, calma. Respira fundo, calma.
The voice is the double audio. That's kind of stupid.
Entendeu? Quer fazer com que a gente fique assustado, entendeu? Nervoso. Respira fundo, fica calmo, entendeu? Pense em Deus, pense em coisas boas, tá bom? Tá bom? Respira fundo.
A gente tá aqui contigo.
Isso, calma. Viu? Ele só quer tentar assustar a gente. É só mais um desequilibrado, só isso, tá certo? Você tem condições de continuar? É porque é importante. Tem, não tem? Pronto. Me mostra como foi.
Oh wait, it's her voice that is double. I'm sorry. It's her voice.
Calma.
They hid her voice with that double audio. My bad.
Calma, fica calma.
Respira, entendeu? Olha pra mim, ó.
Foi isso
espelho, quebrou sozinho. Meu Deus.
Registra isso, câmera. Todo arrepiado, cara.
Vai, filma aí.
Tu viu isso, Paulo? Olha isso aí também, Paulo.
É isso que é atualizado? Filma o espelho, o espelho também, o espelho, o espelho. O espelho, aí. É isso, gente. Meu Deus.
Ei, Vi, caminha.
Esse não, pega uma cadeira aí. Tá bem nessa cadeira? Respira, respira, respira. Ó, vai ficar tudo bem, tá?
Mas fala aí, Vitor, pega uma cadeira.
Pense em coisas boas, coisas positivas, né? Foca em Deus, olha pra mim, olha pra mim, olha pra mim, né? Pense em coisas boas, tá bom? Senta lá. Vai, senta aqui, ó. Outra cadeira. Vem.
Well, you probably did something to piss him off.
Arrepiado, cara.
Ó, olha pra mim.
Arrepiado.
Calma, calma, respira, respira.
Kitchen plates fall and cookware begins to shake. Then when the woman points out where the bathroom is, something appears to almost punch at her through the curtain. A mirror in the bathroom breaks into pieces, but when they check the room, there's no one there. The woman becomes so upset from the incident that the investigators decide to have her leave. Now, in an attempt to calm the angry spirit, the men gather around a table where the man's body was temporarily placed before his burial. They light candles on the table and begin to discuss the situation. But then, things just get weirder.
Só pra vocês não julgar, viu?
Tu viu o desespero, né, na minha, quando ela ficou? Chorando. Chorando, ela teve que sair, ela saiu às pressas daqui.
Bem melhor, pessoal, ela sai.
Isso aí, gente, ó. Aí é pra vocês verem, né, ó. Direto, acontece. Pega ajuda aqui, não. Pega, calma, respira. Respira. Segura aqui a fumadora, segura.
The door slams open and the team's cameraman drops to the floor from an extreme panic attack. The investigators look after him, and after a necessary break, they continue their investigation. In an attempt to calmly communicate with the aggressive spirit, Investigator Paolo volunteers to lie down on the table in hopes of creating a connection with the spirit.
Bro, Foxy. Foxy, if you refresh my page and you look at my followers, I got 420 followers.
Qual é o nosso objetivo, né? Porque a gente todos aqui, entendeu? Porque na mente dele, ele acha que a gente tá provocando, né? A gente tá expulsando a gente.
Man, I feel like they got everything set up. Well, maybe. Most likely. Like I said, if you believe in something hard enough, it will
As
happen.
Paolo is explaining his intention, what looks like a ghostly apparition seems to appear behind team member Victor.
I do not see you. Sorry. Cannot see you. Not even with that. Okay, now I see. It looks like
Paolo lies down on the table, and what
Artie
happens next
from
is downright terrifying.
Terrifier.
Se você quiser se materializar em cima do Paulo, pode se apresentar aqui, né? Concentre sua energia.
That's like the
quiser
worst
pegar
thing you can ever do
no braço
in a
do Paulo,
haunting.
na perna dele,
It's like basically
no pescoço
offering
do Paulo,
them a steak.
né? Vai, Paulo. Fica à vontade. Se concentra. Tenta pegar no pescoço do Paulo. Meu Deus do céu. Olha, ó. Meu Deus.
I won't be able to edit the effect.
Deus é poderoso.
Me
Deus
neither.
é maior que você. Você não é maior que Deus.
I will admit I have my experiences, my ghostly experiences, especially at my grandma's house. There was a lot of shadow people and a young one that was always moving things
Tô
around.
me tremendo todinho, cara. Olha isso, ó.
But I never really recorded anything because,
Filma isso, câmera.
you
Tô me
know,
tremendo todinho.
there's no
Olha esse
point.
susto que eu levei.
There's nothing
Doors
that
from
you
the
can do.
cabinet violently slam open and closed on their own. Now the previously fearless ghost investigators seem to get just a little bit rattled by the extreme activity. They are completely unsure how to continue, and not long after this incident, they decide to leave the property. So what do you think is going on in this family home in Brazil? Could this really be the brother's spirit lashing out at his own family from the great beyond? Or could there be something a bit more sinister haunting this house? Let me know down in the comments.
That's definitely just a stupid
Exploration gone wrong. 26-year-old Magnus Rizmir has always had an interest in hiking, and his YouTube channel is dedicated to his explorations of the beautiful countryside of Norway. Almost all of his videos show him hiking, canoeing, or camping, except for one. There is one very bizarre video that Magnus claims was sent to him by a friend.
Oj, vad gamle driten her, faen, ass.
It could be the y'all are trying too hard to be noticed on YouTube. Exactly. Like my sister, her experience mostly happened in the bathroom. My experiences mostly happened in outside where the pool was, and on the top living room floor, which it was actually where the bathroom was, so I'm sure that was linked. It was creepy because one night it was like eerie silent. Okay, it was so fucking quiet. My sister went to the bedroom and I was watching Ghost Hunters.
Magnus's friend is out hiking in the middle of nowhere and discovers an old abandoned house. He decides to investigate inside, but regrets his decision almost immediately as something or someone scares the living out of him. Now, whether this video is paranormal, a prank, or maybe even just a very unlucky encounter with a squatter,
Yeah,
we'll
that looks
never
like
know.
a squatter.
But what do you think? Real? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
It's just a squatter holding his face.
Followed home. Now, longtime viewers of my channel might remember that almost 1 year ago, I featured a series of videos by a young Dutch woman named Sabia L. Sabia claimed that her apartment in the Netherlands was haunted by something that lurked in the shadows. Something dark and sinister.
Fake ass reaction. Okay, now this chick actually I do feel bad for her because she's actually haunted. Like it's very bad. This I actually do because of the vibes it gives me. It's like shadow people vibes. And I do love her freaking virtual thing.
As time went by, the paranormal activity in Sabia's apartment intensified, becoming so terrifying that Sabia began to live in abject fear of whatever evil presence might be haunting her home.
Dat was een stem. Dat was een stem. Oh, Jezus.
9 months ago, Sabia L suddenly just stopped posting to YouTube entirely, leaving her concerned fans and followers wondering just what happened. But then, just 3 months ago, Sabia made a surprise return to her YouTube channel. She posted only one short video. The post was a positive one, letting her followers know that she had finally saved up enough money to move out of her terrifying haunted apartment. The 30-second video shows Sabia giving one final walkthrough of the empty apartment.
Yeah, but the bad thing is, once you give fear to
video,
identities,
haunted apartment in the Netherlands. No more poltergeist activity for me.
You know the word. The more fear you give them, the more
Sabia
you
L's
have higher
nightmarish
chances of
story
being
did
like
not end
lashed
there.
on.
Sabia says that she experienced months of peace and relaxation in her new home. But Then strange and disturbing things begin to happen all over again. The odd events quickly became more and more unsettling. One night, the lights in her hallway begin to flicker, so she pulls out her phone and begins to record. She encounters something absolutely horrifying.
Dat licht knipperde weer aan en uit in de hal.
I do like that house.
Het nieuwe huis.
I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be scared, but I'm looking at the houses and I'm like basically house hunting.
Oh, ik durf niet. Oh, ik durf niet. Verdorie. Helemaal klaar mee.
I tell you, these houses, bro, they look so fucking awesome. Ooh, I do like that.
Oh. Oh.
Just imagine being in a horror and you're actually trying to scare you. You're missing looking for a house. I know. I'll be being chased and then I'll just stop and I'll stop in the staircase. Be like, oh man, I love this. Is this hardwood mahogany? Like,
Sabia turns away from the hallway
this
as
is
the light fixture
nice
suddenly moves on its own. When she turns back, the hall light has gone out again.
That's
and
something
dark
I
and
always do,
menacing
even in
seems to
horror
be
movies,
waiting
actually,
there for
when
her.
I'm watching them.
Whatever it is then seems to charge up the stairs, but understandably, Sabia does not follow.
Don't just look at me like, are you really just... It's like, bro, like,
Sabia L
this
believes
is a
that the
nice...
dark
I
malevolent
mean,
being that
I don't
haunted
like
her old
the...
apartment has now
I would probably
followed her
change it
to
up,
her
but...
new home.
Yeah, I'll definitely...
But what do you think? Let me know down in the comments.
Dude, I've seen so many houses that are for sale, and they look
over on her channel, Sabia L.
Perfect for crackheads, let's just say it like that.
The man
So I'm trying
who
to
wasn't
find
there.
a really good one
Paranormal YouTube
where
channel
I can
Fourth
have
Wall received a video from a man that says
my
he captured something
streaming
very
room
disturbing in a quiet
separated from my
Japanese
bedroom,
neighborhood. It's late at
and
night and no one is
have,
around when the man
like,
spots something strange going on with
I
a
don't know,
swing
like,
set in a
I have
nearby park.
the idea of
He's a little
my
freaked
house.
out and believes he might be experiencing something
simple,
paranormal.
but I
so he
needed
places
that
his
extra
work phone
bedroom
on top of a tall
for
playset
this
and
streaming.
sets it to record. He then takes his personal phone and films as he approaches the swing set. A single swing is violently swaying back and forth. But that's not all the anonymous man has captured, because his work phone recorded something absolutely terrifying. The dark, creepy figure of a man can be seen standing motionless in front of a tree. Now, what makes this footage so disturbing is that, as you can see, the other phone didn't capture anyone standing there at all. Could it be that the park is haunted and a dark spirit apparition was caught on camera? What do you think? You can watch this entire creepy video and many more over on the YouTube channel, Fourth Wall. Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so that you never miss a video. My Instagram is here, my Twitter is there, and TikTok. Hopefully, I'll see you back here for the next video.
Alright, let's actually look for something. If I remember correctly, it's called Unseen. Alright, it's about true crime. Okay, it's actually pretty cool. So let's
Right here, it's me.
This
On July
is
14th,
what's scary.
1995, 13-year-old Thaddeus Phillips moved into the city of Baraboo, Wisconsin. 2 weeks later, he was laying on his neighbor's bed, with almost every bone in his body fractured or crushed, as he had become the latest victim of the Bone Breaker.
And what did your foot look like? Backwards.
He enjoyed breaking bones. He enjoyed the sound of breaking bones.
What do you mean backwards? Facing the opposite direction it should have been facing.
There were 3 sheets of paper. There were 3 lists. One was called Get to Know. One was called Can Wait. And one was called Leg Thing.
Let's get a call. Kid. And he's kidnapped. He's in the house on Highway U. Both his legs are broken and his ankles.
He was so calm and collected that I felt
I could not be calm and be like, grab the motherfucker.
I can't believe somebody was kept in this closet. I can't believe the kid busted out of there. Can't believe he's still alive.
13-year-old Thad Phillips, kidnapped, tortured, and left for dead, was the last victim of the infamous Baraboo Bone Breaker.
The bone is being bent this way, and that's what we see here, but to a much greater degree.
Killing a young boy every summer in the worst way possible, the killer terrorized the small community for years.
we all started to feel that. I don't know how else to explain it. It was just a sense of
Somebody
evil.
needs to
For
put
almost
him
50
in a
hours,
horror
Thad Phillips
movie.
survived on his own against the
Damn.
Bone Breaker.
I mean, he just survived all
His
that.
whole
Yeah, he
world
definitely
changes,
survived.
and then we unleash the monster.
But when Thad learned that he wasn't his first victim, he knew he had to find a way out, a way back to his family, and in doing so, make sure that he would be his last.
Thad is a pretty straightforward kid, and he didn't want to die. So he was willing to do what it would take.
In the rural town of Baraboo, Wisconsin, after the 4th of July celebration, 14-year-old Christian Steiner went to bed early. Around 10 p.m., his father took a minute to check on him, and he was sleeping in his bed. But the following day, Chris was nowhere to be found. His parents, fearing something might have happened to him, contacted the police. Their initial thought was that he probably snuck out, as it was the 4th of July weekend after all. But after they noticed that the usually locked patio door was left open, a detective was sent to investigate their house. Within minutes, he spotted more signs of foul play, like the screen from Chris's window being cut up. On top of that, there were muddy footprints in and outside the house, of a shoe size bigger than what Chris wore. But without any other leads, the hours turned into days, until the 10th of July, when the police made a grim discovery.
We found a body floating, partially submerged. It was immediately apparent that the body was in very poor condition. There was an advanced state of decomposition. The pathologist told us that he was ruling a death by drowning, and the manner of the death he was leaving as undetermined at that point.
From then on, the small community was in a panic, and a full-fledged investigation was put in place since the initial leads were already pointing toward a potential abduction. But during the week following his disappearance, Chris's parents took it upon themselves to ask around, and one name kept coming back amongst the tattle and suppositions of their friends and neighbors: Joseph Clark, a local teenage bully with a taste for trouble.
It was all hearsay. Nobody could give me something that directly stated that, yeah, they heard from Joe Clark directly that this is what he said or this is what he did.
We were basically at a dead end. We had no further information coming in, and we had exhausted all leads.
Soon enough, the case went completely cold, and nothing major happened in Baraboo until just a little over a year later. Connie and Donald
Man, I
Phillips
want
had just
pizza.
moved into the town with their children. Amongst them, their 13-year-old
I want
boy,
pizza,
Thaddeus,
Moxie.
had just started school the week before. On July 28th, the family
Pizza
decided
at
to
3
watch a
o'clock in
movie
the
after
morning
dinner,
is the
and Thad
best
fell asleep in
feeling
front of the
ever.
TV. Later that night, Thad was picked up by what he assumed to be his father.
And I opened up my eyes a little bit, and I'm being carried through my den in our new house, and it's nothing really new to me because my mom and dad carried me to bed when I'd fall asleep before.
Dozing off, thinking he would be tucked into bed any minute, Thad didn't realize what was happening before it was too late. When he opened his eyes, he was outside, in front of the house of one of his neighbors. Then, his abductor dropped him on the ground and asked him to follow him inside. Scared and confused, Thad obliged. Once he passed the door, he finally caught a glimpse of his abductor. And he was just a teenager, maybe
Oh?
around 17 or 18. Even
The
though he
fuck,
was almost
really?
twice his size, Thad thought he was just a fellow kid, probably a friend of his brother, and didn't feel threatened at first. The teen asked him to follow him upstairs, and, to this day, Thad still wonders why he accepted.
I don't know how to explain that. I can't explain that. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why. You know, I was looking around, he was being the nicest guy in the world. Talking about models and baseball cards and football cards, and that's what I was into at the time. We were sitting on his bed. He was sitting next to me, and just all of a sudden he stood up.
At this point, his kidnapper completely shifted his mood and suddenly became enraged and frantic. He grabbed him in his arms and threw him back on the bed. He then sat down beside him and reached for his leg. Thad started kicking and fighting back as much as he could. But eventually, he grabbed a hold of his right foot and twisted it so hard that the bone snapped. In shock, Thad stopped fighting back, and his abductor took a step back. He put his hands around his face and started mumbling to himself. Realizing that the kidnapper was distracted, he tried to make a run for it.
Kind of looked away, and as soon as he looked away, I got up and ran as fast as I could down the stairs. Can't run very fast with a broken ankle. But I got down the stairs and through his living room into the kitchen before he finally caught up to me and got behind me and put me in a hole, dragged me back into his living room.
And this is when he learned the extent of his abductor's brutality as he went on to break his right leg femur and hip bone. This sent Thad reeling in pain, and he passed out. When he came back to himself, the kidnapper was sitting beside him, acting calmly and friendly again. He began talking to him, explaining that he always had a fascination with bones. He then lay down on the couch and told him to get some sleep. But Thad didn't lose a minute. After the teenager fell asleep, he started to look around, searching for something he could defend himself with, but the house was mostly empty. The only things he had at hand were piles of trash, moldy leftovers, and dirty clothes. So he tried to get off the couch, but this is when the pain really kicked in, sending his entire body into tremors. And that's how he spent the remainder of the night, paralyzed by pain and fear, with his eyes wide open, waiting.
A little bit of me maybe thought that maybe he was going to let me go that next morning, but that was never his intention. I was pretty much sure there was people like that in the world. I just didn't think they'd live half a mile away from me.
The next morning, when he asked him if he could call his parents, his abductor immediately told him yes. When he handed him the phone, he frantically started to dial his parents' number. He then pulled it next to his ear, waiting breathlessly for the line to pick up. But when he heard the teenager giggle in the corner of the room, his high hope fell crashing down. He cut the phone cord before handing it to Thad. He was resentful, but knew better than to make him angry. So instead, he tried to befriend him, to buy himself some time and fend off the next attack.
That's exactly what I was trying to do, is to talk to him, maybe kind of be friends with him so he wouldn't want to hurt me no more. I was just hoping to hear a knock on the door.
Yeah, people like that are just
door, but that never happened. Not his fault. How was he supposed to know?
And his strategy worked for a while, but after they spent around 2 hours in the living room watching TV, the kidnapper turned around and riveted his eyes on Thad. He recognized that stare. It was the same unprovoked, enraged look he had in his eyes the day prior. The teen then picked him up and carried him upstairs, where he repeated yesterday's ordeal, but this time with his left leg. When he heard the bone snap, a rush of adrenaline filled Thad's body, during which he was able to lift his upper body up to his attacker's level.
I punched him in the back, and he turned around and put a pillow over my face and told me that if I didn't stop fighting, he's gonna break my back or my neck. I was trying to slow it down. Everything was just happening so fast. I didn't want a broken neck or broken back. I just basically did what he
It
wanted
would be
me
crazy
to
if he's
do. I just wanted
telling
to get out of
everyone
that house
that the
and back to
killer
mine.
want him to
After
tell
the
everyone.
attack, his abductor started to act differently.
Well, apparently
Up
he
to that
killed
point, he would either
4.
be friendly or completely out of his mind with anger, but he had a third side to his personality, one that he hadn't shown before. He told Thad that as much as he liked to break bones, he loved to try and fix them even more. So he gathered a bunch of elastic bandages he had laying around, and then pulled out a drawer filled to the brim with brand
Damn, that's
new
a
white
really
socks.
organized freaking.
There was some
I could never
childlike
organize that shit.
almost fascination with making him right, so then he could just again continue to do torture. He had that, forgive the term, captive audience for as long as he wanted. The fun is in making him dysfunctional again.
He'd wrap those ace bandages around my legs, and he had these leg braces from hospital or something. I don't know. He's putting those on me, and he had socks, and he put layers and layers of socks on my feet, and I had to be just perfect, every single sock.
That's not
As the day went
creepy
on, alternating between
at
torture
all.
and mending sessions, his abductor eventually told him that he would be going out for the evening. When he left to get ready, Thad noticed something strange. Down the stairs, maybe in the kitchen, his kidnapper was talking to someone, and he kept listening for any signs pointing towards someone else being in the house. But he heard nothing, so Thad deduced that there was probably a phone somewhere. His mind was now set. He had to find a way
Or
to
he's
access
crazy and
that
talking to
phone,
himself.
no matter how. But somehow, his abductor knew something was up and did his worst to dissuade Thad from even trying to escape.
Before he left Saturday night, he made sure that he busted me up pretty good so that I wouldn't try to leave. I thought if I didn't get out of here yet, I was gonna die. But I knew that wasn't gonna happen. I was gonna get out of there.
Once he heard him go outside, he crawled down the bed and dragged his body up to the staircase. Then, he tried to slide in his legs first, the same way a toddler would do, but the pain was so intense that he had to give up, and he knew there was only one way down.
Threw myself down the stairs and I dragged myself in the living room. And this took, I don't know how many hours it took, but I kept passing it and I didn't know it. And I got almost to the kitchen doorway right before it. And then he came in with his girlfriend. I'm thinking be smart, don't make him mad. So I'm laying there and I'm listening and I'm getting quiet as hell. They're in there talking and kissing, I can hear him and stuff, and she leaves. And he comes walking in the living room and his eyes just bulged out of his head to see me down there like that.
As this was going on, Thad's parents, Connie and Donald Phillips, started to get worried about his disappearance. From the early morning, mere hours after his kidnapping, to late in the evening, they searched the whole town and the surrounding area for their son.
We drove around and looked around. We went out to the river, and I searched the fairgrounds.
There was no Thad. My son was gone.
They did their best to find him on their own, but it was a fair weekend, and thought that maybe he was just out with some friends somewhere. There were no signs of foul play in their house. The only weird thing they noticed was that the light in the kitchen was left on, and, usually, they turned it off before going to bed. But, in retrospect, Donald admits that he committed one crucial mistake.
I just never thought to check house to house, because we didn't know any of the neighbors right close, so if I would have, I would have probably found him before he was hurt as bad as he was.
On Sunday morning, 24 hours after their son's disappearance, they finally accepted the dire reality. Their son was gone, so they filed a missing person report with the county police. Officers received the order to keep an eye out, but with no evidence to be found in the Phillips house, there wasn't much they could do, so they had to send them home and told them to stay close to the phone.
I was looking out the windows, waiting for the phone to ring. Just couldn't believe it was going on. What was going on? I didn't know what to think. I just wanted to hear from him. Or just tell.
That same day, Thad woke up late in the morning. The first thing he thought of was what his abductor told him the night before, that what he went through so far was only a warm-up, and that soon enough, he would have to pay for attempting to escape.
He's really trying to do some damage now because of what I did the night before. I almost got away. He's jumping on my legs with his knees, and I was just trying to talk to him to keep him away from me, stop from busting my legs up some more. And I asked him if he'd done this to anybody else, and he said yeah.
Probably assuming that Thad wouldn't survive another day under his watch, he told him the names of some of his past victims, but then his eyes filled up with rage.
Thad just shut down. and blocked in his mind what was going on, and all he was focused on was surviving. What did he have left? He had his mind.
He was waiting for his girlfriend to come, and I knew this. I don't know how I knew. Can't remember how I knew. And I'd say, oh, I can hear something. He'd jump up, he'd go run over to another window and go look out. Oh, she wasn't there.
Unbeknownst to Thad, the internal damage done by the repeated fractures and displacement of his bones caused internal bleeding to build up inside his legs. This condition can rapidly become deadly if left unchecked, so Thad continued to pretend he heard her arrive to create some moments of respite in between the attacks. This stalled his attacker until he actually heard her coming into the driveway. So he grabbed him and locked him up in a closet. Trapped, Thad was out of options. After an hour or so, he noticed how the pain in his legs kept getting worse and worse. He needed to find a way out of the closet, so he started looking around at the piles of trash and junk surrounding him.
I wanted to get out of the closet, get back down the stairs to that phone. I started looking around and digging through stuff, and I found an old wooden electric guitar. I busted a panel off the door and was able to unlock it. And I remember when I busted the panel off the door, first thing that went through my head was, oh, you busted the door. No hesitation about making a break for it.
From this point on, Thad knew what he needed to do. He repeated the same exact step he did the day before. But this time, with absolutely no hesitation, even when he had to face the staircase again, he went all in, knowing this was probably his last chance at survival.
Pulled myself out, threw myself down the stairs again, moved myself a foot, pass out, moved myself a foot, pass out. Finally, I'm into the kitchen. Luckily for me, she had a big, long, windy cord on the phone that hung way low. I jiggled the cord real hard and had the receiver come down.
Yes, I'm still awake. I'm listening to this. Yeah, I'm still awake.
So I was able to call 911.
That's gonna call. Yes. And he's kidnapped. He's in the house on Highway U. Both his legs are broken and his ankle.
I told you I'm gonna try and do a 12-hour. So I got like what, 8 more
later,
hours?
the police arrived at the house.
Okay, the officers are there. Hold on. Stay on with me though, okay?
Yeah, I'm still here, buddy. Thank you for checking. If anything happens, you can always try and wake me up.
I can't believe
with
somebody was kept in this closet.
or
I
throw
can't
me
believe the
stuff.
kid busted out of there. Can't believe he's still alive.
In the ambulance, Thad was informed that, due to internal bleeding, he would have died in about 2 hours if his injuries would have been left unchecked. Once at the hospital, he was reunited with his parents. And the first thing Thad told them was that he wasn't the first of his victims.
I couldn't remember, but I knew it started, I think I remembered it was Chris and it started with an S. So me and my dad were flipping through the phone book and he's reading off all the S last names and he said Steiner and I said, yep, that's it, that's the one.
Later that night, police arrested a suspect in a bar, 18-year-old Joseph Clark, the same person they suspected to be involved in the murder of Chris Steiner about a year earlier. Following this event, his case was reopened and his body was exhumed so the police could produce x-rays of his legs.
This would be Thad and this would be Chris. These two fractures have almost identical mechanisms of injury in the sense that the bone is being bent this way.
Well, if you fall asleep,
and
it's
that's
okay.
what we see here.
You should get rest.
Much greater degree.
Due to the reopening of Chris's case, the procedures took over a year to get to trial. During that time, Thad went through multiple surgeries as the doctors were trying to put his broken legs and hips back together. But during the entirety of his treatment, he only had one thing in mind.
I couldn't wait to get up there and testify against him. I wanted to do it. I wasn't scared at all.
At the trial, he revealed everything, starting with Joe's mention of his past victim, Chris Steiner. Then he went on to explain his own ordeal.
And what did your foot look like?
Backwards.
What do you mean backwards?
Facing the opposite direction I should have been facing.
Joe's attorney chose to plea for an insanity defense. Under oath, Joe told the jury that he had no recollection of any of the events mentioned and that Thad broke his own bones. Bringing in psychiatric experts to ascertain that his memory loss and disillusion were signs of insanity, his defense team was caught completely off guard when Patricia Barrett pulled out a dirty school notebook from the evidence bag. This book contained proof that Joe had been lying all along.
There were 3 sheets of paper. There were 3 lists.
Oh yeah, the list.
One was called Get to Know. One was called Can Wait. and one was called Leg Thing. There were lists of boys on each of those.
This, on top of
Dahmer
Thad's
doctor?
testimony and the recent
Wait,
discoveries
is
made
she
in
the
Chris's
one
case,
that-
provided enough
Ooh.
evidence to find him guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping. He was originally sentenced to 100
Just
years in
imagine
prison,
Hex
but a
and
lot
Kevin
can
coming
happen
in and
during one
trying to
sentence,
wake
and
us.
Barrett needed more if she wanted to be
Well,
sure
Hex will
he
fall
would stay
asleep.
behind bars.
Like straight out, she'll be like, "Yay!"
So she
you're-
asked Thad
this
to
time
testify
we'll wake
against
you
him
up
a second
for-
time
boom,
in a trial
falls asleep.
focusing solely
Gabby
on
will actually
Chris's
fight
case.
it, and she
But
will
in a
be
grim
here
twist
for
of
a longer
events,
time.
Joe Clark's front
And
door
then she'll
neighbor,
pass out.
15-year-old Michael Hibsch, went up to Thad's door and shot him twice in the back with a hunting rifle right before the trial. Allegedly, Hibsch and Clark were good friends, and he was resentful toward Thad after the results of the first trial were released to the public. But nonetheless, Thad showed up at the second trial, injured but determined to take him down.
Holy crap!
In the
this
end,
guy
Joseph
cannot
Clark
get...
was sentenced to 100 years in jail, plus a
Ooh,
life
this man is
sentence
a
without
hero.
parole, and a $21 million debt towards Thad and his parents to help them pay for his costly medical bills. To Kevin Heimerl, the detective in charge of Chris's case, at only 13, Thad truly accomplished the impossible by not only surviving, but also bringing closure to Chris's family.
Unbelievably strong for that age, and to think that what he lived through over the course of one weekend is something that many people, probably even adults, would have rolled over and given up.
Oh, hell yeah.
And allowed themselves to die sometime during that weekend. And to have to
If
tell
I do
that
fall
story
asleep, I'll fall asleep in here.
in front of so many
It's like
people,
hearing things in my sleep.
not only once,
Alright, I'll whisper. I'll
but a
whisper.
second time,
Sweet nothings in your ear.
is remarkable. He's a true hero.
It's like, yes.
Now in his
yes,
40s,
Foxy.
Thad got to grow up with his
Go to
family,
sleep.
and now even has his own. But sadly, due to the complexities of his injuries, he still walks with a slight limp, a constant reminder of the weekend he had to look death in the eyes and live to tell the tale. Even if the bone breaker left his mark on him, he continued to move forward. Today, he holds the love he received from his family as the main contributor to his survival.
I was thinking about my family constantly through it.
He carries this love with him and continues spreading it as a father to his own children.
I survived because I wanted to be with my family. I didn't want to leave my family, and I know they wouldn't want to lose me.
That's intense. Phew. Yeah, sure. Ha, shit. Oh. Rest in peace, buddies. That is really sad. But kinda cool.
I have a question. Do I really have to talk about what happened this morning again?
The girl you see here is 10-year-old Robin Doan. 5
I was
hours
watching that
before
one,
this
but I haven't
footage was recorded, Robin was sleeping in her bed at home, where she lived. Question.
I'll put it up here so
I have a question.
it will
Do I
help you.
really have to talk about what happened this morning again?
The girl you see here is 10-year-old Robin Doan. 5 hours before this footage was recorded, Robin was sleeping in her bed at home, where she lived with her loving family. Her mother, Michelle Conrad, her stepfather, Brian, and her older brother, Zach. Everyone in town loved the Conrads. They are what some would call the picture-perfect family. But Robin's life is about to take a disturbing turn for the worse on September 30th, 2005. That night, at 3:50 a.m., Robin wakes up to the nightmare that will end in the worst case of home invasion the state of Texas has ever seen.
911, what is your emergency? Ma'am, there was a shootout in my house. I don't know. Is there anybody else in the house with you? I don't know, but I'm scared.
10-year-old Robin Doan. She thought it was just a nightmare until she woke up. She heard screams, gunshots, and the footsteps of a man who came for her. But she survived, outsmarting her killer. And even after everything she went through, Robin faced her devil in court. She wanted to make sure he would pay for what he took from her.
I've endured this, but you're not taking my life away from me.
In the quiet town of Pampa, Texas, Robin Doan lives a happy life with her mother, Michelle, her stepfather, Brian, and her older brother, Zach. It's September 29th, 2005. As Robin is getting ready for school, her stepfather has a surprise waiting for her in the kitchen.
Brian made me breakfast that morning, and it was actually pancakes. Those are my favorite.
Her day is off to a wonderful start. She couldn't be happier, especially knowing that her mother is 5 months pregnant.
I was gonna be the greatest big sister ever. When we got home, my mom started trying on maternity clothes, and there was these god-awful maternity stretchy pants. They were terrible. And that was all I remember.
It's September 30th, the following morning. At around 7 a.m., the sheriff's office receives this disturbing phone call.
Sheriff's Office, 911. Ma'am, there was a shootout in my house. I don't know who's alive in my house, and I'm scared. Where are you at? 7142 Highway 70. It's about 13.3 miles out from the bowling alley. You'll pass the house, the next one over. I have a purple shirt on. I have purple pants on. Please, can you just send somebody out here? Somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
Right away, the 911 operator dispatches the patrol unit, while terrified 10-year-old Robin stays on the line. Officers hurry to the scene, unaware of what they're about to face.
Is there anybody else in the house with you? No, I think I'm the only one alive. I don't know, but I'm scared. I want my mom.
The operator tries to extract as much information from Robin as she can, while trying to keep her calm and safe.
What's your name? Robin Doan. My parents are Conrad and Brian Conrad. You don't see any other vehicles or strange people around your home or anything? No, ma'am. You didn't see a car drive off of any kind? No, ma'am. Okay. I can't believe it. Okay. And all I want right now is my blanket and my pillow. I'm scared. I know you are. I'm scared. I know. Stay right there.
I just couldn't get there fast enough. I could not get there fast enough. What in the world could have taken place, and why is she the only one on the phone?
I hear more sirens. Yes, they're coming.
Again, great houses. I feel like that if you get a good house in the US, that's how you actually get good.
Yeah, I see another police car.
I'll never forget when I turned down the driveway.
I see him. I see him.
This child, she ran straight to me. I hugged her. As distraught as she was, she's very articulate, just telling me in absolute detail what was going on and what she heard and everything.
Because former Deputy Sheriff Chad Brooks has no idea what happened in the house, his first thought is to protect Robin, but he's out in the middle of nowhere. For now, he puts her in the patrol car and locks it, before he joins the other officers inside the house.
The east door to the residence had been kicked in. Everything was in place. The coffee was set to come on the next morning.
The whole house is eerily untouched, nothing stolen, nothing out of place. When they arrive at the master bedroom, they find Brian Conrad, Robin's stepfather, shot 3 times. Her pregnant mother, Michelle, was shot 6 times. In the children's bedroom, her teenage brother Zach, shot 3 times. Even Molly, the dog, was shot twice. Officers confirm that Robin is the only living survivor of her family, but there's no sign of the people who did this.
Chief Deputy looked at me and we looked at each other and he said, "Go be with that little girl." I said, "Is there anything I can do for you, Robin?" And she said, "I want to feed my animals."
In her bedroom, they find 2 shell casings, yet inexplicably, Robin is unharmed.
How that bullet missed Robin, I do not know. It struck a little drawer next to her bed.
She might have escaped death, but she's not safe yet. Officer Brooks takes little Robin to a children's advocacy center so they can ask her more questions. There, she's put in a room with microphones and cameras, while a woman asks her questions about that night, but Robin is obviously upset.
Do you know why you're here today? To talk about what happened this morning. I really don't want to go to sleep anymore. Okay. It makes me to where I'm too scared and I really don't want to go to sleep. Okay. So,
They asked me, what do you remember? Can you describe what he looked like?
I don't know this for sure, but I thought I saw a white eyes, white face.
Okay.
No.
The chief deputy sheriff requests that they ask Robin if she heard shots, and if so, approximately how many shots did she hear?
She never hesitated in her answer of 15 shots. Through the course of the crime scene investigation, 15 fired rounds were found inside the home.
And when he shot, I saw a flash. And so I never seen like I was dead 2 whole hours. I can't talk about it. It's too heartbreaking.
Everyone loved the Conrads. They were what we would call salt of the earth kind of people. They were real people that we loved and cared about, and they cared about others.
Would do this to this family. We had no clue who this was.
We had no idea who had done this, why it had happened, or where those people might possibly be.
Apart from the shell casings, they also found shoe prints and tire tracks, but what they don't have is DNA or fingerprints. This wasn't a burglary, and in a senseless crime like this, there's no telling what the motive could have been. While authorities investigate the crime in Pampa, they have no idea that their answer to their mystery lies in a crime committed in another state 14 hours earlier. It's September 30th, Pineville, Missouri, 10 a.m. The sheriff's office gets a call about a double homicide.
It came in that there were 2 people, and they had both been shot. They had just come home from shopping. They still had bags of food in their hand.
Once I stepped in, I found a bullet casing and saw a shell lying on the floor and saw Miss McCool downstairs.
The victims are 70-year-old Orly McCool and his 47-year-old daughter-in-law, Dawn. Police find that Orly was shot once, and Dawn was shot several times. Nothing in the house was stolen. This was an execution. But the victims have not been dead for long. They find a receipt in the grocery bags that indicates the crime happened around 2 p.m. on September 29th, 14 hours before the Conrad family murder in Texas. While the police investigate the crime scene, they also find out that Orly McCool's truck is missing. Right away, the red Dodge pickup is entered in the nationwide computer system as stolen. But that's not all.
We were looking at the ammo, the shell casings, and one of the other deputies there that does a lot of the crime scenes and said, I just took a burglar report. Well, Mr. King had reported that his son Levi had come into the house while he was gone and broke into his gun safe and stole several guns.
Pineville police have connected the double homicide to Levi King, but Levi King is long gone, as he has a 24-hour head start.
Bulletin went out immediately. The uncertainty of having somebody driving around with that kind of a mindset, it's horrifying.
At this point in time, the murders in Missouri have a suspect, while the Texas police in Pampa still have no leads. Then, the most shocking news reaches the Missouri crime scene investigation team. Levi King has been spotted and put under arrest for questioning.
Levi King was found in the truck by the Border Patrol in El Paso. He admitted having guns in the back. Well, that drew their attention.
During his interrogation, Levi King admits to the 2 murders in Pineville.
How many times did you fire?
Once. He spotted.
You walk by to the door and you see this woman. Why, explain to me why you shot at her.
I was scared. I didn't know what was gonna happen to me. You know, I was panicking.
While Levi is cooperative, appearances can be deceiving. Forensic psychologist Dr. Louis Schlesinger explains how a psychopath may act.
On the surface, he looks fairly normal. In fact, it has often been said that psychopaths mask their underlying disturbance. He doesn't look bizarre, he's not dirty, he relates well, he's responsive. But the fundamental problem and deficit with a psychopath is a lack of attachment to other people.
While the Missouri authorities lock the case of the McCool murders with Levi's confession, in Texas, the case of the Conrad family massacre grows cold. For weeks, they don't have any new leads. and little Robin is afraid that her family's killer might come back for her.
At this point, we felt like we probably were not going to be able to solve this case.
But then they get a break. King asks to speak to one of the deputies he befriended at the Missouri jail.
I had been told by a couple of the detention officers there in the jail that Levi had asked to see me and speak with me.
They take King out of his cell and into the outdoor exercise yard so he can be more at ease. Then he comes forward with the key to unlock the mystery of the Conrad family murders.
Levi King says, you know, there's 4 more in Texas. Nobody was hunting him, nobody was questioning him, so I don't know why he made that statement.
On September 29th, Levi enters the McCool house and executes Orly and Don McCool. He then drives their pickup truck for 14 hours across Oklahoma and into Texas before breaking into the Conrad family house to kill again, all because, according to Levi, he was angry at his father.
This was a spree killing as opposed to a serial murder, as opposed to a mass murder, where he kills and then in a very short period of time, he then killed again.
Levi King, born in 1982 in the quiet town of Pineville, Missouri, his father, Scott King, raises his 7 kids in the most dodgy house just outside of town.
There was no sewage, there was no electricity, there was no running water, lots and lots of spent ammunition.
Levi and his siblings live in constant fear of their violent and unpredictable father, and Levi quickly starts to show signs of antisocial behaviors. At 4 years old, he sets his sister's curtains on fire after an argument. His abusive father forces him early on to shoot guns at his pet animals.
From the stories that we got, it wasn't at all unusual to hear automatic weapons fire coming from the King house on the hill. Police were scared to go there.
He begins drinking alcohol at age 11, drug use at 13, all initiated by his father. When looking at Levi's childhood, one can assume his crimes are the result of his abusive father or circumstances.
But you have to keep in mind, his brothers and sisters did not wind up doing what he did, and they were raised in the same family.
If there was ever a
Welcome
case
back.
where a man deserved to
Shoot.
die,
I did it. I don't know what's going on with my ads. I
was
honestly
14, about to turn
keep
15,
freaking fixing it, and
when
they keep
trial
going
was
back. So I
taking
feel like
place, I was gonna be sitting in front of
Twitch
a
is
murderer
just
who
pushing it.
had killed my loved one. And to testify, I didn't want to, but I knew that I needed to for my family's sake. I was the only one that got to walk out of that house. They didn't, and they needed a voice too.
When Robin Doan takes the stand, she's faced with the murderer of her entire family, standing only a few feet from her.
I tried to avoid looking at Levi King as long as I possibly could, and finally I couldn't resist the urge anymore because I wanted to see who had actually done this. And so I looked at him, and the stare that I got back was the worst feeling of my entire life.
Now, she has to relive her horrific night
You will.
in order for the jury to know exactly what
You
happened.
are very welcome.
That night, I was having a nightmare, and I remember like hearing the gunshots in my dream, but like when I woke up, it didn't end. The gunshots were actually going off in my house. My mother started screaming and screaming and screaming.
At that moment, Robin gets out of bed and crouches by the side of her door. Moments after, the screaming stops. Instead of gunshots, she hears heavy footsteps approaching her bedroom door. Out of instinct, she dives back into her bed and pretends to be sleeping.
He fired 2 rounds off at me. I had one of them graze my left leg and my left arm.
He turned and he opened up my brother's door. And he flipped the light on, and that's when he shot my brother. And I knew it. My brother's really gone. I knew that there was no chance that he'd be alive.
Robin is desperate, terrified of what might happen if Levi King finds out she's still alive. For 2 whole hours, Robin plays dead, staying completely still on top of her bed, exhausted. All the while, she can still hear the killer inside the house, making loud noises, rummaging through cabinets, tossing things around.
That is very fucked
and all
up,
she
yes.
can think about
Feel
is
really,
who's still alive.
really bad.
In the early hours of
lost
the
her
morning,
entire
she's
feet.
woken up by sunlight through her window. Her house now completely quiet. She gets up and walks out into the hall. Not having the heart to look into any of the rooms, she grabs the phone and goes outside.
I just remember, like, adrenaline rushing through my body.
Sheriff's Office, 911.
Ma'am, there was a shootout in my house. I don't know who's alive in my house. Please, can you just send somebody out here?
Somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
It felt like an eternity before they got there. I just remember running to the first person that got out of that car, and I hugged him.
He told me everything was gonna be okay. They were gonna figure it out. Kept playing games with myself in my head. When is my mom gonna walk out of there? When is Brian gonna walk out of there? Where's Molly? I wanted all of my family to walk out of there just like I did. I would never ask the question, who's still alive? I wouldn't do it. Like, I just wouldn't do it.
Robin is out in the field with Sheriff Deputy Chad Brooks, distracting herself by feeding her animals. But soon enough, she finds out she can't escape her horrible reality. That's when she dares to ask the question.
Mom and Brian aren't gonna walk out of there, are they? Broke the law enforcement people's hearts when they had to tell me no, that they weren't walking out of there.
In the courtroom, Robin breaks down in tears at the memory of that night, still vivid in her mind, but she hasn't said her final word just yet.
The hard part about Robin testifying was to see the pain that precious little girl had to go through and endure, and then to see her say, I've endured this, but you're not taking my life away from me. I am not giving you that kind of control.
He said, I forgive you, Levi King, I forgive you. I told him that to his face in court. That was me taking 1,000 steps forward and never taking any back.
I don't want to live with being bitter and being angry all the time for what had happened. Me forgiving Levi King, it was my sense of peace, and it was my sense of, this is how I was raised, and this is my family coming out.
After 7 hours of deliberation, the jury came back with a sentence of life in prison without parole. Because of Robin's testimony, Levi King will never hurt another living soul. To the relief of Robin, Levi King is extradited to Missouri.
Texas is my state. I don't want you back in my state. You've already done your damage here. Pampa is home. It's where my mom and Brian and
I don't know.
my
I
dad
wouldn't
all
be able
raised
to
me.
forgive him either.
It's not saying
I
that
understand. She did a
I
good
wanna
thing.
stay there forever, 'cause
you know,
I
'cause you do
don't.
need to forgive too.
The dates that are really
Move
hard
on.
are
But I wouldn't
birthdays,
be forgiving him
Zach's birthday,
that
Mom's
easy.
birthday, Brian's birthday. I don't expect you to pity me, and I don't want you to, because that's not how I am. I want to be just like everybody else.
While Robin will never forget her loving family, Robin now enjoys the support and care of her newfound friends.
We did keep in contact, and later on, when she turned 16, Robin invited me to her birthday party.
I have had a really good relationship with Chad. When I hug him, every time I see him, it's that same hug I got the day that he came and he was the first one to me. It's like a safe place.
Even if her wounds may never fully heal, Robin
That's
Dillon
cute.
refuses to be defined by this tragedy.
My necklace it's a 12, and it stands for my older brother Zach. It was his baseball number, and I've had it since I was 10, and I don't take it off. It will stay on me forever. I played basketball, I played volleyball, I played softball, ran track, I was a cheerleader. I'm able to tell people there's nothing that you can't get through. I'm pursuing my dream in college, and that's nursing. I want to be able to help babies. I love to help. I love to make sure people are taken care of. I don't let what happened keep me down. No. No. Sorry. That's not me. That'll never be me.
Oh, that's cute. Sad. It's very, very sad. I have been blessed Look how beautiful it is. Hi, Nixie. Welcome. Yes,
Since
yes.
you're a person of interest, let me ask you this. Did
Yeah,
you
no, in
do
my
something
heart there's
with
no
her?
forgiveness.
Did you kidnap her?
No.
Did you
Yeah.
sexually assault her?
I did not.
Did you murder her?
I did not. No, I did not.
Since you're a person of interest, let me ask you this. Did you do something with
Man,
her?
I really need
Did
those
you
freaking
kidnap her? Did you
multiple
sexually assault her?
I did not.
Did you murder her?
I did not.
monitors
No, I did not.
for this
Did
freaking
you
thing.
murder her?
Oh my
I did
god.
not. I did not.
But
Nodding
yes,
while
look at
saying
the
no
emo.
is usually
Look at
a
your
telltale
emo,
sign that someone
princess.
is lying. In
Look
this
at your
particular
emo.
case, the suspect is trying to clear his name during a news segment on live television.
She chose to walk off with this guy, and I can't blame myself for that. God, I'm sorry.
He lied. It was in his demeanor. It was in his body language. It was all there.
When the pressure is escalating, another tactic commonly used is to feign ignorance.
What's her name?
Kenya.
Kenya, yeah.
19-year-old Kenya Monhe, kidnapped, assaulted, and ultimately murdered, was the first official victim of the bleach monster.
The house smelled of bleach.
You see it? Isn't it cute?
With the bleach.
I've watched enough, true crime.
It's adorable. I love it.
But bleach means something.
True to his namesake, the killer never left any traces of his crimes behind, cleaning everything thoroughly, forcing detectives into an endless game of cat and mouse with him.
He said, "What do you think of me?" I said, "I think you're a creep. I think you're a jerk. I think you're a monster."
For over 6 months, the Denver police struggled to find any tangible evidence against him until
See, the
he
more you
struck
spam it,
again.
the bigger it
But
gets.
his next victim survived and took it upon herself to make sure he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone ever again.
She's really kind of the hero of stopping him, because without her, I'm not sure we would have ever found Kenya, frankly.
In the infamous city of Aurora, just beside Denver, Colorado, ambitious 19-year-old Kenya Monhe is getting ready for a well-deserved girls' night out after a long week of work and studies.
When I was talking to her that day, I just thought it was going to be a regular night for her. She was going to go out and then she was going to tell me about the night the next day.
But the next morning, Kim didn't receive any calls from her. Instead, Kenya's boyfriend
I
reached out
know,
to her.
rar.
Answer the call and he's
I
like,
will,
hey, have you heard from your sister?
do
No,
the other
why?
ones
What's
that
going on?
Nixie
And
just
he's like,
gave
well,
me.
she didn't come back home
So-
last night. He was like, yeah, the girls
Yeah.
that she was with, they don't know where she's at either.
She immediately called her father, Tony Lee, to share the alarming news with him.
When I got my call from my daughter Kim and she said that she had not heard anything from her that day, that's when I went into high alert.
Tony then hung up on Kim and immediately called Kenya's friends.
She had left her purse and phone and her ID and all that stuff in the bar.
He was just like, okay, let me call the police. She was 19, so that's considered an adult.
In the state of Colorado, the law
Oops,
prohibits
back to work.
any
Okay,
actions to be
princess,
taken or
I'll be
warrants
right
to be
here
filled
for ya.
before the end of a
Stay
mandatory
safe, be
72
careful.
hours waiting
We love you.
period.
So,
We love you very
I was
much.
pissed.
My dad's like, that's not good enough. I need to know where my daughter is.
Without the authorities' support, Tony Lee took it upon himself to investigate her disappearance.
I'm going through her phone and her friends were sending her messages trying to get in contact with her, and she's not responding to it at all.
And we see a text message from this guy named Travis.
And the message said, "Hey, this is Travis, the guy in the creepy white van, smiley face. Did you get home okay?"
For the rest of the day, Tony kept calling everyone. The only person he couldn't reach was Travis.
I kept calling him. I kept leaving these messages. I must have called that phone number 20, 25 times over the next 24 hours. It got to the point where I was not calling any of her friends anymore because I felt that this person seemed to have been the last person who had seen her.
The next day, 48 hours after her disappearance, the phone finally rang.
And on the night of April 2nd at about 8 p.m. is when I got my first call from Travis Forbes. And he told me the story.
He's
Oh,
such
yeah,
a
I've
dick.
seen her out there. Asked her if she needed any help because, she seemed like she was really out of it, So I said, well, I better help her. So, she got in my van,
Travis then went on to tell Tony what, according to him, happened that night. After he picked her up, she asked him to stop by a gas station. There, she saw a man smoking a cigarette in the distance and left the car to go see him. Travis then explained that he left her there with the stranger.
That's what he said, it's Lassie Sovereign. And I got off the phone, and I thought to myself, that is the most fantastic story I've ever heard. Not one word of what he told me made any sense to me.
Tony started to boil inside. Even if he was sure Travis was lying, there wasn't much that he could do without the police's support. But he didn't mind risking his own life if it meant that he could save his daughter.
I'm pissed. I'm just sitting there, it's like, I can't believe this. So I took matters into my own hand. I called Travis back. And I said, Travis, I've got some questions I want to ask you. Tell me again where you last saw her at. And he said, tell you what, why don't you meet me there? I told him I'm on my way. I grabbed a 9mm pistol. I packed it in my waist, and I told her I'm on my way to meet this guy. Maria was begging me, Tony, don't do this. Don't go down there. This is dangerous. This don't sound right. I told her, I gotta go. They're not gonna do anything. Gotta go.
My mom, she knows my dad, so she calls the police and she goes, you need to meet my husband right now because he's meeting up with this man and I don't think it's going to end well.
The officers are dispatched there because Mr. Lee's wife says, hey, he's going to go there and he has a gun and he's going to confront this guy.
When Tony arrived at the gas station, he left his pistol in the glove compartment and started walking toward Travis. But before he could even talk to him, the police arrived.
Sorry,
and
Foxy.
stopped him in his tracks. Since there wasn't an
I when I
investigation
started grabbing
launched
my
yet,
drink.
the police were
Oh,
unaware
why
of the
you
whole
say it
situation,
like
but
that?
allowed Tony to talk with Travis for
Say
a minute.
what?
He then went on to retell his whole story, word for word, in front of the officers.
What
adding a few
exactly did I
apologetic
say?
comments here and
Please
there.
quote
Then he
me.
offered his hand to Tony for a handshake.
I stuck my hand out, said, appreciate it. We shook hands. When I shook his hand, it was as if an earthquake was going on under his feet. And it was only in my hand that I could feel it. His arm wasn't shaking, his body wasn't shaking, there was no quiver. I felt that shake, and I looked at him, and I knew that I was shaking the hand of the last person that seen Kenya alive. There's no doubt in my mind. I knew it at that instant.
Even if the investigation hadn't been properly launched
said
yet, the
he's
police
such a
decided to comply with Tony's request to at least check Travis's van. They didn't
I
find any
mean,
evidence
I'm
of a
not
crime,
wrong.
nor anything to take note of, except the strong smell. The smell
Not
of
wrong.
bleach.
He
To
is
the point
dick.
where when you spray something like on a ceiling, a roof, and you spray it so much it drips down, that's how much bleach he sprayed on this van.
I've watched enough, true crime stories and whatnot, but bleach means something.
Adding the bleach to the distressing handshake from earlier, Tony was now convinced that his daughter didn't survive that night. After leaving Travis and the police, he tried to go home, but he couldn't face his family, all of them more hopeful than the next, while he knew the actual fate
If
of
you're
his daughter.
entertained, then
When
I'm doing my job right.
Needed to let it go, I'd go to my Walmart, and I would park way out front, and I'd lose it. Hey, gotta go to the store, be back. Go pick up a pack of gum just to show that I had went to the store, but that's where I went because I could not do it in my wife's arms or in my children's presence because I was the rock in all this thing, and I had to maintain that.
With 24 hours to go before the investigation kickoff, Tony decided not to waste any more time and, again, took matters into his own hands. He went looking for her, regardless of how grim what he could find may be.
I went dumpster diving. I was looking at trash cans for her body, up and down the alleys, all over her.
He had to keep this a secret, since he couldn't afford to hurt his family even more.
I couldn't tell her. I could not share what I was feeling because that early in would have removed the only thing that right now everybody had. That one thing that everybody had was hope.
The following day, the investigation was finally assigned to a detective, and the news of Kenya's disappearance was made public.
Posters can be seen all over downtown Denver for missing teen Kenya Monye, last seen at the club 24K. She reportedly went to the restroom, left her purse and cell phone behind, and never came back.
Enter Nash Garule, Denver's police veteran detective, cruising in his own custom lowrider cop car. Looking more like a movie character than an actual police officer, Garule didn't lose any more time, sending out the full force of his department.
Everybody got involved in this, and we just sent detectives out looking for video, do canvases, I mean, interviewing people, it was kind of a shotgun effect.
And they did find footage of her from a security camera in a nearby apartment complex, but the only information of value they gathered from these tapes was the apparent state of heavy intoxication Kenya seemed to be in. Very strange behavior for a girl who went out dancing often but barely drank at all.
I absolutely believe 100% that she was sent to date rape drug, because everything that she did in that club that night was against anything that she's ever done before.
The next day, Garule received an unexpected call from a lady claiming to be Travis's boss. Back at the bakery they worked at, she was looking through her own CCTV footage and noticed something suspicious about him.
She sees him walk into the office after everybody leaves with long cleaning gloves, and he unplugs the recorder, and she just thought that was odd.
The day before he unplugged the security system, he stored one of his coolers inside the bakery freezer, something he had never done before.
He actually unloads the cooler, puts it on a little cart, and it's taped shut with black duct tape, and puts it into the freezer in the bakery. And there's employees walking around.
And his strange behavior didn't stop there. She also noticed how he kept roving around the freezer.
And what caught her as strange is that every time somebody would walk into that cooler, he would walk in after him.
When he went to look inside the unit, the cooler was gone, but he didn't let that disappointment stop him. Instead, he sent a whole team to search the surrounding area.
We find nothing inside the bakery, but we find out back a barrel where things have been
I forgot.
freshly
Foxy,
burned.
I did add some of the new blood
At this
points, so if you
Garule
wanna see
interviewed
what they
Travis,
are,
but didn't have
all you
any
gotta do is
evidence
refresh
against him.
the
Even the
chat.
barrel they found behind the bakery had to be cleared, since it had no DNA or fingerprints on it. Since he was a person of interest in the case, the detective got a search warrant and gathered a DNA sample from him, but couldn't link it to anything in their database.
He said, "What do you think of me?" I said, "I think you're a creep. I think you're a jerk. I think you're a monster." He said, "Am I a psychopath or a sociopath?" Maybe he was testing me like I was testing him to see if I would give him an honest answer, and I would.
Later that day, after Garule had to let him go, Travis appeared on TV. Since the details surrounding the investigation were leaked to the media, moral panic engulfed the city of Denver. With their main suspect under the spotlight, the last thing they would expect him to do was to try and go clear his name on live television.
Monhay disappeared March 31st. Police discovered she had been at a gas station with Forbes 2 miles away later that night. Officers questioned Forbes but didn't call him a suspect until this month. Prosecutors accused him of killing Monhay after persuading her to get into his car.
Tony and Kim gathered their
She was
relatives
very
and
pretty.
watched as Travis went on to talk for almost 10 minutes, claiming his innocence to the news reporter.
Since you're a person of interest, let me ask you this. Did you do something with her?
No,
Did you kidnap her?
no,
Did you sexually assault her?
I did not.
She asked him directly, "Did you kill Kenya?"
Did you murder her?
I did not. No.
He lied. It was in his demeanor. It was in his body language. It was all there. He says, "No."
And to add insult to injury, Travis chose to finish the interview by blaming Kenya for whatever happened to her. Tony and his family couldn't believe what they were hearing.
You know, everybody has their own choices, and she chose to walk off with this guy, and I can't blame myself for that. God, I'm sorry. This has been really emotional for me.
And we were all watching, and we lost it. And I wanted to go talk to him about that interview.
But Tony never got the chance to face Travis ever again. After Nash called him back to the station to pass a lie detector test, he tried to flee to Mexico by passing through Austin, Texas. But Garule took a flight and cut him short in his tracks with another search warrant. He extradited him back to Colorado, but still had no evidence to hold him there. Freed once again, Travis decided to move back to his hometown of Fort Collins, north of Denver.
He was pretty much keeping a low profile. Our detectives go up and say, "Hey, we're watching him. He's a person of interest on our case." They're like, okay, I'll let everybody know. So we pull our surveillance.
1 month later, on the 4th of July, 30-year-old wine company executive Lydia Tillman is enjoying the fireworks show organized by the city. Originally from Fort Collins, she decided to give up a unique opportunity to advance her career in Spain to come back to her hometown to help her critically ill father.
My dad was recently diagnosed with cancer. So one of the reasons I moved back was to take care of him. Ended up quite the opposite.
What was about to happen to Lydia ended up affecting her ability to speak, but it is important to let her tell her own story in her own words.
This is July 5th, 2011. I was walking home from the fireworks in Fort Collins, and a stranger followed me home. He pushed me into my home.
What ensued was one of the worst attacks we have ever had to cover.
What followed was a brutal attack, rape. He tried to kill me. The only reason why he didn't is because of my strength and will.
After it was over,
Yeah, that's
Lydia was
because
knocked out
she
on the
has
floor,
a
convinced
stroke.
she was dead. Her attacker then drenched her body
We'll
with
explain
bleach,
it.
set her apartment on fire, and left the building.
Grab the
Somehow
glass.
I
Okay.
came to
I'll
enough
hydrate with water.
to jump out of the second-story window onto concrete. Splat. It really
Yeah,
hurt,
it
but
explains why she can't. She talks like that.
Saving myself, my life.
Despite the late hours, a neighbor noticed the fire and did his best to take action.
We kicked the door in and we're screaming for somebody. The upstairs is, we're just calling for somebody to see if there's somebody in the apartment.
Soon enough, all emergency services were on site. Jacqueline Shackley, the detective assigned to the case, found Lydia behind the building, miraculously still alive.
We found her in the backyard looking awful. She had been beaten severely and she didn't have any clothes on. And she stood up and ran straight to the ambulance and got in the back.
After this, I had a massive stroke. I was totally incapacitated. I couldn't move, speak, think, eat, breathe.
Lydia's sister, Esther Tillman, was the first to arrive at the hospital.
She was unrecognizable. When I first saw her, I couldn't believe it was her. Her jaw was crushed in her eye sockets, and her wrist was broken, shattered, and then she had broken ribs.
On top of that, she had to be put into a medically induced coma because of the stroke, so Shackley was unable to question her. Instead, she followed her instinct and called her colleagues back in Denver.
Friday afternoon, I get home from work and I get a call from a detective, Jacqueline Shackley, from Fort Collins Police, and she tells me a young woman was blitz attacked, the house smelled of bleach, and was set on fire.
He did a really good job of cleaning up. He did quite the job with the bleach.
With the crime scene
Guy is
destroyed
psycho.
and Lydia out of commission, Shackley was short on leads, but she remembered that the Denver police warned her about a potential murderer on the loose in Fort Collins.
This possibly could be related. He's wanted for murder and he's in Fort Collins. I don't know, it could be a long shot, but they may want to know about it. So I laid out what had happened, some of the evidence that we had found, and he was silent on the other end of the phone. And then finally he said, "Oh my God."
And I just told her, I said, this is him.
Shackley then sent a forensic team to examine Lydia at the hospital. She didn't have high hopes, though, since Lydia has been drenched in bleach after the crime. But, in the end, the forensic scientists did find something: unknown DNA.
And the majority of that DNA was under Lydia's fingernails, so no doubt she put up a fight.
She was trying to defend herself.
Yeah.
At this point, Travis was still out there because the police couldn't directly link the DNA to him. They had to wait an entire week before getting their hands on the test results.
It's a long process. It's not like a TV show where they do it in 40 minutes and you have a hit. So I knew it was going to take a while. I just kept praying that it would happen earlier.
Afraid that he may either strike again or try to run away, Detective Shackley sent a handful of officers to survey him.
He's following a girl
He starts talking her up, and they're walking together. And police contact him. He gives a false name.
They're like, this guy's too much of a danger. We got to figure out a way to get him off the street. So they ended up arresting him for false reporting for giving a false name.
With Travis out of the street, Shackley and Garule finally had a minute to breathe, but the clock was still ticking. If they couldn't get their hands on the DNA test results, and fast, they would be forced to let him go again.
He was given a bond and was about to bond out like 10:30 on Monday night.
As his release was being processed, the detective finally received the so anticipated call.
It was the biggest adrenaline dump ever, and of course I called Detective Gure in tears. We did it. He's charged. He's in jail. He's not getting out.
After this, Shackley also informed Tony and his family.
It was always Travis. It validated what I felt after that handshake that night.
But Travis was the least of his concerns. He wanted to find Kenya.
I said, make a deal. Yeah, I don't care what it is. I don't care. You can take it down to manslaughter. I didn't care. Just make a deal. We just want Kenya.
So Shackley visited Travis in jail, but unsurprisingly, the man wasn't cooperating at all.
Obviously, I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to get an interview with him and see if he would tell me something. And he immediately said, "I'm not talking to you. Get out of here."
So Garule came back to Fort Collins to face Travis once and for all.
He didn't want to talk to any of the detectives, but he always talked to me.
Above all else, Garule wanted to give closure to Kenya's family, so he tried to talk Travis into a deal from the get-go and asked him what he wanted out of it.
He says, I'll tell you what I did, where her body is, as long as you don't label me a sex offender and you don't give me the death penalty. And I said, you'll tell me everything? He said, yeah. I said, okay.
As you can guess, this was completely unexpected. Garule himself couldn't believe it at first.
I left the jail, went out to my car, and thought to myself, did I just hear this right, or am I dreaming? I even played the recording back to myself.
The following day, Travis sealed the deal with the district attorney and agreed to deliver Kenya's body to Garule.
We drive out to the site next to a little grove of trees. He says, she's over there. So we walk over there, and he's standing up on top of the hill, and there's like a little ravine. And he says, you're standing right on top of her.
While the police forensics dug out the body, the detectives returned to Denver to interview Travis one last time before his trial. There, he confessed to Kenya's murder, starting from the beginning after he picked her up that night.
He says that she passed out. He has sex with her while she's asleep. She wakes up, she confronts him, she starts hitting him.
As the fight went on, Travis strangled her, and before he knew it, she was gone, dead, in the back of his van.
So he puts her in the cooler, and then he goes back to the shop where we have him on camera. He unplugs the video. He takes all her clothes off, burns everything, pours bleach on her and cleans her with bleach, puts her back in the van, and then takes her up to Kingsburg where he buries her.
He then also confessed to the assault and rape of Lydia, but before the end of the interview, Travis stood up and approached Garule.
He says, you just wouldn't give up. And I looked at him and I said, you're right.
As this was happening, the district attorney called Tony to announce to him that they'd found Kenya's body.
It was at that moment that I knew that, okay, they found Kenya, and I needed to get home and let Maria and the kids know before this thing hit the news. So I went out to my truck, and I kind of just sat there. I had to control myself before I could go and take away their hope. And I had them, and that. And that was the toughest thing I've ever done.
His family was devastated, but their struggle wasn't over yet. They still needed to attend Travis's sentencing. On the other side of the state, someone else was preparing for this event. Lydia, only 2 days after being discharged from the hospital, wrote down a victim impact statement to be read during the court hearing.
It took me about an hour to write it. And
a lot of courage to get up there with my dad, who had to read it because I was non-speaking.
What follows is a word-for-word rendition of that statement.
You caused me no harm. My spirit, my soul, my mind remain untouched. May you find peace in this life.
And to the surprise of everybody in that courtroom, Lydia's father finished reading his daughter's impact statement with these words: "Travis Forbes, I forgive you for what you did to me."
There wasn't a dry eye in that courtroom, including the judge. It's freeing for her, and I understand that. And I did the same, because we're not going to live in that hatred.
Garuli and Tony couldn't believe their ears. Only 3 months after the attack, she truly accomplished the impossible.
She's amazing. To do what she did and to endure what she went through, I couldn't imagine. She's a superhero in my eyes.
What she did during her court proceedings on the day that he was sentenced for what he did to her, the amount of her strength and her will to live.
After the sentencing, Kenya's family finally got the chance to properly meet Lydia, a powerful experience, especially for Kim, Kenya's little sister.
I have nothing but respect for her. She's just such a sweet woman and so strong and positive. When I gave her a hug, I broke down. I don't know, it was weird. I just felt like a connection with Kenya when I was hugging her. It was like almost like I was hugging my sister.
Tony and his family had to go through something infinitely difficult, but he wouldn't let the loss of his daughter stop him from trying to make a difference.
I created a foundation, and then through this foundation, I help families of the missing. Her death has changed a lot of girls' lives. I've gotten phone calls and Facebook messages from all these girls who have changed their lifestyles about what they do, how they do. We are absolutely positive that she has saved lives out there. This is why we do what we do.
And as for Lydia, life isn't always easy, but she's making the most out of it. On top of her own activism, she reconverted herself as a yoga teacher. Even if her attacker left his mark on her, she refuses to let him control her. Instead, she chose to become the antithesis of what he was.
I believe Travis Forbes was acting out of fear and hatred. I choose love and peace over fear. And I won.
If I was a dad, I would have rage inside of me. I'm sure he had rage, but yeah, family.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you. Yeah. Is that her?
She.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you. Yeah. Is that her? Yeah. Okay.
This man is in jail for trying to murder his wife. And right now, he's hiring a hitman to finish what he started. What he doesn't know is that the hitman is actually an undercover cop.
Oh shit.
So what was telling me was, make it happen. Yeah. Well, let me throw a number out to you just so I make sure we're on the same page. Yeah. 'Cause I'm thinking about 5K. Yeah. Does that work?
Yeah. 5K for killing someone? Hell no. Give me 5 million.
I mean, all the way, right? Not.
Yeah, have fun.
Tiffany Mead, 22-year-old mother of 2, came
Damn.
face to face with death when her husband cut her throat in front of their child. But she survived. Unfortunately, her nightmare was just beginning, as Chris Ertman would stop at nothing to see her dead.
If I'm not safe while Chris is in jail, I'm never gonna be safe again.
It's July 23rd, 2013. At around 11:30 p.m.,
Damn,
the
like,
911
what did she
operator from
do
the
to
Davis
you?
County Sheriff's Office receives this cryptic phone call.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I'm in front of Davis High School.
Okay, what's going on there?
I tried to commit suicide. My neck's bleeding. I need help quick.
Is anybody with you, Tiffany?
My husband and my son.
Okay, can I talk to him?
Right away, the operator can tell something's off. Why would her husband let her call 911 herself?
Do you have a dry clean cloth that you can apply pressure to her neck?
I got my shirt.
Well, we need something. Are you applying pressure?
Yes, she has her hand on her throat.
The husband doesn't seem very worried. The operator begins to wonder if this is really a suicide attempt.
Do you know why she did this?
I don't know.
You let me know when an officer shows up.
Minutes later, police arrive on the scene. The officers grab the med kit and walk up to the car, but nothing prepares them for what they're about to discover. Tiffany is frantic, shaking, losing more and more blood from her wound. Her condition is critical.
It was unbelievable. There's no way that somebody's going to be able to survive this.
And while one of the officers takes care of Tiffany until the EMTs arrive, the other officer analyzes the scene.
All right, walk over this way with me. There was blood on the outside of the door. And I'm thinking, how did that blood get there? I knew that it was called in as an attempted suicide. I'm thinking, what am I looking at here?
The baby was crying, and one of the firemen was going to get the baby out of the back of the car, and she thought that we were going to hand the baby to her soon-to-be ex-husband. She just blurted out to me, "Don't let him take my baby. He's the one who did this. I didn't do this."
While they rush her to the hospital, her husband Chris is taken into custody and brought in for questioning.
Ooh. Ha.
Why are you here, man? Well, she tried to commit suicide, and I helped her out, and actually
Help her out?
They tried to save her. I assisted in saving her. Okay. I don't know how it happened. All of a sudden, she cut her throat. She has a history of being suicidal.
I helped her.
People don't
Yeah,
commit
that
suicide
doesn't
way.
like. Yeah, I helped her out.
Especially for a mother to do it in front of her child. Didn't make sense to me.
I mean, I love her. I mean, I wouldn't hurt her.
That's
If I wanted to
not
hurt her, I
really.
wouldn't try to save her
Doesn't
life,
sound like
to be
you love her,
honest.
you dickhead.
'Cause I love her. I mean,
Already, the officer can tell his answers don't add up, but even if Chris is lying, the only way they will really know what happened is if Tiffany can talk. For now, she's still on the operating table, while doctors do everything they can to save her life. It's July 24th, the following morning. Lieutenant Jen Daly is put on Tiffany's case, just as they hear that Tiffany made it through surgery and is now ready to talk.
When I walked in Tiffany's room at the hospital,
I hate
saw
these
this
kinds
frail
of
young
men,
woman.
right?
She undid her bandage and showed me the wound. It was shocking to me that she survived it.
Those.
So what I would
I
like
feel
to
so
do
bad
is
for people
start
who
from
are
the
stuck
time
in these types
you
of
two start calling
relationships.
or texting about this meeting last night.
Okay.
Clear to the point that you were placed in the ambulance.
Okay.
While Tiffany describes the events, Lieutenant Daly discovers that what she suspected is true.
He told me that if I wanted to get my child support check, that I would have to meet him.
He told me not to bring anyone. He kept reminding me to come along.
Tiffany replies that she will have to bring 2-year-old Noah with her. At the last minute, Chris picks this out-of-the-way park to meet.
I got out of the car and I walked around the back of my car. He just started walking towards me.
He had this look. He was so determined coming at me. I didn't know what he was gonna do. I was terrified.
She's backing away, but Chris keeps walking, following her around the car. Suddenly, he grabs her in a bear hug, rendering Tiffany helpless.
I reminded him that Noah was there and he could hear and see everything that was going on. And he had his hand over my mouth. And with his right hand, he reached in his right pocket and he pulled out a knife. And he looked me in the eyes. And he slit my throat. And as he's slitting my throat, he says, "Shh, don't scream."
Tiffany tries to lift her hand up to her neck, but Chris holds her hand down. Minutes pass as Chris is looking at Tiffany losing blood. She warns him that she's getting dizzy. Chris opens the car door and sits her down.
I had to stay calm because I had to get my baby to safety. He said the only way he would let me get help is if we got back together and I dropped the divorce.
Wow,
So I
yeah,
told him
great
that I
way
would
to
get back
move someone
together
off
with
their
him and that I
feet.
loved him. And then he sealed it with a kiss and kissed me.
The next thing Chris tells her is they have to ditch the knife. He gets in the passenger seat, shuts the door, and Tiffany starts to drive with one hand on her neck. All she can think about is getting her baby to safety.
I would
After
have
a few
brought
minutes,
someone.
Tiffany stops
Yeah,
the car in front of
same.
the school.
I was gonna call
Knowing
911,
that he would be like
and
this,
he said that
like
we had to come up with
that he
a
couldn't be trusted.
story.
You know, you
So
can't
he told me to tell them
expect
that
everybody to have a
I
knife.
was trying to commit suicide
The
because he knows I'm
fuck?
on antidepressants, and he thought it would be believable.
Okay, what's going on there?
I tried to commit suicide. My neck's bleeding. I need help quick.
When the officers
Yeah,
get
they were
there,
getting a
Tiffany
divorce, so the
waits
only
for
way
the right
for
moment.
they
She's
to get
praying
back
for an
together was to
opportunity
cut her
to tell them
throat
the
and
truth.
have her
But
die.
Chris is 2
Yeah,
feet
definitely,
away, and her
definitely
baby
the way to
boy
go.
Noah is within his reach. Then, just as an officer goes to pick up Noah, she breaks down, yelling not to give her baby to her husband. She tells them he did this. He tried to kill her. Without hesitation, the officers put Chris into custody.
Fuck you.
Last time I heard she's on antidepressants or something like that. I wouldn't kill her. I love her. I was trying to save our marriage.
Watch your knee.
It's July 24th. Lieutenant Daly is finishing her interrogation at the hospital. The officer can tell that Tiffany is in bad shape, but she's coherent and thorough, unlike Chris, who can't seem to remember much and tries to avoid the conversation.
Disgusting,
It becomes
man.
clear
Yeah.
that they are dealing with a
Really
dangerous
fucking
individual.
disgusting guy.
Is there anything else that you think I need to know?
And I don't know if you noticed, but every time it's like these women are so pretty and they're beautiful and they're sweet and everything, and the guys are just like they look like pigs and they're like, you know,
To be honest, I don't care.
they're assholes.
I'm not giving my
Fucking
life, so
roach.
Chris,
Definitely a fucking roach.
okay?
Before
Oh,
Chris
did you
goes to
see
trial,
the
Lieutenant Daly
badges
has to
for the
prove
sub
that Chris
badges?
did
You
it.
basically
Without
half
that
my
proof,
moon.
Chris will be
My
released
blood
within
moon
a
are
year,
the
with nothing
badges.
to stop him from trying to kill Tiffany again. The only possible evidence lies in the knife he ditched himself, as it would have his prints.
We ended up searching close to a mile area, but ultimately we couldn't find the knife. Tiffany's life was in danger. I had to do
I'm gonna eventually
While Tiffany is recovering at home,
add
she
more
lives in
stuff
fear that
to
Chris
the
might be getting out
coins.
soon.
I still
But
have
she's not
some
alone.
to
Lieutenant Jen Daly
fix
takes
up.
the initiative to
But I
listen to
feel
jail
like
phone
I have
calls of
enough
Chris, hoping in one of them
fun ones.
he'll confess.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring.
What else is new? Anything good? Nothing new, nothing good.
You better talk to Dad about that because he worries.
I know what to say and not to say.
His dad was very good at reminding him. Don't talk about that night. You know, remember that all calls are recorded.
Me and Mom don't trust nobody. I know.
But after 6 months of listening to hours of conversations between Chris and his parents, Daly hasn't heard any useful information. She's beginning to lose hope. As the day of the trial approaches, time is running out.
I never heard anything that I was looking for. I was failing Tiffany.
Oh.
My children gave me the strength that I needed. There's nothing more important in my life than those two
Oh
little
god, his
boys.
parents are delusional.
And
Yeah.
I was afraid after what Chris
That's
had
one
just
thing
done to
pisses me
what
off.
he would be
If you
willing
know
to do
damn well your son is
My
doing
gut
this
kept
to your
telling me, you've got to keep
to your
listening.
grandchildren's
it's
mother,
Hello?
like
Chris, what's
just
going on?
just
Write down
hope.
his name, Raymond. Raymond? Yeah, and just Facebook him and tell him that I'm in here.
Wow, it's been almost 6 months, and this is the first time I ever heard you say anything about a friend, so to speak. And so I wrote the name on a little sticky pad, and I walked down the hall to Sergeant Thompson's office, and I said, find him for me.
Raymond, whose last name remains anonymous, has served time in the county jail, but is no longer behind bars. After looking into his file, Lieutenant Daly discovers that Raymond has spent some time in the same block as Chris Ertman. Daly knows this is a big break.
We contacted Raymond's probation officer and made arrangements to go meet.
We want to ask you some questions about when you were in our jail. Did you get to know a guy named Christopher Ertman?
Oh, yeah.
Did he ever talk about the situation he was in with his ex-wife and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
What happened in jail stayed in jail, man.
There's a time to do what's right. This is one of those moments in your life.
There wasn't a lot of details. Like, I guess he admitted guilt. Like that he's the one that cut her throat, or tried to cut her throat.
This is the confession Daly and Sergeant Thompson have been waiting for, but there's more. Out of intuition, Sergeant Bob Thompson asks the following question.
Did he ever ask you to do anything to Tiffany?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
He just asked me if I had the connections to arrange for bad things to happen.
What are bad things?
To arrange her death, specifically.
He's trying to hire a hitman. This is bad. This is terribly bad.
He wanted to have me killed. He wanted to have someone else do what he couldn't.
Well, that's...
Whenever the question was asked, I tactfully avoided it. And I guess in a way kind of like left the question unanswered. There's a coldness in his eyes, man, that... So you know, you never know, man. Sometimes it's the quiet people.
For her
It's always the
safety's sake,
quiet people.
Lieutenant Daly goes to visit Tiffany and tells her everything.
This right,
that Chris Berkman is inside a jail orchestrating her murder.
I remember everyone was asleep, just sitting on the floor, crying and thinking, if I'm not safe while Chris is in jail, I'm never gonna be safe again.
Tiffany worries that at any moment, a hitman hired by Chris will come up to her in the streets, or even at her
Figures
house.
kind of
It seems that
shit
Chris will stop at
stuff.
nothing until she's dead.
We had her house put
Clear.
on extra
Well,
patrol.
you were.
I remember
Imagine
telling her,
you
if you're
getting
scared
out of
and it's 2
jail.
o'clock in the morning,
Then
I'll
I
come
don't
to
know
your
where
house
someone,
myself.
you know, people
You
who
don't
had
have to
you
hold
in
this
jail
burden alone.
want to
Lieutenant
see
Daly
you.
and Bob
Like
Thompson
the
decide to
whoa.
counterattack
There's this
and
that you
ask
were
Raymond to
talking.
meet with Chris, hoping to get Chris on
I have
tape,
no idea.
ordering the hit on his ex-wife.
What's up, bro? Oh, I don't know. What are you doing, man? Is alright. Working on my case.
He stood nothing to gain whatsoever. Deserves a lot of respect that he would make that decision when he certainly didn't have to.
You remember that work that you needed done, though? Yeah. Dude, I've got that guy, bro. I can't do it at this time, no. Should I try to, like, negotiate a little bit and see what I can do, or what? Wait on that.
Chris refusing to take the bait shocks the officers. There's a chance he knows he's being played. If that's the case, Tiffany is in grave danger. The date of the trial, June 2014, is closing in. They must find proof before then.
Well, even
Tiffany's
prevention,
life was in
like they
danger.
gotta stay
There were
clean.
days
Yep,
I could actually
they do.
feel panic for
No
her.
drugs. They can't
We were
even
done at that
be
point, or so we thought.
involved or know people.
Then, another
or be in
inmate
the
comes
same room
forward
with
from
someone
within the
who
jail.
is
He
doing
claims he's been
illegal
approached by Chris. Though they don't necessarily trust this informer, he does know things only Chris could have told him.
Did he give you any clues to why he cut her throat?
She left him. Rejection. I told you he offered to have me do something. Kill her. I'm giving him every opportunity to, back out, and he's not.
So besides,
He's more aggressive with it, wanting to have done more.
this inmate is a career criminal, and he has deep connections. If anybody could hire somebody, it was him.
This is their last chance to nail Chris before it's too late, but the risk is extremely high, as the inmate is far from reliable. Sadly, they don't have any other option. They arrange to send an undercover cop to pose as the hitman and meet with the inmate and Chris.
Yeah, just pass the bull for a minute. He'll come by and watch it in a second. Okay.
The man in the jumpsuit is the informer, and the undercover cop is waiting for him to invite Chris over.
Yeah, just let me know. You'll see. Yeah, you'll see. Where's Earthman? Tell Earthman to come here for a second. I don't know. Okay, I think he's coming up behind you.
Notice how Chris doesn't sit down to talk. He only passes on a paper. It's the address where Tiffany lives.
Tiffany's actual home address, and that was chilling. He's on board with this.
Okay, see that? Yeah, okay. That's just where he thinks he's at. That's the parent's address right there. Like, I'll go check it out. I'll come back and I'll talk to him then.
Chris is being told that the hitman will go on site to take pictures to make sure he has the right target. For now, the undercover cop is denied access to Chris directly. He will have to play along and come back at another time. Then, the sheriff's office gets the most disturbing news. The informer refuses to cooperate any further unless he gets a reduced sentence.
Of course.
We're not going to let him go. He had a case that involved a victim. That victim needed justice too, and we simply weren't going to cave into his demands.
They know the inmate will go tell the whole thing to Chris and ruin the operation. They have to act quickly. Right away, they request an immediate removal of the inmate from the jail, not knowing if it's already too late. Lieutenant Jen Daly insists that they continue on with the plan and send in the undercover cop to meet with Chris directly.
This was our final play. Today was the day it was going to work or it was going to fail.
What's up, man?
Not much. How about you?
Good, how are you?
Just chilling.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you.
I had just this anxious energy all over me, and I paced around my desk. Just this worry, just this incredible worry for really a stranger. I didn't know her until this case, but she was going to die.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Okay. So what was telling me was, make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, just, have fun.
And you're saying, all the way, right? Not.
Yeah, have fun.
Okay. So, and when you want me to have this done by?
Just whenever you can.
Is there a time period? Is there a...
No.
No?
Sooner the better.
Sooner the better?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me throw a number out to you just so I make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about 5K.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
So, but just so we're clear, I'm talking about, we're not, there's no way to come back from it once I do it. You're good with that?
Yeah.
I just remember at that moment while we were watching, inside my being, the stress went away that fast. I literally jumped out of my chair, and I remember just like, yes, we got him!
Lieutenant Daly makes the call to Tiffany, the one she's been waiting for months.
You don't have to be scared anymore. You don't have to worry anymore. He's gonna be in there a hell of a lot longer than he was ever gonna be off that original charge.
Along with the attempted murder charge, the prosecutor now added a solicitation to commit aggravated murder charge.
I was so relieved. It was probably the safest I had been since all of it started. I told her, "Thank you for saving my life."
Because of the overwhelming proof against him, Chris pled no contest to the charges.
Mr. Ertman, sir, is there anything that you would like to tell the court
Not.
today?
He's totally innocent.
Happened, and I'll take blame for it. Yeah, I did.
I'll take blame for it.
I was not
Wow, the
aware,
gaslighting.
I'm not dangerous.
As Chris has confessed, there is no need for Tiffany to testify. She is, however, granted permission to issue a statement to the court.
Your Honor, I did not know where to begin in telling you how this crime has impacted me. Some people are afraid of the boogeyman. He is just a figment of their imagination. My boogeyman lives
really big
to take my power
cockroach.
back from him and show him that I can move on from the horrendous thing that he did to me. He will try again to finish what he has attempted 3 times already. It is this concern that causes me to plead again to impose the maximum sentence possible.
Chris Ertman receives a sentence of 5 years to life, meaning he is eligible for parole after 5 years. But during that time, Tiffany is getting ready. Every day she's getting stronger and refuses to live as a victim. And with the help of Lieutenant Daly, she's preparing for the parole hearing.
I have to do everything in my power to keep this monster locked away.
Oh, I hope she's okay.
A Davis County man in prison for slashing his now ex-wife's throat and hiring a hitman to try and kill her.
Well, it's been 5 years, so let's see the update, okay?
Testifies, making it clear what she believes his intentions would be if he were ever to get out of prison. Davis County Sheriff's Captain Jen Daly was there to support me.
Well, she even has emotional
And after all she
support
went through,
animal. That's good.
Tiffany continues to win over the monster that tried to take her life.
Chris was denied parole
Good.
at his hearing.
Please tell me he doesn't get another.
For Jen to show up to these parole hearings and to write to the parole board to help me fight. That means the world to me.
As long as I am alive, I will continue to stand in a gap between Christopher Ertman and Tiffany Mead.
Today, Tiffany is well on her way to recovery. She is remarried, and her 2 little boys are happy and safe. She is hard at work, becoming a powerful voice against domestic violence. She is forever grateful for all the people who helped her with her own battle, and most especially for Lieutenant Jen Daly.
I do think that Jen Daly is my guardian angel. That woman has moved mountains.
This job.
God, please tell me he died in jail on the update at the end.
But
Please
it's
tell me
this
he died in
situation
jail.
that makes it
This
all
man shouldn't be
worthwhile.
breathing. I mean, I can always dream, right?
Tanya's right there. She's been really good.
You have 2 young, innocent girls, and then you have a psychopath that's tormenting the police.
Wait, why isn't it? Hold on a second, it's not letting me. Come on. Alright.
You know, like the first time I did it, I couldn't really believe I did it. They've tried to portray me like I was some kind of a creature, right? I was just like everybody else out there. Probably 99.9% of the time, I'm as normal as he is, or anybody else is. But there's
He's gonna rot. I hope so.
of the time, or whatever.
Rot in prison or rotting under the freaking ground. Either way, he's gonna rot.
He was a monster. He is still a monster until the day he takes his last breath.
It was pretty easy to tell from the very minute I grabbed McVeigh that she wasn't like the others.
Bobby DeLon, thank you. Thank you for choosing me instead of another 17-year-old little girl.
And that's probably why she's still alive, walking and talking today.
I had made my mind up that night when I came home from work that I was going to end my life. I even sat down and wrote my suicide note out. I left around 2 a.m. when I got off my shift. I remember being happy. It's happy. I know when I go home, I'm going to end my life. I was happy. I'm going to be free.
While she bikes through the dark, empty streets, she notices a red car parked in front of a church.
I don't know why. It seemed odd to me.
So Chris won't be
I
eligible
just kind
for
of
parole.
shrugged it off. It's like, I'll
Seriously?
be okay.
She ignores her instinct.
That
but
man
the
should not
driver of
be
the
on
car is hiding
parole.
behind a parked van.
Next thing I was
Do they have like
my bicycle, horrifically, just so forceful.
a petition or something that I can sign? Because I would like this motherfucker to knock it out.
I remember him putting a blindfold on my face. I was ordered to take all my clothes off. He ties me up, ligatures on my wrists, ankles. Throws me in the car, yells at me to keep my eyes shut, and that if I showed him a good time, he was not going to kill me. My grandmother's boyfriend used to put a gun to my head every time he molested me for 3 years. It was nothing new to me.
Lisa does everything the man says, as she is threatened with a gun. Then the man starts the car and takes her away.
They shouldn't be
Lisa
doing
sitting
that.
blindfolded in the passenger
I honestly
seat,
feel
her clothes bundled at her feet.
justice.
I had no clue where we were going.
You know what they should do? Once a person is found guilty, no parole.
Next thing, to my surprise,
life
my
or
abductor
death.
makes me get dressed.
I'm pro death penalty.
The man removes her bindings from her wrists and her ankles, but keeps her
assholes and
blindfolded.
more oxygen for us.
Lisa is taken out of the car
You
and
don't
into
get
an
parole.
apartment building.
Well, to be honest.
Once inside, she's
I
thrown
hope
onto
so.
a bed.
I really hope so.
He raped me. Any way you can imagine, he raped me. Very painful. Very painful. I would just go far away. I would sometimes pretend I was in a field of flowers, a happy place. I would just disconnect from the rest of the world and just become completely numb. Tired of living, just tired of being abused. I didn't see any other way out. I didn't want to live. I remember thinking of my family, my sister, my brothers. What are they going to do without me? And I kept thinking, I got to get out of this some way, somehow. I have to get out of this.
I had to reach down deep in my soul. I just had a new sense of wanting to survive. I would do whatever it took.
She asks to go to the bathroom. He refuses. She insists, claiming she would pee right there in the bed if he denies her to go. He allows her to go in, where she could be alone for a moment. Her plan has worked.
I was putting my fingerprints everywhere. The vanity mirror, on the walls, to show the police I was fighting, trying to leave my marks to say, hey, listen, I was here. I was one of his victims.
She knows that to survive, she would need to gain his trust. So she begins a dangerous mind game.
There was a moment we had a conversation. I had asked him, why was he doing this to me? He said, due to a recent breakup, he was getting back at women in general.
I say
played
he
his
should
heartstrings.
just get the needle.
I said, listen.
It makes it
I can
so
be your
much
girlfriend.
easier.
We don't have to tell anybody how we met. You seem like a pretty nice guy. I had to show he had control and that I respected him, no matter what.
That was on 2018.
One slip.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Well,
would've been
either
dead.
way, he still deserved the needle.
And that's when he said, no, I can't keep you. He told me to get some rest, get some sleep. It'd be over in a little while.
Around 3:30 a.m., the man takes Lisa out into the car. He drives her off blindfolded again. She starts to see her end is near.
As he's putting the blindfold on me, I was trying to tighten my jaw so it would be a little loose. Everything that I saw, hear, touch, smell, taste, whatever, I would just store it in my memory bank. In case if I did get out of this alive, I can go to the police to get him caught. I remember the car being loud, like it needed a tune-up. I remember the lights passing on the interstate. I could see it beneath my blindfold. I'm trying to see my surroundings, I'm trying to see where I'm at. I knew we were in interstate because the air sound changes, it gets strong. I saw two hotels. These two hotels were at the intersection of Hillsborough Avenue. He proceeds west. Interstate 275. I remember seeing a silver piercing, shining light hitting my eyes. It was the word Magnum on the dashboard. He decides to pull into a rear parking lot. Tell me to get out of the car. That Great's gonna kill me here. He told me when I got out, I wanted to stay there for 5 minutes. I was frozen. My mind's racing. Should I run? Should I walk? Is he watching me? Is he pointing the gun at me right now? Is he gonna run me over by his car?
But he didn't. The man left her there and drove off. After minutes that seemed like an eternity, Lisa finally decides to risk taking off her blindfold.
I took my blindfold off, and the first thing I saw was this beautiful oak tree. I fell to my knees and I started crying. I knew right there and then my life was going to change forever. To me, it was a sign of a new branch of life. Now wanting to live my life.
But her struggle is not over yet. When she gets to the police station, she tells a detective everything that happened to her. But because Lisa has such composure, she doesn't look like other victims. And so the detective doesn't believe her.
Of course
Lisa gets angrier and angrier. But she can't let her kidnapper get away and hurt someone else.
We were finding a body, it averaged out about every 2 weeks. You know if you don't solve it soon, someone else is going to die.
I was asked by my detective to go in and talk to her, and I did talk to her. I took my wallet out of my jacket and showed her the picture of my daughter. And I told her, this is my daughter, she's your age. There's nothing I won't do to protect her. And I'm going to protect you.
I started crying. And I was describing the details of how my doctor looked through my hands, small mustache, pockmarked face, small ears.
I'd never seen a victim of a violent crime like this that had such recall.
The breakthrough was the Rhodes girl's description of this car, the catalyst for a 24-hour surveillance of Long.
He gave me a photo lineup, 6 pictures. I said, that's your guy. Just take your time. You gotta take your time. I'm telling you, that's your guy. He's the one that abducted me.
We were confident we had the right suspect. It was imperative for us to move as quickly as possible.
All of a sudden they said,
man, I really need a pizza for breakfast.
They ran out to the parking lot. They handcuffed him, put him in the car, read him his rights.
Late this evening,
I don't know why I just can't
officers
stop
from
thinking
the task
of the
force
cheese on the pizza.
have arrested and charged Robert J. Long
and we have charged him with 9 counts of first-degree murder.
Bobby Joe Long's arrest came with the help of a young girl, a teenager, who he kidnapped. Now, she got away, and then she helped lead detectives to the serial
She
killer.
honestly looks like
But
my
how many
mom at
more
that
would he have
age.
killed had it not been for the one victim who escaped him?
November 4th, 1984, Bobby Joe Long released me. I promised myself I would never live as a victim. Bobby Joe Long, thank you. Thank you for choosing me instead of another 17-year-old little girl.
Lisa worked for years as a sheriff's deputy.
The one that got away
Oh shit,
is now the protector.
she got it all.
I know
wall.
not on my watch will I let any child get hurt.
Hell
If they
yeah.
do, I'm going to be their voice and I'm going to be their advocate.
I aspirated myself a long time ago to make it my obligation to be the voices of the women's lives who took too soon. Today, as I stand before God, the victims, and the families of the victims, I vow to carry on and be their voice. In memory and honor of the victims, Artis Wick, Lana Long, Michelle Denise Sims, Chanel Williams, Elizabeth Loudenbach, Karen Disfriend, Vicki Elliott, Kimberly Hops, Virginia
God
Johnson,
damn.
and Kimberly Swan. I didn't want to take the abuse I went through and carry it on in my life. I deserved to treat myself better than that. I deserved it. Once I broke those chains and that bondage I was in, I was able to see that I can make something, take something negative, all the negativity in my life, and turn it something positive and grow from that. And each and every day, still today, I grow. To me, it's a lifetime journey of healing. And it's just phenomenal.
I'm
Love life
working
to the fullest.
what?
Had a second chance. And I'm going to use it wisely.
She's not very victim. She's still alive. That's good.
You ever heard the name Jennifer Schuett? Yes. Do you ever have
You know,
anything
capital
around that
punishment,
road?
the death penalty are a thing. Oh, well, it's a good thing I'm not on government because I will be giving the freaking
This
death
suspect
penalty
has been
to
on the run
everybody
for
who
19
hurts a
years,
woman,
but
a
in
child,
15
or
seconds,
even
he's gonna lose
a
control
man.
for the first time.
There's two
Like,
sides to every
you do the
story.
crime, you're gonna get
There is
punished.
no other side to the story. If you know the
That's
secret,
it.
I think you would be extremely proud of her.
Breakdown into
I really do.
one.
She's alive. She's alive. She's alive. Let me tell you, she's right now.
And they allow firing squads
8-year-old
until
Jennifer Schuett
2004.
kidnapped, assaulted, silenced, and
Shit.
left for dead. She was only a child at the time and lost the ability to speak after she was horribly wounded by her attacker. But she survived, remembering every details. And
Are you
went on
are
to
you
solve
are
her
you in a
own case,
crime
finally putting
in
an
a
end to
true
Dennis
crime
L.
hole
Bradford's reign of terror.
googling?
I wanted to help because I was the only living witness.
In the small town of Dickinson, Texas, curious little girl Jennifer lives with her single mother Ellen in a small apartment in a bad neighborhood.
As far as I can remember back in my
I get like
childhood,
that too.
didn't like the dark or sleeping alone, so I found comfort in going to bed with my mom. We were all that we had was each other.
Oh, I love her
On
eyes.
August 9th,
They're so cute and
1990,
blue.
at 2:30 a.m., Ellen exceptionally asked Jennifer to go sleep in her home
True
room
crime
because she
stream,
needed
hell
to wake up
yeah.
early the next morning. Jennifer went to her
Let's go.
room and read until she fell asleep. In the morning,
I
Ellen
just
can't
came
find
across
Jennifer,
this
and the
channel,
window of her bedroom leading
and I
onto
seen
the
a
parking
I
lot
seen a couple of
is
their
wide
videos,
open.
and I was like, you know what, this is
Sometime
actually
early
pretty
Friday
cool.
morning,
It's like
8-year-old
coffee
Jennifer
house
Schuett was abducted
crime.
from her apartment bedroom.
I like that.
Jennifer's mother entered the bedroom and found the bedroom window open and her daughter gone.
Went Jennifer, there was no sign of her in it,
1990, hell yes, let's go. I was born.
Gone.
After
I
the
was
police
literally a
arrived,
month old.
they went on the hunt right away.
There you go.
It started to become evident very quickly to the officers that this was not just a runaway case.
As anything new develops, I'll be more than happy to talk with you all about it.
Later that day, at 6:30 p.m., the police received a call from some parents in the area. Their kids were
Me
playing in
too.
the field beside the town and tripped over something. Horrifyingly, they realized it was the body of a little
your
girl.
birthday's before.
And
oh,
I
you're
remember
older.
being put into
You're older than
the
me.
life flight helicopter.
By
At this point, they knew they were running out of time.
by
They had to
6
get her to
days,
an hospital.
actually.
As she's airlifted, I'm thinking that we're obviously going to have a murder case here.
Her injuries were so serious that her survival was unlikely.
Jennifer's condition was grave.
her throat had been cut from ear to
I
ear.
don't
We
look
felt that
at
she probably would have been
I
sexually
don't
assaulted.
act like it, but
And
yes,
really
I'm a
then,
cancer.
like at 8 years old, you don't really understand what rape means.
She was in such an horrific state that they barred her mother from entering the room.
And you could see, that she was very fearful.
Inexplicably, her attacker missed all major arteries in her neck.
It was big
Kansas
news
party,
in the
let's
tiny
go.
town of Dickinson, Texas.
You don't want to say that. People will just think that we're just celebrating cancer.
Her airway is stable.
When Jennifer regained
But
consciousness
yes,
after
party,
the
let's
surgery,
go.
her behavior suddenly changed.
I was kind of a hard patient to deal with because I had a lot of male doctors and I was scared of males.
The Dickinson Police Department dispatched a whole squad to serve her a room in the hospital. With this, plus all the male doctors and staff, Jennifer ended up in a constant state of panic.
Everyone was a suspect in my book.
One weird detail at the time was her distrust of any and all police officers.
See, I'm
But
a
this fact would
cancer,
end up making much more sense once
and
Jennifer started to share her
Hex,
side of the
she
story.
is
With
a
Jennifer, we knew
Scorpio.
that we had a survivor that couldn't speak.
Technically, we are
The challenges
compatible,
were to extract
but
information from her.
as you can
Now,
see,
we're
she has
talking about an
more
8-year-old.
emotion than I do.
Jennifer wasn't able to tell investigators
I am
anything
a
directly.
very
Since
emotionless
they had no other
cancer,
choice, they handed her
which
a
is
notebook and some pens and asked her to answer the question in
rare,
writing.
I guess.
It was mainly me writing notes to my mother, and then she would hand them to the
My
officer
partner is a
outside.
Taurus.
She was only 8 years old, but considered
Oh,
very intelligent
I-
for her age.
oh,
She was
I am
very
so
detail-oriented in the way she described the events. So after falling asleep in her bedroom, she woke up in the arms of a
Oh,
stranger.
those are stubborn
He
little
was
bulls.
running with me, carrying me down the sidewalk, and I immediately
Stubborn.
tried to
You just gotta
scream,
get a-
but he covered my
oh.
nose and mouth.
He
Get a
whispered
roll
to
of,
her that he was a police
newspaper, just
officer
whack
and that
her
she needed
head
to
and
calm
like,
down.
no.
Then they got into
Listen
a
to
car
me,
and he held her on
and
his
then
lap
you'll
as they
get
drove away. At this point, she knew something was wrong. On one hand, she knew the police were the good guy, but on the other, she has been told to never trust a stranger.
As a child, I wanted to believe him, but the part of me that was scared of the dark knew that there was something really wrong here.
This tipped the investigator on why she wouldn't trust no males, especially not police officers.
I started to realize that I had actually been kidnapped. I was very afraid of what would happen next.
To calm her down, the man pulled his car into the local elementary school. There, he said they'd wait until the sun comes up for her mom to come and pick her up.
I remember anxiously waiting for those headlights, but they never came.
The man was smoking and drinking and offering her candies. A big red flag for anyone familiar with Stranger Danger or other child safety program teaching school around that time.
I remember him
I
saying,
remember,
well,
I
your
remember.
mom's not coming, and starting up the car.
They drove outside of town.
I
and
also
pulled up to a
remember
field. There,
the,
Jennifer started to ask questions.
the announcements around 10 o'clock to 11
interrogating him.
that
I was
says,
wanting
do you
him to
know
prove
where
to
your
me that he
child
was a
is?
police officer.
My mom would
I
just
wanted
look
to know,
around and be
where's
like,
your gun? Where's your badge?
okay, all three of you
He
are
told
here.
me once parked that his gun was in the back seat. So I stood on the front bucket seat of the vehicle to look into the back seat.
And this is the moment it happened. Out of respect for Jennifer and the other victims of her attacker, we won't be covering the assault, as it is extremely graphic. When she woke up, she was being dragged by her ankle, naked, in the middle of a field. It's crazy to think that someone that young will know exactly what to do in that type of situation, but she played dead, knowing that it was her only chance at survival.
And he dropped my legs. I heard him walk off.
He left her for dead, on top of an anthill. As the sun was coming up, she could hear children playing and dogs barking around in the field.
I realized I couldn't scream. I had just enough strength to throw my right hand on top of my neck. And I looked at my hand and it was full of blood.
At this point, she was drifting in and out of consciousness, but the fire ants keep biting her and waking her up. And even as death was
I mean, she's a
reaching in,
woman now,
she kept
but
reminding herself
still.
of all the details she witnessed, thinking that if she survived, she would catch him.
I remember saying that he looked greasy and like he may have had a scar or something on his face. I remember writing down that there were beer cans in the car and the brand of cigarettes that he had. Just every little detail that I could remember, everything that I thought would help in finding him.
By asking him a question while she was in the car, she even got him to tell her his name.
And so I wrote, he said his name was Dennis.
A sketch artist was brought in to help her turn her
That's
memories into
cute how she
something the
wrote
police
Dennis.
could use.
I couldn't talk, and I'm trying to describe a person through notes.
Without saying a single word, Jennifer was able to help produce this. But sadly, this didn't sound like a strong case to the police. They reached out to the public with the sketch to no avail, and in the end, the small police department didn't uncover anything, except some pieces of clothing from Jennifer and her attacker, lying in the field.
It was just so frustrating to me to not be able to say what I wanted to in the way that I wanted to say it.
She would try to express her disagreement, and get even angrier by the fact that she couldn't speak her mind anymore. And this is when a miracle happened. In one of her mute rants, a tiny little sound came out of her mouth. Doctors were shocked since her vocal cords were basically cut in half and were never expected to reconnect, but somehow they started to heal.
I even regained my voice while I was in the hospital. I like to say I haven't shut up since.
Soon after that, she was discharged from the hospital, went back home, and even returned to school the next year.
But going back out into this world where you were just so viciously attacked, who would want to go back into that?
Yeah.
She wasn't the only one going through trauma
I
at this
know,
time.
it's
The entire
intense.
small town of Dickinson followed.
Because the whole community was on edge. No one knew who had done this to me.
And then you're like...
The police added more staff to its department and started to position officers in schoolyards and even inside classrooms.
As time is progressing, the leads are getting colder and colder and you're losing your resources. It's very frustrating. The case gets cold.
And Jennifer ended up waiting for 18 years with no sign of progress on her case.
And then I got a phone call that Detective Tim Cromie would be taking over my case and he wanted to meet with me.
For the first time in years, a police officer asked to meet with her. He told her something which gave her hope.
Sitting down with Jennifer for the first time, I told her, I said, Jennifer, I will do whatever I can do in my power till the end of my career to get you the answers that you need for this case.
And that simple sentence changed my life. I felt like he was as dedicated to the solving of my case as I was.
It was a unique aspect of having Jennifer there to help with certain aspects of the case that otherwise we had never known.
I really wanted to be a part of the solving of my own case. I wanted to help because I was the only living witness.
He contacted the FBI and asked them to analyze the pieces of clothing they found in the field 18 years prior.
Oh no, Mina. I have 3 message requests for people who are asking to do
this was one of the benefits
emotes.
of time in our case was the advances of technology in the DNA field. As time went on and it took so long, my optimism faded. If we didn't get a DNA hit, I wondered if we were ever going to solve this case.
The procedures
Alright,
took an
the
entire
first
year,
one
but weren't fruitless.
says...
It was 2:30 in the morning. My phone
Hello,
rings,
could you like your
and it's
emotes
the
to be
DNA
made
lab.
without any
The DNA
hassle?
examiner told me we got a hit.
Could you like them to be
On
designed?
September 22, 2009, the FBI gave them a name.
The other
Dennis
one
Earl Bradford.
goes, hey dude, how are you doing?
Who was that?
I will
We never saw
love
that name
to
in a
make your
report.
emotes as
When Tim
per
and I
your
made the connection
desire.
back to the
Could
notes
you
that
tell me the
Jennifer wrote
details
saying
about
his
your
name was
emotes?
Dennis. Jennifer was 8 years old, on pain medication,
And the
couldn't
last
speak,
one.
and then
Hey,
all
how
these
are you?
years later,
Emote artist
for
here.
that to actually be the fact. At that point, it was
Yeah.
monumental that this girl was
Yep.
so accurate.
He was a 39-year-old man from Arkansas.
Just because
who
I
had just been
posted
released
saying
from prison
that,
for
oh,
another kidnapping.
the only thing I need to
Only
do
6 months
is
after
basically
Jennifer
emotes
abduction, he
for
was
my
arrested
stream, which
for
is true.
attempting to sexually assault another woman in a
But
bar. 7
I'd
years after the
rather
first
commission
abduction,
for
the
my
man went for
friends
another
like
woman,
you,
choked her,
Nixie,
and pulled
the
a knife to her throat,
emote that
just
I
like he
have
did to
available
Jennifer.
right
And it
now,
was from that
or
sexual
myself.
assault
I am not
that
gonna get
his
from random
DNA
people.
was put into the national database that ultimately matched back to the evidence we submitted.
They also received a copy of his driver license from 1990. As you can see, Jennifer's sketch and the driver license picture are a perfect
It was
match.
almost as if drawing a sketch
I know, look
based
at
on
it,
that
it's so
driver's license
cute.
photo. It was that accurate.
Soon after, police got a warrant and arrested Dennis.
When they called me that morning and told me that they really arrested this person, Dennis Earl Bradford, it was the most surreal moment of my life.
We were hoping, most importantly, to get a
Yeah, that's
confession.
the
We didn't want there
emote
to be
that
any way
Nixie
this could be beat in court.
drew for me. I will, because usually she draws them for me and I just color it in.
And she was freaking out that I told her, please just don't worry
I'm gonna pay for her doing that.
I told Doc we was on the road. She was so scared. I just lost her. I was like a savage animal. Forced myself to say it. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Hi, Mew Mew.
For many
My
times,
cutie
many times I
pie.
wanted to
My cutie Mew Mew. Hello, my kitten.
For the announcement of the capture of Dennis, Jennifer took the stand in front of the media.
I know, he is a
I'd like
fucking
to thank
roach.
Detective Tim Comey with the Dickinson Police Department and Special Agent Richard Renison with the FBI for all of their hard work and dedication over the last year and a half.
Mew Mew.
And
Oh,
for his promise
yeah.
from day one, never
Hi.
giving up on my case,
Hi,
and
my
for
little
hearing my
kitten.
voice and seeing my
Hi.
determination.
She then started to prepare for the trial, in
You're
which
so
Dennis would be
fat.
pleading guilty.
You're such a fat kitty. I love you.
So we were like, wow,
Yeah.
how great would it be to
So-
pick August 10th,
Adorable.
20 years to the day of the attack, and kind of just come full circle and close it out.
That's actually pretty cool.
I remember staying up late, endless nights, trying to perfect my victim impact statement, just trying to perfect what I wanted to say. I had
You're so
19 years worth of things to say to this person.
But in the end, that trial never happened, because Dennis hung himself in his cell once he was incarcerated.
Oh.
On the day the trial would have taken place, she went to his grave and read her victim impact statement to him.
Dennis Bradford, you chose the wrong little 45-pound, 8-year-old girl to try and murder.
Yeah.
Because for 19
Coward.
years, I've thought
A
of you every
fucking
single
coward.
day and helped in searching for you. In my heart, I knew you were out there. And now I know, listening to my heart all of these years and never giving up on finding you, I was right.
Okay, my attention
She was
is on
wondering if
you.
this could give her closure of some sort, if he
Oh,
could
why,
hear her
thank
from
you.
beyond.
I
And at that
appreciate
very
it.
moment, she was bitten by a fire ant, just like the ones from that day on the field.
Oof.
To her, this was a sign, the final note to her story.
Fire ants. That's
Throughout this journey,
Ooh.
I've had two main goals. And they were two.
Last time I didn't
Find the
hear
man who
anything.
kidnapped,
Oh. Well,
sexually
hopefully you can
assaulted,
hear me
and
now.
attempted to murder me 19 years
In
ago,
the video.
so
We're
that
doing
he
a
could not
true
hurt
crime
anyone else.
stream
And
right now.
use my
I'm pushing for a
voice
12-hour
in telling my
stream
story
actually. So I'm
to as many
doing
people as I
I'm
possibly
watching
could
this and
in
then
hopes
we'll
that
probably
I
play
may encourage
games, you know, stuff
other
like that.
victims of violent crime to stand up and speak out against criminals. Today,
This,
I can say
everything
very
good.
proudly
Mwah.
that I have accomplished both of these goals.
Well, thank
I
you
hope
for
that
doing
my
the
case
emote
will
because
remain as a
that's what
reminder
allowed
to all
me to
victims of violent crime
do
to
this
never give up hope in
earlier
seeking
than
justice,
it needed to be.
no matter how long it may take or how
Well, I'm
hard
here
it
till I
may be.
pass out.
With
Okay.
determination
Sounds
and by
good to
using
me,
your voice
Mina.
to
I am
speak out,
happy to be
you're capable of anything.
your little
Even if the scars will never go
you know,
away,
white
Jennifer
noise
refused to
machine.
let her victim status
Foxy
prevent
fell
her from
asleep,
living
most
her
likely.
life. She even attempted to start a family, but unfortunately, because of the violent sexual assault she had gone through, she was told it was pretty much impossible for her to conceive a child. But after sharing her story, a doctor came forward to help her.
When Jonathan and I found out that we were expecting, we were in complete shock.
2 years later, they had their first daughter, and then a son.
It's like, pinch me, who would have thought? They're really my happy ending.
Today, she continued to raise her voice as a victim advocate. He tried to silence her, but she was always stronger, even as a child.
I'm not a victim, but instead victorious.
That was a good one. Ooh, I got chills. Who do I know, Mina? Maybe.
Just like everybody else out there. Probably 99.9% of the time, I'm as normal as he is or he is or anybody
Maybe.
else.
I think you do. I think you shouldn't. We raid Mina a couple times. Yeah, she's the purple one with the candy.
There's some kind of a problem there.
Yeah, I believe so.
Hello,
Yeah.
Irv speaking.
Hello, Dad?
Yes, Bethy. Are you okay?
The phone call you're about to hear is 8-year-old Beth Stauffer, who was kidnapped with her mother Mary. On June 15th,
Oh,
1980,
Double
at 10:14
kidnapping.
p.m., the kidnapper allowed Beth to call her dad on Father's Day. The FBI recorded it.
Is Mommy okay?
Yes.
That's good. Oh, yes.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie.
We can't talk anymore.
When can you come home?
I don't know.
Can I talk?
Can
I talk to him?
No.
Mary Stauffer, 36. Beth Stauffer, her 8-year-old daughter. Kidnapped, chained, abused for 53 days. But they escaped. Ming Sin Chu was arrested the same day. During the trial, he attacked Mary, leaving a scar on her face. He even hired a hitman to kill her, but she survived and made sure Ming would never terrorize anyone again.
He had 53 days of our lives. He doesn't get another day.
Sorry, I'm trying to clean my cat's
Mary
cut.
lives with her husband, Herb,
Yeah.
and their 2 children, Steve
There you go.
and sweet little Beth. The house is packed because the family is moving to the Philippines. It's May 16th, 1980. Mary takes Beth for one last errand before the big day.
When Beth got home from school, I said, come on, let's go and get your haircut so we look nice.
As the hours go by with no news from
Well,
them,
thank
Mary's
you, Nix.
husband, Irv,
Thank
and their
you.
6-year-old
Yes,
son,
I'm
Steve,
pretty
are
sure
getting
you
more
can
and more worried at home.
What's happening?
see Mina
Where are
in
Mary and
our
Beth? Why
server
haven't they
because she
come
is
home
part of
yet?
our server as well.
Mom's not the kind to run away. Mom loves me. Mom loves Dad. Mom loves my sister. There hasn't been any arguments.
Around town, the police are searching for a child named Jason, who was kidnapped that very same day.
Little boy
Yay,
kidnapped
emote
Jason,
wall.
playing in a park,
Do,
never
do, do,
came
do.
back. Terrifying story.
Oh,
They have
is
no
Mina
idea that
coming
Mary
towards
and Beth
me?
are
Do I?
missing. It's nighttime. Irv
Mwah.
finally decides to call
Blowing
the
a kiss to
police.
Mina there.
That's when he learns about the missing boy who was abducted by a dark-haired man.
The man on FBI's most wanted list.
Mwah.
This remains an extremely active scene.
Irv fears the worst for his wife and daughter. The search goes national. Roadblocks, ground team, air support. They find Mary's car left in a ditch, but no trace of the missing kids or Mary. Irv is frantic, and as
I'm
the
a
days
balloon
pass,
loose in
his hopes
the
of seeing his
way.
family alive are growing thin. It's June 15th, 1980.
Oh, I just
It's
imagined you
Father's
as a
Day,
balloon.
and Irv is at home with his son Steve, but still no news of Mary or
Goodbye.
Beth. It's been 30 days since their abduction. That's when the phone rings.
Hello, Irv speaking.
Hello, Dad?
Yes, Bethy. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Is Mommy okay?
Yes.
That's good. Oh, yes.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie.
We're fine, Dad.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We can't talk anymore.
When can you come home?
I don't know.
Can I talk?
Dad?
Can I talk to him?
No.
Okay, you call again.
See you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye, sweetie.
This cryptic phone call hides a much more
Oh,
sinister
that's
truth of what
that
happened
hit
to his
my
daughter
heart.
and his wife.
Oh, I
The day
could.
of the
Oh
abduction,
no,
Mary and Beth
I
are leaving the
oh, I
beauty salon.
felt
The two are walking
the
through the
pain
parking
in
lot.
that man's like
We saw a man
breathing.
walking toward us. And I looked up.
Oh.
I thought perhaps he wanted to ask directions.
Papa, your hair
And
is screaming.
he had a
Her
gun.
swish with the wind, so cool looking.
Pulled out the gun
Thank you, thank
and
you.
put it at Beth's
Yeah, I
side
gave it the
and said, "I
effect,
need a ride."
and I also gave.
He forces them into
I
their
worked with
own car
shaders
and
on
sits beside
the
them.
V-Roid,
His
so
gun
now
pointed at
the
little
skin
Beth.
kind of looks more.
Mary does everything the man says
I don't know.
and drives off.
I don't know. It looks more 3D,
She
doesn't
doesn't
it?
recognize
I worked
the
with the
man yet.
shaders, made it a little
She
bit
doesn't
more
know she's supposed to.
lighter.
You know, I don't know where you're going, but we need to get there quickly because I have to get home. I have company coming for supper.
They stop at a red light. Directly behind them is a police car.
We came to an intersection, and I remember him saying, if that police car turns the same way we turn, you're dead.
But the police car doesn't turn. After
I'm
an hour
glad.
of
I'm glad you
driving,
like
the
it.
man tells Mary to stop the
So
car.
this I
Here's the
have
trunk.
like a vampire looking
And I
outfit
realized
right
he was
now.
gonna put us in
It's
the trunk. That
open
was
on the
very, very
front,
scary for me. I said,
and
"Please
then I
don't
have
put us in
another
the trunk.
option
We won't
with
be able to
just
breathe."
the pants,
We were lying
just
face
keep
down,
keep it shirtless.
And then the trunk was closed.
I don't have him in any like cutesy outfits yet,
Gagged,
but
tied,
I do
trapped
have
in
my
the trunk
older
of a moving
avatars,
car, the two
which,
of them
as you
try
can
their
see
best
in
to
the
untie each other, but the noise catches the
sacrificial
attention of their
points,
captor.
And we raised the
that
trunk
you
lid and
can
saw that her ropes were
change my
untied.
avatar. You can do a
With the trunk wide
throwback.
open.
by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch.
Oh God.
Placed it on my
Finkelberg.
and then I could hear whimpering. I thought, this is a child.
6-year-old Jason
Yeah.
was just
It's a
being curious.
pretty
He saw something he
bad
shouldn't have.
points.
Hello, motherfucker.
I put all these.
And so I started to talk. I said, my name is Mary, and I'm 36 years old.
Oh,
My
I
daughter
could
Beth is here, and she's 8 years old.
I'm literally saying how she can save points to change my outfit, but no, she just goes.
I think
Yeet.
he said I'm supposed to visit my grandpa and grandma tomorrow, and we just talked about being scared.
And then the car came to a stop, and the trunk lid was open, and Jason was removed from the trunk, and then the trunk lid was closed. And then all was quiet.
Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
After what seems like an eternity, the man comes back. He takes them out of the car into a van, but there's no sign
Trying
of
to find a
Jason.
change
Mary
the
asks what
color
he did
because I
with the
just
boy.
realized it's purple.
He says he left him somewhere where he could be found. He lied. It will take months for the police to find out Jason had been murdered. But Mary is not stupid. She knows not to trust anything the man says, and she's terrified of what he might do to her or her daughter.
We didn't know from minute to minute whether we would be alive the next minute.
Then, Mary and Beth are being led into a small house and forced into a tiny bedroom closet. A closet that's been converted into a prison.
There was a light bulb with a pull chain. There was a scatter rug on the floor and 2 small throw pillows. They took a screwdriver and removed the doorknob.
Don't understand why this is
from
not working.
The inside of the door.
My bad. I
and
was
we were
just
locked into
wanted
the
to
closet.
check out the
Our
redeem
hands were
points.
still tied. We could not reach up and turn on the light. And
That
so
can't
the only
right.
thing we could do was lie down on that floor.
I
We just
mean,
had
the
to
points are
try to
there
get
for
some
you
rest
guys to
because we
use them.
didn't know what the
I'm
next
not
day
gonna
would bring.
be mad if you use them.
She knows right away this was not a random occurrence, that this was planned. And their terror, of course, escalated at that point.
In the first week of their captivity, Mary is taken into the living room where the man ties her to a couch. He removes her blindfold. She sees that a camcorder is set up and she's being filmed. Then, she finally discovers what this is all about.
He had actually been up in the woods behind our house, probably using binoculars.
I don't know why,
He
but
knew
the
that Beth had a
template
little
that is
makeup
it's not
Barbie
working.
that was on the dresser top of her room. He knew our son Steve. He knew that my parents had been to visit. He had
Oh,
followed
okay,
me
I
down the
found
highway
it.
one time.
I
In
found
fact,
it. It doesn't
he
look
even knew
red,
where
but
the spare key to our apartment was.
yeah,
The man was obsessed
it's the
with
best I
Mary.
can do
He had been
to
stalking
match.
her for 10 years. And since she was moving to the Philippines, he wanted to catch her before she got away.
This was his moment of triumph. He had found the person he wanted all these years, and he had her in his control. And he believed that it was simply a matter of time, that if she were with him long enough, she would come to love him.
They folk.
15 years
That's
earlier,
not how you
Mary is
woo
high
a
school
woman.
teacher. In her classroom, a young boy named Ming Sen Shu becomes infatuated with her. 15-year-old Ming is reportedly violent toward his younger siblings, and his mother is terrified of him. This can only mean bad news for the teacher he locked eyes on. At the end of the year, he gets furious over a grade he claims broke his perfect score.
He said, "Do you remember what grade you gave me?" And I said, "Well, no, I don't, but it must have been an F for you to do this to me."
The grade? B-. Ever since, his obsession has only grown stronger. He resents Mary and wants her to love him at any cost. The video discussion lasts for hours, some weird tactic Ming is using to persuade Mary to fall in love with him. But even if it doesn't work, what he can't have, he just takes.
I'm not saying it's right. I know it's not right. But that's the way I've chosen it.
Dude, Mary was hot. Still doesn't justify.
I could tell she was upset when she would come back and see me in the closet, but I didn't know why.
warns them multiple times that if they try anything, he would kill them.
He hammered it into us. If I ran away, he'd kill her. If you did anything, he'd kill me.
June 7th. Ming takes his fantasy of having a family life with Mary further and rents an RV for a trip to Chicago. He leaves Beth inside the RV, chained, while Mary and him go out in public, his gun keeping her in check. During that trip, both Mary and Beth make attempts to get rescued. Mary uses her traveler's check to pay, knowing it should alert the FBI of her transaction and whereabouts. The FBI never received the information. Beth, on the other hand, takes the risk of ripping the blinds off a window and peers outside just as teens are passing. For the first time, she has the courage to act, even though Ming has threatened to kill her mom if she tried anything. She yells out to the teens, saying she was abducted and asks for their help, but the teens laugh at her and tell her to stop making stories. They leave. July 4th, Ming takes them to see the fireworks. Before exiting the van, he warns them, like he's done many times before, that if they try anything, he would kill them and anyone else who's nearby. At
Bold.
that moment, a police car drives by and stops at the red
that's
light.
That's what
Mary
gets them
doesn't dare do
caught
anything.
when they start getting
She says,
cocky,
quote,
I couldn't do a thing about it because he always had his gun and he always had Beth.
But she memorizes the phone number written on the back of the police car in large numbers. When they get home later that night, she makes Beth memorize it too. July 6th. As they sit around the table, Ming has them playing out another fantasy, family game night. That's when he announces the worst news Mary ever heard. He's taking them far away to another home. Mary can feel the excitement in Ming's voice, but she's filled with despair. Quote,
It wasn't until that day that I despaired to the point that I said to Beth, he's never gonna let us go.
There were times when I questioned my faith. Sometimes I'd be so discouraged day after day. No rescue, no nothing. But Beth was sensitive to that. One day she said, Mom, do you think that God is going to send his angel to open the door for us like he did for Peter and the other guy? And in my deep heart of hearts, I didn't think it was going to happen that way at all. But I don't want to destroy the faith of a child. And so I said, well, he certainly could do that, but he might choose a different way.
Time is running out. Mary knows she has to risk it all. July 7th. While Ming is out, Mary and Beth are chained tightly to the door inside the
53
closet.
days in captivity.
Mary's
Holy
staring at the door
shit.
hinges, thinking. She knows Ming can be back any second. She has no tools, just her fingernails to remove the hinge pin. She knows it's unlikely the pin will come off that easily, but she has to try.
So I went over to the door. I held the door with one hand, and I pulled the hinge pin with the other. It came out just like it was greased. The door separated. It was clear that our cable was going to come through. Beth, she panicked right away. She started pulling on my clothes. She said, Mama, don't do it. Mama, you know what he said? If he finds us escaping, he's going to kill us. You know, I mean, she was really panicked.
I mean...
I slapped her cheek.
Oh.
I sat her down in the chair and I said, listen, Beth, if God has given us this way of escape, we have to take it. Sure, it's dangerous. If Ming comes home and finds us escaping, he's going to kill us. We know that. But if this is God's way, he's going to take care of us. But I can't fight against you. We have to work together in this. We're chained together and we have to work together.
Beth understands, and they make their way to the kitchen. Mary grabs the phone, dials a number she memorized on the back of the police card 3 days prior. A moment later, a dispatcher from the sheriff's office answers. Mary says,
This is Mary Stauffer. I think you're looking for me and my daughter Beth. Please hurry. We're being held in a house. He has loaded guns here. He'll kill us and anyone who tries to come in here. Don't try to come in if he's here.
The dispatcher gives Mary strict instructions to stay inside the house and away from the windows. Mary ends the call. Beth then tells her mother that they should wait outside for the police, that they can hide behind the bushes. Mary listens to her daughter, going against the dispatcher's instructions. They leave through the back door of the house, while still chained together. They crouch behind a car, out of sight, but they have no idea that at that moment, the cops are already there, securing the area, getting ready to move in on the house.
Oh, damn.
Expecting to see the two of them still inside, the officers break in. At that moment, one of them notices a vehicle parked outside. There's a chance Ming Sin Shu made it home before the police arrived. The officer moves in on the vehicle. He sees a figure from underneath, crouching, hidden behind the car. Mary and Beth.
Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our Ramsey County Sheriff's dispatcher received a phone
Holy
call
shit.
from a woman who identified herself as Mary Stauffer. She stated she had freed herself from a shackled position.
The day we escaped, the air smelled sweet, like I remember the feeling of the sun. There's nothing like just feeling the freedom.
When we were taken to the sheriff's office and I first saw my husband Irv and our son Steve, it was just so marvelous to hug each other.
The police arrest Ming that very same day, but the relief is met with tragic news. When the officers escort Mary and her daughter to the station, they ask if the boy Jason is still inside the house. This confirms what Mary feared all along. Jason is dead, and they still haven't found his body. Before long, Mary and Beth are called to testify against Ming in court. It's not uncommon for
they didn't
kidnappers and
shoot
criminals
right.
to admit
No,
or pretend
they
that they
didn't.
regret their
They should
actions
shoot
once
him,
they're
though.
caught. Dennis Earl Bradford, the man who took little Jennifer Shuett from her bedroom at night, broke down during his interrogation.
We just saw this video.
Bobby Joe Long confessed he didn't feel good about what he'd done to Lisa McVeigh or his other victims.
And the worst thing is, I don't understand why. I don't understand why.
But Ming Sin Shu is not like most kidnappers.
He said, even if I get put in prison for a very long time, when I get out, I'll go after you, and if you're dead, I'll go after your kids.
While in prison, Ming hires one of the inmates and promises a sum of $50,000 if he kills Mary and Beth before the trial. But the inmate goes directly to the FBI and tells them everything. Ming is furious, but he knows he'll see Mary one last time during the trial.
In
Bro,
1980 and 1981,
this
there were
is
two
not how you
trials.
woo a
One
woman.
was for the kidnapping of Beth and me, and the other was for the murder of Jason Wolfman. Our abductor jumped up from his place at the defense table. He grabbed me by the neck and held a knife in front of me and said, "Get back or I'll kill her." I was cut on my face.
Yes, Betty.
We can't talk anymore.
He made a choice. He had 53 days
John
of our
Derry.
lives.
Yeah.
He doesn't get another day.
On May 16th, 1980, Ming kidnapped the wrong women. Now, they're making sure Ming Sin Shu will never harm anyone ever again.
Our abductor was found guilty. The judge gave him
I like
a
how
life
she calls him
sentence. Parole was
their
denied.
abductor,
We
you know,
were
doesn't
very
use his name,
satisfied that he
doesn't
would remain incarcerated.
humanize.
Even
'Cause
after
he's not-
everything
he's
Ming
not.
has done to her
She
and
healed
Beth,
great,
Mary
yes, she did.
survived and helped her daughter get back to the life she deserved. Beth is now married, has children of her own.
Uh-oh.
As for Mary, she did go to the Philippines with her family. With time, the scars of her kidnapping made her strong and resilient. She just recently became a great-grandmother.
Wow!
No
Great
matter
grandma!
what has happened, no
Look
matter
at that.
what anybody has done to you, that isn't the thing that defines you. There is
That's a strong
healing,
lady.
There is love, and you can
Please tell me she's still
even
alive.
leave the resentment behind and just go on with your life.
It's been 40 years since their escape, and even after all this time, they still share their story, in the hopes that it will help others overcome their own trauma. Mary and Beth are living proof that after tragedy, no matter how dark things seem to get, there is a life worth living.
That's cute, and she was still with her husband. That is so adorable. Oh, the feels.
You ever heard named Jennifer Shuett? Yes. Do you ever have occasion to come in contact with her? Yes.
This is the one that we just saw,
No.
so I'm gonna have to skip it.
This suspect has been on the run for 19 years, but in 15 seconds, he's gonna lose control for the first time.
Oh, we know. It's this one.
Cleveland 911. You need
Please, help me, I'm Amanda Berry.
you need police, fire, or ambulance.
I'm the police. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years.
Holy shit, 10 years.
What's your address?
2207 Seymour Avenue.
Okay, talk to the police when they get there.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, talk
fuck.
to the police when they get there.
Okay, wait, now.
We're gonna send them as soon as we get a car open.
No, I need them now before we get back. Okay.
I told you they're on the way. Talk to them when they get there, okay?
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Well, that dispatcher fucking sus.
He was not supposed to hang up on her, and it only got worse when the neighbor called.
Cleveland 911 police ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey, bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. This broad is trying to break out the house next door to me. She like, this been kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this. She say her name is Linda Berry or some
Sir,
You know what I mean?
sir, is she still in the street or where did she go?
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance?
She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I guess she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
We'll send the police out.
Put yourself in her
Abducted,
shoes.
assaulted, and brutally abused for
Oh,
over a decade.
bro.
Amanda Berry was chained to a wall in her neighbor's basement.
Not only would I never see my mother again, but I wouldn't see my sister, my family, or my friends for a decade.
Oh, this
She was
story?
forced to
Oh,
raise
you've
her
heard of
daughter in
this story?
captivity
I
until
haven't.
the day she took it upon herself to save her friends and her family, finally putting an end to Ariel
Bro, that
Castro's house of
dispatcher
horrors.
was
Source
fucking
of hope
asshole.
for escape
Oh,
would
I hope
come
he
from
lost
the
his
most
job.
unexpected place. 6-year-old John.
He's cool. the neighbor guy.
In Ohio, lively teenager Amanda Berry
I've
is wondering if she'll show up for work at her
Man,
local
don't
burger
show
king.
me
I almost
food.
got
I'm
off of work that day.
hungry.
The next day was my birthday. My mom had came to the door and she came to give me a kiss and just tell me have a good day. I got ready for work.
But unfortunately, her life ended up taking a completely different turn after she finished her shift.
You know, what if I would have caught off that day?
On her way home, Amanda crossed
Put
paths
yourself
with
in
a
her
friendly
shoes.
face, Ariel
Were you-
Castro, the neighborhood school bus driver and father of one of her good friends.
And he asked, do you need a ride home? I said yes. You know, it's a friend's dad. And he's like, well, she's at my house. Would you like to go see her? I said, yeah, sure. I haven't seen her in a while.
Without any suspicion, Amanda agreed, as it's been a while since she had seen Ariel's daughter. She got into his car and followed him into his home once they arrived.
Never get
started
in
showing me around the
someone's
house,
car.
and
Even if you know them.
I never got back.
Don't.
Inside, they headed towards the basement, and she noticed that an unknown woman was watching TV in one of the rooms, but didn't think much of it. Ariel went on to say that she was only renting the room and living there as a roommate. Further down the basement, Ariel claimed that his daughter was taking a bath. At this point, Amanda was probably starting to notice how weird the situation was, as all the windows were nailed shut and painted black.
When he took me to the next bedroom, it was just really dark in there, and he told me to hold on my pants. From there, I knew like this was not gonna be good.
Afterward, he chained her up to the wall by the stomach, tied her limbs together with duct tape, strapped a motorcycle helmet on her head, and turned up the radio at max volume to cover up her screams. And at the same moment, she noticed that Michelle Knight, the girl she saw in the other room, was also chained to the wall.
He just left me there. He shut the lights off, and I just started screaming and crying, and somebody, please help me.
The police were dumbfounded. To them, she truly disappeared without a trace.
Amanda Berry, when she first went missing, her mother, Lawanda Miller, was on the TV.
Ooh,
pleading
Lawanda. That's
for
actually
her
a nice
return.
name.
My daughter should not be kept off the news like that, but it's just so frustrating.
Soon after that, Castro called her mother with her phone.
What did you say to him? I said, please let me talk to her. Let me hear her voice. Just let me know she's there. Let me know she's okay. Silence. And then he hung up on me.
Police started trying to track that phone, and that was one of the first cases of trying to track a phone like that.
The intelligence and the information we
one of
have
the first
indicated
cases?
that Amanda's phone was used in about a 30-40 block area. We spent about a week around the clock hoping that this phone would be used again.
But Castro knew better. To avoid any suspicion, he took part in the civilian search party and even attended the public vigils that were organized by Amanda's family.
How much of a monster are you that you could go to that girl's parents and say, I've been looking day and night. I can't find her.
One weird detail at the time was the disregard from the police towards Castro's divorced wife, Grimilda. 2 years into the case, she attempted to get him arrested on various charges. She wasn't aware
Of
the
course,
kidnapping,
he
but
has a
went
Puerto
through
Rican
similar
flag,
situation herself in the
dipshit.
past.
Motherfucker.
He beat my sister. He stomped on her head. He kicked her in the stomach.
So before the girl, she was the one being chained up in the basement. And once they got divorced, he started to frequently abduct his own daughter from Grimilda's house. Every time one of these crimes were committed, she contacted the police, but Castro never got arrested.
My
He
understanding
is a
from the records is
disgusting
that she
prick. What
suffered a
the
broken nose
fuck?
twice. She had broken teeth, and she otherwise was abused, but they were never followed through as a conviction.
That's
The violence of
disgusting.
his outburst towards her ultimately ended up killing her. She developed an inoperable brain tumor following all the head injuries she suffered from him. None of these claims were followed. Castro never had to pay for his crimes towards Grimilda. But Amanda, determined to record Castro's abuse,
That's
kept a
sad.
secret diary filled with hidden codes. For example, X meant that she had been raped, sometimes up to 5 times a day.
I would always write these numbers at the top of the pages because I felt like, you know, one day maybe authorities will get to read it and he'll be punished for what he did.
3 years into the case, the whole house was
The
turned
police in
into a
Ohio
dungeon.
are garbage.
It was
Yeah,
a
I can
veritable
see that.
House of horror from the basement
Here I thought I was gonna. Okay, I saw cool houses over there in Ohio, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I could just move there because I have a friend over there, and I would like to like hang out with them. You know.
At this point, Castro
Now I'm not
kidnapped
gonna
the
go
third
there.
girl, 14-year-old Gina De Jesus. He kept them starved
De
and
Jesus.
prevented
It's De
them access
Jesus.
to basic care.
It was
Sorry.
all boarded up. The doors were nailed to the front windows.
The bolts holding the doors against the windows were sheared off, and this may look like a normal window from the outside, but every glass panel was actually replaced with high-grade plexiglass. And since Castro extended the dungeon to the whole house, each of the girls now had their own room with a TV.
The news comes on like 5:30 now, so day after day, I watched a lot of TV.
And after the kidnapping of Gina, the police finally made the connection between the cases. And there was even an episode of America Most Wanted dedicated to them.
Amanda Berry vanished on April 21st, 2003. 14-year-old Gina De Jesus left school. She never
De
made it
Jesus.
home.
De
So,
Jesus.
Luana was heavily featured, and this gave Amanda's hope.
And I said, you know what, I'm gonna make it home to you. As long as you fight, I'm gonna fight.
For 3 years, Luana Miller fought hard to find Amanda. The holidays are coming and going, and my baby ain't home.
Is she out there? Is she laid somewhere?
At that point, Amanda's favorite show was the Montel Show, especially the segment with the psychic Sylvia Brown.
I would watch her every time she was on Montel, and I'd say, I wish my mom would go on there. And then she could tell my mom that I was alive and that I'm okay.
The case started to catch a lot of attention from the media, and eventually, Luana was invited to meet Sylvia Brown and ask her about her daughter.
Don't think I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven, on the other side. I just hate that she's not alive, honey.
Luana was devastated, as was Amanda.
I just broke down crying because I couldn't believe she said that.
They both went
Yeah,
into
she's
a
a
long,
fucking
depressive
fake.
episode. She even took down the picture of Amanda she had hung around the city.
And she just gave up hope. And the huge tragedy is that she would die before Amanda.
One of the last things she did before she died was to try one last time to get the search for her daughter moving. Apparently, she just couldn't believe she was gone.
I think that was the hardest part. She was always fighting, and she was never going to give up on me. And for her to get sick, and I couldn't be there with her. I couldn't help her when she was sick.
And I think everyone knew that really she died of heartbreak.
In what could only be described
that's
as a twist
sad.
of
The
fate,
mom
Amanda became
died?
pregnant around the same time her mother passed away.
She never got to tell
Similarly
her
to
mom
the GC
goodbye.
Dugar case
That
we
is
already covered,
fucked
Amanda saw her
up.
coming child as a gift from her mother.
What?
And for the first time in years, she felt hopeful.
Castro used her and the others as sex slaves. As a result, Amanda became pregnant and gave birth to her daughter Jocelyn, the bright light that made
Wait,
the
was
darkness
his name
bearable and gave
Ac-
her a reason to live.
Axel
Amanda
or
named
something
her
like
Jocelyn, and Castro sent her down the basement with the girls.
that? Like Axel
This is his
or
kid.
something? Wait,
You know,
was
how
it
do I
that's not
feel
his
about
name?
that? And she
What was
resembled
his
him
name?
a lot, and I would look at her.
Oh,
and
real. Oh,
just
I know
felt
this case. Okay.
She's mine.
Oh yeah,
She's
yeah.
mine.
I remember. Yeah, I remember this case.
Even
now.
if the circumstances
I
were
remember.
dire,
I remember.
Amanda did the best
Okay,
she could to
yeah.
properly raise her.
I just
really didn't have
saw
the
his
control
face and
to
I'm
do
like,
what
wait
I
a
wanted
minute,
or
why
to
does
teach
he
her
look
what
so
I
fucking
wanted.
familiar?
And I kind of had to go through
Wow,
everything with them.
that's
As her daughter
fucked.
grew up, Amanda eventually started to rearrange the room for it to look more
Especially
like a
when
classroom.
she broke
She
out.
would ask her to
Yeah, I
use her
just remember
imagination
that.
to visualize the street,
Shit.
the car,
Okay.
and the stop signs.
We would pretend walk to school. I try to make it as real as possible for her, you know. So we would lock the door and we would walk to school, cross streets, and I would tell her, you know, stop at green lights and look both ways when it's a red light. And we would finally get to school and I would sit her down and tell her, okay, I love you, have a good day. and then I would become her teacher.
This is Ariel's elder daughter reaction after she saw a picture of Jocelyn.
And he showed me a picture that was in his cell phone, and I said, she's cute, who is that? And he said, this is my girlfriend's child. And I said, Dad, that girl looks like Emily. Emily's my younger sister.
Maybe she thought it was suspicious, but couldn't have known to which extent her father went to get his hand on this child. And this is where Castro's own sensibilities came into play. Because as much of a monster as he was, he loved his daughter and didn't want her to live her whole life in captivity.
Ultimately, he never did anything, he never laid a hand on Jocelyn.
So he started to take her outside, first in the courtyard, then in parks. One day she even got to see the sunlight on her face through a crack in the window.
It was the most beautiful thing. I just felt like that's where she should always be.
Around the same time, Jocelyn started to be more and more dubious about the chains and shackles her mother was forced to wear.
So he started to call them bracelets, and she was about 2, almost 3 years old, and he finally took the chains off of me.
I remember this case because in Law and Order they made an episode inspired by this case in SVU,
the clock kept ticking in the outside
and I was
world.
looking into
So
the
after 10 years
the
in
real
loss
case
of
and stuff. I
Luana,
was like
the only person
researching
still
everything,
looking for
and
Amanda
I just
seems to
remember
be her
this.
sister
Yeah.
Beth.
I'm hoping she's out there somewhere. I mean, I don't care. Just come home.
They are still waiting and still hoping. FBI agents and police are searching for the remains of a missing teen, Amanda Berry. 7 years ago tonight. It was 8 years ago tonight.
It's been 9 years.
That Amanda Berry
Gina
DeJesus disappeared.
Today marks 10 years since Cleveland teenager Amanda Berry disappeared. She was 16 years old.
Those who knew Amanda Berry gathered to remember.
Gina's family has been gathering right here at this corner.
After a while, we thought these girls would never be found. They're dead. They're gone.
After 11 years in captivity, everything changed on the morning of May 6, 2013.
It's a warm spring day, and the source of hope for escape would come from the most unexpected place. 6-year-old Jocelyn.
Her daughter said something to her that changed both of their lives.
And she's like, Mom, Daddy's car is gone. My heart immediately started pounding. Should I chance it? If I'm gonna do it, I need to do it now.
This was her only chance, probably the only chance she would ever get, since it was the first time they forgot to lock her door.
Never before in 10 years has that happened. I'm like, okay, now I just gotta fly out this front screen door and I'm free. And that didn't happen.
As with everything else in the house, the screen door was locked from the outside. But by pushing as hard as she can, Amanda was able to create a small opening.
So I'm just like waving my arm and I'm like, somebody please help me. I'm Amanda Berry.
She started banging and pushing against it like her life depended on it. And Charles Ramsey, Castro's neighbor, happened to be outside on his porch.
Boom, 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 boom.
He ran to the door to see if he could help.
She said, get me out of this house.
He kind of like started like trying to pull on the door, but he couldn't get it open either. And so he like kind of kicks it.
Out comes Amanda. What do we do? Right, call the police.
You leave a 911. Call me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped.
Please tell me
I've been
this
missing for 10
dispatcher
years,
lost
and
his
I'm
job.
Out here. I'm free now.
The police are on the way. Talk to when they get there. Okay?
I need.
She like this been kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this. She say her name is Linda Berry or some. Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance? She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I think she's been kidnapped.
I'm Amanda Berry. I've been on the news for the last 10 years.
Okay, I got that. And you said what was his name again?
Ariel Castro.
And what's he wearing?
I don't know because he's not here right now. That's why I got away.
Ariel Castro, female. That's her name is Amanda Berry.
This might be for real.
They did, I believe so.
Terrified.
Good,
and just
good.
Because there's people on the street doesn't mean
Motherfucker,
that
Jesus.
He wouldn't hurt me.
Yo, there. Yay! What's up, Cherry?
Me too.
We're watching true crimes here that has happened in the States.
Right in front of me right now. Wait a minute, I thought this girl was dead. Amanda Berry, that don't ring no damn bells, you being a cop and all?
She was thin,
I love this man.
pale. And I told her we've been looking for you for a long time.
The police on site couldn't believe they were still alive.
I love this
It was
man.
just like getting smacked in the face like, holy cow, she's still alive.
Then
Yeah,
she
tonight
gives
was
us,
my kind of
well,
reveal
there's
on
two
my
more
gram.
girls in the
I
house.
changed everything. I'm not a ghostie anymore, I'm a demon.
We found them.
Once I saw that, I'm like,
Damn, and her mom died, she
this
couldn't
is it.
see
I
her.
think we're free now.
Man, that fucking breaks my
After the
heart.
rescue, Amanda pulled out a flyer and explained to the police that she held to it for years.
And then she said, I smell it sometimes because my mother was holding this flyer.
Breaks your heart. Sorry. After all this time.
Once her sister Beth arrived on site, Amanda was overwhelmed, and she jumped in her arms.
She was just really skinny and short hair, but she was still beautiful.
After they were rescued, the police searched the whole house.
So
and
how
found a
you been,
confession penned by
Cherry?
Castro
How's it
himself, But
going?
to be sure that he would
Sorry,
stay
I
in jail,
kinda, like,
he needed
just-
more than that.
oof.
And this is where Amanda Diaries came into play. She took note of every time he moved one of the girls
I
around
see,
the house,
so no more
as each
ghost
of these
death.
movements counted as another
You can
kidnapping. Each and every
switch
time
me
he raped her
back.
has also been marked down
Like
with
I
the
can
corner
wear
of the
my
page.
avatar
Because
for
of
an
the
hour.
diaries, the police were able
That
to
is one of
charge him on
the
177
sacrificial
counts,
points.
including
But yeah.
446 counts of rape and
No more
512
ghosty
counts of
dad.
kidnapping.
Not unless you guys change me up.
I am just sick. I have an addiction.
You
I
are.
simply kept them there without being able to leave.
Mm-mm.
You know, I
You
couldn't
are
believe
not
that he would
human.
say
You
that.
are a monster.
Do
The
you
fuck?
think I would be there for 10 years if I had a chance to go home? No, that's why you had chains on me.
For 10 miserable years, they survived. But Ariel Castro
Fucking
lasted
roach,
just 1
bro.
month and 1 day in prison before apparently taking his own life.
In his journal,
Seri-
he cited the consistent harassment and abuse he was suffering by other inmates as the main reason behind his decision.
Well, he should get freaking.
Even if 11 years of her life were stolen from her, Amanda found joy in the only good thing that came out of it, her daughter Jocelyn.
I just never want her to feel that she's not here for a special reason. She's here because she's special, and I just want her to know that.
Today, Amanda is saving lives by carrying on Luana's legacy.
I push every day more and more and continue my mom's work. She fought so hard for me while I was gone. I'm working with a local news station for missing children, adults in our area. I'm Amanda Berry, and I've made it my personal mission to help police find missing people. I want to do something that means something to me. I'm just a regular person, and I want to make the world a better place.
Fucker. Yeah. No. 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 I don't agree with that. I don't. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys. So I'm gonna leave you with some cool ass music until I come back. Okay. I've been like I changed things up. Okay, so I'll show you since you guys weren't here when I first started. The starting screen. Live screen. Okay, always gonna be here. Yeah. And the intermission. Oh my god, this cat. Hey, listen, you fluffy. Hey. Eat. No, the bass drop. It's pretty loud. Yeah, I made the music a little bit low, sorry.
Hello, Irv speaking.
Hello.
Hello there, b****. Are you comfortable right now? Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded.
I remember this case though.
You're obviously here against your will. For a little while, at least, you need to get your shit together and listen to this tape.
This audio recording was made by David Parker Ray, also known as the Toy Box Killer. What you're about to hear was played for Cynthia Vigil the day she was captured.
Now, I'm going to tell you in detail why you have been kidnapped,
I think the one who was
what's
more
going to
disgusting
happen
besides
to you,
him,
how long
it was
you'll
his
be
fucking girlfriend
Under
or
the
his wife
circumstances,
that
I bet
literally
there
let
is
him do
scary
it.
thoughts. You're going to be kept
And
in
welcome
an
back,
environment that is even
Simple.
more secure than a
Welcome.
prison cell.
Daddy missed
Here,
you.
your status is no more than that of one of the
How you
dogs
doing? How was
or one of the animals out in the barn.
You said your
Because,
work, right?
basically,
Or
you've
was
been
it
snatched
school?
and brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave.
The recording lasts for 50 minutes. The content is extremely disturbing.
Yeah,
but what
he
will
did
be
really
shared in
bad,
this video is
nasty
the crucial
shit
piece
to
of evidence that will lead to David
glad
Parker
he's dead.
Ray's conviction. Cynthia Vigil, taken captive by the notorious Toy Box Killer, chained, enslaved, violated for 3 days. But she fought back and escaped, and David Parker Ray was arrested that same day. When the FBI raided his house, nothing could prepare them for what they would find in the white trailer parked outside.
Oh, you
Cases
didn't
such as
sleep?
Kelly
I'm
Van Cleve
sorry.
and Mary Parker, which have left police baffled for years, were finally resolved.
I understand.
And David Parker Ray
I
was
haven't
sentenced to
stopped
224 years in prison, all because of
It
one
get-
survivor.
get
But
pretty
the
bad.
most shocking part is every piece of the puzzle was hidden in plain sight.
I don't understand how nobody seen me. That made no sense to me.
In the small town of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico,
Serves him
19-year-old
right,
Kelly
hell
Van
yeah.
Cleve lives with her husband. It's July 25th, 1996.
He is
Kelly
one
goes
of the
missing
worst
after a
people
fight with
ever.
her husband. He starts searching around town for his
I
wife.
believe Bailey
informs the
Saren
police. They soon find out she was
and
last seen at a local bar, the
when
Blue
they
Water
covered
Saloon,
him,
with a few
they had
friends.
to take a break.
One of them, a woman named Jessie Ray. 3 days later, July 28th, Kelly is brought back home by a park ranger. She appears to be drunk, with bruises and blood everywhere.
I was so dazed and incoherent. My hair was a mess. I had sand everywhere. I was still in the same clothes I was in the day I left.
The ranger says he found her wandering around the beach, delirious. But Kelly has no recollection of the past 3 days. She's in pain, terrified.
I did not know what had happened, and I didn't know what to do.
July 5th, 1997, 1 year after Kelly's disappearance,
sorry, I'm
a close friend of hers goes missing. 22-year-old
And I
Mary
can't get
Parker.
pizza right now,
2 days
which
later,
is very,
Mary's
very
mother
sad.
walks up to the sheriff's office,
And I still have
stating that she
well,
hasn't
ouch
heard from her
stuff.
daughter in days. Police investigate. The tracks lead back to the Blue Water Saloon. Kelly was there. She saw
I got
Marie leave
6
with her
hours.
ex-boyfriend, Roy Yancey, and a common friend of theirs, Jessie Ray. Police interrogate Jessie, who says she dropped Mary home that night. After nearly 2 weeks with no news on Mary, because she is known for substance abuse, the case is dropped, and Mary is treated as a runaway.
She had 2 little girls. There was no way she was going to leave her kids. So I knew something had happened.
It's March 20th, 1999, 150 miles away from where Mary was last seen. 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil is living out of a hotel room.
I was running from a boyfriend at the time. I didn't want to be around him, so I was at a friend's motel.
After staying there for days, she feels safer than at home, but she doesn't know a man has been stalking her. As she leaves the hotel in the morning, she encounters a friend named DJ. He tells her someone has been asking for her and that the
Okay,
man is waiting in an RV across the street.
I wanted to pop in and
Cynthia
say
knows
hi.
she shouldn't go
Thank
inside,
you.
but dismisses her
Thank you
instinct.
for coming in.
She walks in,
Simple.
closes the door.
Just do
A
your
few minutes
best.
later, the
Get,
RV drives off,
as
and
much
Cynthia
rest as
goes
you
missing
can.
as well. Days pass.
You're
Cynthia is
passing the
nowhere
glass?
to be found.
Okay.
Her hotel room
Alright.
empty.
Give me a second.
No one tells the police about
I
the
gotta get
sudden
it. It's,
and unusual disappearance of Cynthia.
it's in my mini
Not
fridge.
even her friend DJ,
Hold on.
who saw her leave. It's March 22nd, 1999. The 911 operator for the Sierra County Sheriff's Department receives an unusual call. But no one is there. Minutes later, a second person calls 911 with shocking information that will be the first clue to what happened to all three women: Kelly, Mary, and Cynthia.
Okay. Alright, I'm back. Where was it? Can get rest. I have my 7th exam today. I have to go and get. Oh shoot. I'm sorry. Well,
The woman
try
she
and
is
get some
referring to is
rest when you get home.
22-year-old Cynthia
Okay.
Vigil, and unlike Kelly, Cynthia
I'm
remembers
drinking this
everything.
cherry
The
Italian
morning of her
ice.
abduction, Cynthia is sitting
Just for
inside the RV, next to the man who has been asking for her. The man doesn't look very threatening,
Ooh.
but something unusual happens
Oh,
that
that
should
tastes
raise a
good.
red flag.
I noticed that he given
3.2
some money out the window, and DJ took
alcohol.
off running and left me there.
Cynthia
That's
and the
how
man
much
talk
this
for a few
has.
minutes. He
Let's
seems
see if I
interested
can
in
be
her line of
drunk
work.
by the end of
Then,
this
he
stream.
takes out a handcuff and snaps it at her wrist. Cynthia panics. She tries to make a run for
Hi.
it and pull herself away, but the man is too strong,
It's
and
okay.
he's holding on tight.
I was like, literally, my fingertips are touching the door.
At that moment, a woman comes out from behind the shower curtain and shocks her with a cattle prod.
That knocked me to my knees, and they handcuffed me to the cabinet.
The two captors drive off, their prey chained tightly in
Oh,
the back
no,
of the
kitty.
RV. While the car is in motion,
No,
Cynthia
no,
unscrews
no,
the
no,
cabinet
no.
handle she's attached to.
I remember getting up on my feet, crouching down, and I was like, as soon as the RV stops slow enough, I'm gonna hit the door.
But the RV stops abruptly, sending Cynthia rolling to the floor, exposing that she's untied herself.
I was loose. My hands were behind my back, but I was loose. Well, she came to the back with the gun.
That's when they took all my clothes off me. They shackled my feet, duct taped my face from my chin around the top of my head.
Then, after driving for hours, the vehicle slows down to a stop. Cynthia is taken out of the RV at gunpoint. Once outside, she can see other trailer houses all around, in clear sight. She hopes someone will notice her, as she's in handcuffs, naked, with a gun at her side. But that hope quickly fades.
It was broad daylight. I don't understand how nobody seen me. I didn't understand that. That made no sense to me.
Once inside, they sit her on the bed, put a metal slave collar around her neck, padlocked and chained to the wall.
I couldn't wrap my mind around what was going on. I was so in shock. I was totally freaking out because I didn't know what the future held for me at that point.
And then he played a tape of him talking.
Hello there, bitch. Are you comfortable right now? I doubt it. Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. I don't know the details of your capture because this tape is being created July 23rd, 1993 as a general advisory tape for future female captives.
All of a sudden, I knew that I wasn't the only person that he had done this to.
Now,
Yep.
you're
And the
obviously here
things
against
that
your will.
he does to
Totally
them,
helpless.
it's.
You're very scared.
I am very
You
surprised
probably
this
think you're
woman
gonna be and you're right
survived.
about that.
And
You've
all
been
these women
snatched and
survived.
brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave. You may be married, have a kid or two, boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that. I don't want to hear about it. Here, your status is no more than that of one of the dogs or one of the animals out in the barn. I won't have any qualms at all about your throat.
As she is lying in bed, terrified, What she hears next explains why none of the neighbors saw her, and why she shouldn't wait for their help.
The only close house belongs to our friends, and they don't hear or see anything. They know about our hang-ups. You may be required to service them occasionally.
Wow.
The rest of it basically said what was going to happen to you. Like how he was going to torture you.
During the next 3 days, Cynthia suffers unimaginably at the hands of her captors, the details of which we will not be sharing.
They were both just like that was something they did every day. At this point, I was numb.
Every night, the two captors make their bed on the floor next to her, and every night, she hears them talk about their twisted plans.
I knew I was gonna die. I knew that they were gonna kill me. I just didn't know when. I wanted to die. I wanted to take my own life.
On the last night, she overhears them talk about a little girl, a girl they plan to kidnap at a young age, and turn into their slave. And Cynthia understands they already know which girl it will be.
And I just stayed laying there, thinking that a little girl going through what I just went through. That little girl stayed in my head.
March 22nd, something clicks inside Cynthia's mind. She knows she needs to escape, to stop them from ever hurting anyone else.
I was figuring, how do I get out of this? My head was telling me to stay calm and do what they say.
The man is getting ready to leave for work. He's dressed in a uniform, almost like a cop. That's when he tells her, when he gets back, he's taking her into the toy box.
I didn't know what that meant. I knew it was gonna be more torture.
She recalls the recording and how the man described his toy box. It dawns on her. There is something worse waiting for her.
You're going to be kept in the hidden slave room. It is relatively soundproof, escape-proof.
I'm telling you, this guy is the worst
stocked
person
with devices and
so far.
equipment to satisfy
In
our
my
sexual
experience
fetishes
of
and deviations.
of
haven't
reading
seen anything
and
yet.
learning crime.
I knew I
yeah,
had
this
to find a way to
this is top 5.
The man unties her wrists and ankles, leaving only the collar chained around her neck. He puts a bucket next to the bed as her toilet for the day.
I'm sorry.
After the man leaves, Cynthia is alone with the woman.
By the way, this drink is really
Cynthia's
good,
mind
guys.
is racing and racing, wondering how she's ever going to escape.
Seagram's
But she can't try anything because
Sherry
the woman
Italian
is sitting right next to her,
ice is really
watching TV.
Usually with
Then,
like
the phone
Smirnoff and all
rings.
that, I can
The
actually
woman
taste
takes the call
alcohol right
and
after.
walks into the other room, making
Where's the
one crucial mistake.
I seen that she left the keys on the coffee table.
I will
And
have to.
said,
I
"Here's
will
my
have to read or watch a video of it.
I have to choke myself to get my body that far.
But yeah,
to
this
reach
guy
the
literally
table with my
used
foot.
his own dogs
With
to
her
do
captor
stuff
still just a
to
few feet
the
away,
women.
Cynthia can't
So,
make
yeah.
any loud noise. She pulls the table closer using just her feet, grabs the keys between her toes. Then, when she finally holds the keys in her hands, her captor returns. But Cynthia doesn't care. She tries key after key to unlock the collar from the wall. The woman grabs a green lamp from the table and starts hitting her with it. With every hit, Cynthia sees black. But she has to stay awake. She has to unlock herself.
I knew if I didn't get away, I would die.
Is that the guy who
Telling myself, you cannot give up.
Finally,
cannibalized?
one of the key turns, releasing
Like
the
his
padlock
crush or
from the
something?
wall.
Like he ate
Cynthia jumps off the bed, grabs the phone the woman just dropped, and dials 911. But before she can say anything, the woman stabs her with a knife. Cynthia drops the phone and takes the ice pick she finds on the table close by. In one final rush of adrenaline, she stabs the woman, just enough to stunt her, and runs off through the front
What?
door. As she's running in the dirt road, naked,
Yeah, there's this
covered in
guy,
blood, with a chain still
he's
attached to her
Japanese. He
neck.
went to
She
France,
signals
I
to a
believe,
passing car,
and
asking
while
for
he was
help.
studying
But the stranger in the car locks her door
something
and storms
in
off.
college in
So
France,
Cynthia continues
he
to run
started developing
and run.
this
She searches for a house with
romanticized
signs that someone is home.
fantasy
When she
with one
sees
of
one with
his,
an open door, she runs inside without knocking.
you know,
The elderly woman
classmates.
inside hasn't noticed her
And
yet.
he ends
Cynthia
up
grabs her by
killing
the
her
shoulders and
and
turns her around,
eating
screaming for help.
Yeah, he actually is free.
I'm calling for a young lady that ran into the house. She says she's just been raped. She's got a chain on her and everything. Send someone right away. This lady's naked and everything else. She said they've been holding her for 3 days.
When police arrive, Cynthia locks herself inside the house. She doesn't trust them, as she remembers seeing her abductor wearing a similar uniform.
And it wasn't until a state cop showed up. Opened the door, I ran past all them cops and jumped on him, and he put me in the cop car. He's like, I promise you, you'll be okay. When we got to the hospital, that cop did not leave my side. Even when he was off duty, he stayed there, right by my side.
New tonight, the woman who escaped the torture chamber of a sadistic sexual predator.
She survived 3 days of torture in Ray's house of horror.
Cynthia Vigil Jaramillo says what she heard in David Parker Ray's torture
let me look
chamber
for it, actually.
makes her believe there are other victims out there.
March 22, 1999. Minutes after Cynthia is taken to the hospital, her 2 captors are intercepted a block from where she was found, trying to skip town in their RV. The FBI execute a search warrant on their residence, but nothing can prepare them for what they will find.
You go to the room where Cynthia was kept. It was just frightening. Off of the main trailer, there was a converted Ryder truck.
Then Pandora's box was opened.
Never seen anything like it in my life.
You could tell it was just a place of evil.
Go ahead and state your name for the record. David Parker, right? Was she a willing participant, or did she not want to do it? She was willing.
The FBI believed David was responsible for somewhere between 45 and 60 murders.
But what happened to Kelly Van Cleve and to Mary Parker has yet to be uncovered. As the FBI is investigating the scene, they come across a videotape. It is a recording of a woman held captive inside the toy box. On her leg, they identify a very particular tattoo. They share the tattoo on national news, hoping someone will recognize it.
Very shortly afterwards, a woman came forward and said, "That's my tattoo. That's me."
They showed me pictures of my tattoos that they had taken off of a video, and I had to identify myself from those pictures. After I seen the pictures that they showed me, everything started to click.
Since her disappearance 3 years prior, Kelly has been having nightmares, but she still can't remember what happened.
I found a good video for
until they share with her a portion of the transcript of the recording of David Parker Ray's voice, which explains what he did to her.
If I killed every that we kidnapped, there'd be bodies strung all over the country. So, I've devised a safe, alternate method of disposal. After we get completely through with you, you're going to be drugged up real heavy.
That was him.
You're going to be kept a couple days while I play with your mind. You're not going to remember a thing about this little adventure.
So I knew all of my nightmares that I had been having, they weren't just nightmares, they were true. And then I started remembering other things.
The woman named Jessie Ray, who was last seen with Kelly on the night of her disappearance, was working with David Parker Ray. She drugged Kelly and drove her to David's house. Jessie Ray was actually David's daughter. And the park ranger who brought Kelly back to her house when she disappeared was none other than David himself. As Kelly's disappearance was identical to that of Mary Parker, the FBI reopens her case, which leads them to Roy Yancey. When Roy is interrogated, he confesses everything.
From what I understand is that he's had many years of kidnapping, torturing, and killing women.
He was instructed to kill Marie Parker.
How did you come up with the idea to kill Marie?
That was David Ray Parker's idea. I was told not to tell anybody anything, or I was going to be killed and thrown in the ditch.
And who told you that, David?
Mary Parker's body remains missing, but the family can finally have closure. When the case goes to trial, both Cynthia and Kelly are forced to face David and his girlfriend, Cindy.
He acted like he was totally innocent and he had done nothing wrong, and it pissed me off. I didn't want to cry and let him know how much he hurt me. I didn't want to be his victim. I didn't want to go to court.
Oh yeah, and I believe they actually did play the video.
But I did it because I had to do what I could to save other women
All of David Parker Ray's accomplices pled guilty to their crimes, and eventually, so did Ray.
There are more people out there.
The jury gave him the maximum sentence of 224 years
there are
in
actually
prison.
people who kidnap other people.
Nothing can repair the damage done by such evil, but because of Cynthia's incredible courage and strength, there will never be another victim. And the young girl she was worried about during her captivity is finally safe and sound. David Parker Ray died in prison that same year of a heart attack.
When I found out that he had passed away, I was happy, but at the same time, I was really sad because the people that are missing their loved ones, their bodies, who knows where they're at.
Now, more than 30 years after her escape, she's still sharing her story to help other women in need reach out for help. Cynthia has become a force in her community.
I have a nonprofit called Street Safe New Mexico, and it's been serving the women that have been raped, trafficked, or attacked. I love helping others. Helping others helps me not be a victim of David Parker Ray.
Strong woman. Strong woman indeed. Alright. Let me get creeped out by this one that Sherry just told us. So, the 44 Days of Hell.
I don't often feel compelled to do this, but it's important that I give a content warning for this case, that we both give a content warning for this case.
Yes. Okay.
Because this is not your average case. There are themes of torture, sexual assault, and ultimately murder. I know we've covered cases like that before, but this is probably one of the worst single killings that I have ever come across.
And kind of content warning as well with this. We're going to let you behind the curtain a little bit. Often with podcasts, it would seem like we're doing this all in one take, but we don't. It's usually different clips, and we'll do it from time to time. I will say this intro is the last thing we're recording. And just as a content warning, if you are easily upset with people getting upset over things, just kind of be cautious with this, because I could not keep it together for part of this episode, and I don't think we're editing that out.
If you feel compelled to support us, the social media links are in the descriptions. You know where to find them. But with all of that out of the way, this is the Junko Furuta case. Junko Furuta was a Japanese high school student who was abducted, tortured, raped, and murdered in the late 1980s. Her murder case was named Concrete Encased High School Girl Murder Case.
That's a mouthful.
When you translate Japanese nicknames, they tend to be...
Okay. No offense to podcasts.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not hating. I love the
I
Japanese.
know that podcasts, they do kind of like ramble on. So, let me see if I can find another one that actually... I guess this one. Let's do this one. I get it. It's scary, it's bad.
One of the most common suggestions to make a video about, and one of the most common questions on Q&As that I get, is what is the most horrific case I've ever heard of? It's a case that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of by now, but I'm not sure if you've ever heard about it in complete, gruesome detail.
Wait. Did he kind of like sealed her up in like cement, right?
This is the story of Junko Furuta, widely considered to be one of the worst crimes ever committed in human history. So for the love of God, please don't watch this if you're sensitive to extreme violence, especially of the sexual variety.
I haven't read the details, but I know there were pictures around going
Junko Furuta was a young woman who was born in Misato in the Saitama prefecture of Japan. Her family consisted of a mother, father, an older brother, and a younger brother. She attended high school at a school in Saitama while working part-time at a plastic molding factory after school. She was saving up for a big graduation trip she was planning. She was all set up to start working at an electronics store after she graduated. She was fairly popular and well-liked by her classmates. She had great grades and was hardly ever absent. She was active, attractive, and attracted a lot of attention, which made some people jealous. She didn't drink, didn't smoke, and definitely never touched any drugs. This made her seem very lame in the eyes of the thugs around the school, the Yakuza wannabes. One of the boys in this group was named Hiroshi Miyano. He actually developed a bit of a crush on her and wanted to get physical with her. He proposed this and she refused. Hiroshi was a pretty big bully in this school, one of the only ones actually involved with the younger members of the Yakuza at the time. Usually, nobody dared defy him. He couldn't believe that Junko actually had the gall to turn him down. Hiroshi did not take this well at all. He couldn't believe that anyone would ever reject him. He took it as a complete and total insult. He got together with a few of his wannabe Yakuza buddies and they all hatched a plan to get revenge on Junko. They would get another one of their friends to attack Junko, and then Hiroshi would come to the rescue. After he won a bit of her trust, they could take her wherever they wanted. On November 25th of 1988, Junko was riding her bike home from her part-time job when an unknown boy attacked her and knocked her off of her bike. The boy who liked her, Hiroshi Miyano, was conveniently across the street while the whole thing happened. He came to Junko's aid and scared off the random boy. He then offered to escort her home. Everything seemed to be going as planned. While Junko didn't actually trust him, it seemed better than the alternative of possibly being attacked again. She didn't have any idea that Hiroshi harbored any sort of hatred towards her. She wouldn't have imagined that he would be planning anything like this. Hiroshi took Junko into an abandoned warehouse and revealed his Yakuza connections to her. He then took his time raping her over and over. Then he took her to a hotel. In the hotel, he called his friends, Joe Ogura and Yasushi Watanabe. From then on, he and his 3 friends took turns assaulting her. Unfortunately, this was not their first time doing this, as they had just recently done it to another girl in the past few weeks. They decided that they were having far too much fun to just set her free again. There was also the possibility that she would call the cops and tell them what happened, and they couldn't have that. The next morning, Hiroshi took Junko to a nearby park, where Joe, Yasushi, and a 4th boy, Nobuharu Minato, were waiting. They learned Junko's address and used it to threaten her, telling her that they would kill her entire family if she tried to get away. The 4 teenage boys then took her back to Minato's parents' home, where they continued to assault her. This is where, for 42 more days, she would be held prisoner. On the 3rd day that Junko was missing, her parents were dealing with the police, trying to get her found. Knowing this would happen, the captors made her call her parents and tell them that she had run away and was staying with a friend, safe and sound. She was forced to ask her mom to stop the investigation. They held Junko captive in the bedroom, forcing her to pose as one of the boys' girlfriend. It didn't take long for the parents to realize that this was a lie. Eventually, they dropped the whole girlfriend act altogether, as it was very clear that they weren't going to get in any trouble. Immediately after arriving at the home, the boys forced Junko into becoming their toy. They beat her relentlessly and raped her countless times a day, often taking turns.
That's usually how it is.
They were proud of what they were doing, regularly boasting to their friends that they had a woman trapped and ready for their personal use.
That is so
They invited a load of their friends to come over and have their way with her. In the first few days, at least 30 of them raped her, and at least 100 knew of her imprisonment. Even women were invited to come see the spectacle, with a young girl even being invited to come over and see the prisoner, who then took a pen and doodled on her face. By the day 7 mark, Junko had been already completely stripped of all of her humanity. She was forced to be naked at all times and was constantly beaten and humiliated. They would shove her into the freezer for hours when they were bored with her, only pulling her out when they wanted to assault her again. Nobuharu Minato's brother and parents were living in the same house that she was being held in. His brother did nothing, aside from informing him that Junko might die at this rate. His parents were afraid to intervene as they had seen Nobuharu's violent nature firsthand. They also knew of his association with the Yakuza and feared of their possible retaliation. And most disgustingly, they worried about losing their good reputation in the community. After about 10 days of this torture, Junko's body was already starting to fail her. Because of the ongoing, endless beatings, so much blood had accumulated in her sinuses that she could no longer breathe through her nose. Her digestive system was also beginning to refuse food and water. If she attempted to eat or drink anything, she would instantly vomit. This also led to severe dehydration. Anytime she would vomit, her attackers would get angry and beat her even further. A vicious cycle that had no end in sight. When the nights got even colder, she was forced to sleep on the balcony of the home in extreme cold temperatures, sometimes near or below freezing. Eventually, one of the men that the attackers would invite over to the house to see Junko would go on to tell someone else about her, his brother. This brother of his ended up informing the police about what was going on at the Minato house. 2 officers were soon dispatched to go check things out. Minato's parents came to the door. When the police explained the situation, the parents simply responded that there was no girl in the house. The police took it at face value, thanked them, and left, without ever bothering to check even a single detail.
Yeah, I know that Japanese law is...
After 20 days of torture, Junko was rendered completely unable to walk. She had had lighter fluid poured on her legs and set on fire, leaving her with severe burns. Her legs had also been targeted so severely during the beatings that they were left with severe muscle damage. She was unable to grip anything with her hands anymore, as they had been smashed with dumbbells to the point where her bones were crushed and her fingernails were shattered. Some nights later, the attackers got more rowdy than usual and ended up drinking too much. Junko took this as a chance to try to escape. She crawled down the stairs from the bedroom and reached the phone downstairs. She picked up the phone and began to call the police. The phone rang, and an officer picked up. Just as she was about to speak, Hiroshi came up behind her and grabbed the phone from her hands. He put the receiver to his ear and said, "I dialed by mistake," hanging up the phone. She was then pulled back into the bedroom. She was in complete terror, as she would obviously be severely punished for this. And she was correct. They punished her by holding her down and taunting her by waving a candle's flame all around her. Then they covered her entire body, mainly her legs, in lighter fluid and set her on fire once more. Afterwards, she started convulsing. The boys told everyone that she was faking it and set her on fire once again, only to put it out shortly after. Somehow, she survived. From this point on, she began begging her captors to just kill her and be done with it. They wouldn't grant her that favor. After being set on fire, they discovered a new way to torture her. The boys would hold her head against the concrete while the others would jump on it. One can only imagine what kind of pain and damage this would have caused. After about 30 days, Junko was no longer able to urinate properly. She had suffered severe damage to her genitals after they had been burned with cigarette lighters. She also had various foreign objects inserted into her, many sharp and jagged. Even fireworks had been inserted into her. The fireworks were not limited to only one orifice, as they were also inserted into her anus, mouth, and ears as well. She was left with eardrum damage so severe that she was nearly deaf at this point. Her hands and feet were so damaged that she could hardly move. At best, she could crawl. It took her over an hour to crawl to the bathroom. A later report showed that her brain size was greatly reduced by this point in time. Due to her hellish appearance, the boys no longer found her attractive. They used the same strategy again to abduct and gang rape another 19-year-old woman while she was on her way home from work.
I just splattered. Oh.
During these 44 days of hell, Junko Furuta was forced to withstand the most unspeakable torture and suffering that a person can imagine. Some of what was done to her includes being raped many times every single day, day and night, in all orifices. More than 100 men are believed to have raped her by the end. Sometimes she was raped by up to 12 different attackers in a single day. Constant humiliation. She was forced to be left naked most of the time. Many of the men who raped her also urinated on her. She was forced to pleasure herself in front of the attackers for their entertainment. She was beaten physically every day. She was beaten with golf clubs, iron rods, bamboo sticks, and various other objects. She had dumbbells dropped all over her body and her head stomped against the ground, face first. She had hot wax poured all over her face with a focus on her eyelids. Her eyelids were also burned with cigarettes and cigarette lighters. She was violated with a long list of various objects shoved into all orifices, including but not limited to bottles, both broken and unbroken, iron bars, scissors, roasting needles, chicken skewers, and more. She was given only the strict bare minimum of food and water. At times, she was forced to eat cockroaches and drink urine. She had fireworks put into all of her orifices, leaving damage and severe burns. She had her left nipple ripped off by a pair of pliers. She would be tied up flat on the floor and had dumbbells dropped all over her body. The drops on her abdomen were so hard that it caused her to lose all control of her bowels. She was hung from the ceiling and used as a punching bag. She was shoved into a freezer and kept there for hours at a time. Her eyelids were burned with hot wax and lighters when she closed her eyes in fear. Her breasts were stabbed with sewing needles, the needles often being left inside. Her genitals were burned with cigarettes and lighters. She had a hot, lit light bulb inserted into her vagina and moved around until it shattered. By the end, she looked like a completely different person after all of the damage. It was hard to even make out her facial features. Her body was severely damaged and crippled, and she smelled as if she were already rotting. She was continuously heavily bleeding from her genitals from all of the abuse. She wheezed heavily, struggling to breathe from all of the blood accumulated in her sinuses. On day 40, January 1st, Junko woke up to New Year's Day alone. She spent the day begging to be killed, completely unable to move. 3 days later, on the fateful day of the 4th of January, the boys challenged Junko to a game of Mahjong Solitaire and forced her to play. Somehow, even in her condition, she won the game. This infuriated her captors, who treated her to a severe beating with an iron barbell, and then poured lighter fluid all over her arms, her legs, her stomach, and finally her face, dumping lighter fluid even into her eyes. Then they put a candle to her face, igniting it all. She weakly attempted to put out the flames, but didn't have the strength to do so. This final torture lasted for a grueling 2 hours altogether. Already having been in a horrible condition, Junko went into shock and finally died the following day. Minato's brother called him within 24 hours to inform him that Junko had died. The boys all rushed over to the house in a panic. Fearing what would certainly be a life sentence, or even a death sentence, the boys started to freak out. But they came up with a plan. The captors then put her body into a 55-gallon oil drum and filled it to the brim with concrete. A small bit of Junko's long hair was poking out the top of the concrete, something they apparently didn't notice. They disposed of the barrel at a construction site in Koto, Tokyo. Seeing that place now, you'd never imagine something like this was buried there. There was originally a good chance that the police would never find out who did this. There weren't any clues to go on. Luckily, Hiroshi is a moron. While he was being questioned by the police 2 weeks later involving their recent gang rape of the unrelated 19-year-old woman, he got confused and thought the police were talking about Junko, as the cases were so similar. And thinking that one of the other boys must have already confessed, he spilled the beans. He realized his mistake, but it was already too late, and he told the police where they had hid the body. Joe Ogura had already been arrested for another unrelated sexual assault case. He was quickly also arrested for Junko's case as well. The other boys were then arrested within the next few days. Later, the drum was finally opened and the concrete was broke open, revealing Junko's long-deceased body in a nightmare-inducing, horrific condition. Junko's family was notified and told of what happened to her in detail. When her mother heard the details of what was done to her, she fainted. She ended up in a long-term stay in a psychiatric hospital. An autopsy was performed on Junko, revealing the true horror of what had happened to her. Small bottles were found still stuck in her rectal cavity, and it was revealed that she was pregnant, although the damage to her uterus was severe.
Holy shit.
Her face was so completely mutilated that she had to be identified by her fingerprints. Being that they were juveniles, the court withheld the names of the 4 captors, but journalists from Shukan Bunshin magazine were able to find out exactly who they were and published the names of all of them, stating that they were inhuman and therefore didn't deserve human rights.
Yes.
Nobody really contested this. As we know, they were Hiroshi Miyano, 18 at the time, Joe Ogura, also 18 at the time, Nobuharu Minato, who was 16 at the time, and Yasushi Watanabe, who was 17. All 4 of these monsters were caught and sent to trial. During each trial, it was pretty common for onlookers to pass out upon hearing the details of the case. Even with all that they had done, they didn't really show any semblance of remorse. And despite all of this, they received extremely light sentences for such horrific crimes. They were actually still being tried as juveniles, but after much backlash, they were changed to adult status. Still, after being upgraded to adult status, they received unbelievably light sentences. Something that, to this day, continues to enrage people who hear about this case. The boys, somehow, were not charged with murder. Instead, they received a charge called causing bodily injury resulting in death. In Japan, the juvenile court system is far more focused on rehabilitation rather than punishment. Something that you'll remember if you saw my Yukio Yamaji video. Usually this means that juveniles will end up getting relatively very low sentences. Hiroshi was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Minato got a 5 to 7 year sentence himself. Watanabe got 9 years, and Joe got an 8-year sentence. One sad thing is that these monsters actually received even lower sentences than that at first. They were only increased to the still low amount after an appeal. It was so low that some people even questioned if their Yakuza ties were to blame for this. By the time of this recording, every single one of the 4 boys is out of jail and living free. 3 of them were in jail for less than 8 years. Hiroshi, the ringleader, was sentenced to 17 years originally. He tried to appeal, but as kind of a fuck you, the judge actually upped his case to 20 years. The same thing happened to 2 of the other boys, and after seeing enough, the 4th boy decided not to try to appeal. However, they all ended up getting out long before those sentences were actually up. And I bet you're wondering if they continued to commit crimes after they got out of jail. Well, let's see. After Nobuhara Minato got out of jail, he changed his first name to Shinji. He did this for obvious reasons. In 2006, he got married to a woman from Romania and had a daughter together. They soon divorced, and the wife ended up with custody of the child. Minato couldn't stay away from murder for too long. He was eventually arrested again for the attempted murder of a businessman. The man had noticed Minato staring at him, to which he asked, "What are you looking at?" Minato came over and punched the man. The man then got out of his car and a fight ensued. It escalated to the point that Minato took out a baton and beat him severely. As the victim tried to get back into his car, Minato slashed his neck with a knife he had hidden. The police were called at some point and they rushed to aid the victim. In the chaos, Minato escaped. He was soon caught and arrested. He denied attempted murder, saying he only intended to beat the man. The case is ongoing. Joe Ogura was released in August of 1999. He also ended up changing his name to Joe Kamisaku. He actually had the gall to brag about his role in the kidnap and torture. His father had vowed to give their entire life savings to Junko's family out of shame, but Joe ended up taking this money and using it for himself to live a fairly extravagant lifestyle. Joe's mother wasn't much better, as she actually vandalized Junko's grave, saying that it was Junko who ruined her son's life. Joe actually managed to find some women to date him. He ended up marrying a Chinese woman, but the marriage didn't last too long. Afterwards, he started dating another woman. He went back to prison in July 2004 for 7 years for beating a guy he thought was luring his girlfriend away from him. He had kidnapped and beaten the man for 4 hours. He proudly told the victim that he had killed before and would do it again. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison. But in 2009, he was once again free, and he is still free to this day. The ringleader, Hiroshi Miyano, went right back into his previous gang activity immediately after being released from prison. He was arrested for fraud at some point after this, but didn't see jail time for it. Right now, it seems that he's living a fairly normal life. Some might even say a good life. He is a regular patron at a local kickboxing gym and appears to have a normal social life. As of now, Yasushi Watanabe is the only one of the 4 boys who hasn't been arrested since. Because of that, it's not really known what he's been up to. Since the investigation first started, the police have been able to get DNA from the sperm and pubic hairs found in evidence to link several more criminals to the crime, including 2 men named Koichi Ihara and Tetsuo Nakamura, both of whom were arrested, and there are probably many others who have not been revealed to the public. It is unknown if they will all face any sort of charges. Time will tell. So there it is, the worst case I've ever heard of. I get this question a lot, and it's just always this one. There are a couple of others that come kinda close, but it's really hard to top something like this. I mean, you've got the brutality, the length, the scale. I mean, just... So asking if you like this video seems a little bit fucked up. So if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. It helps.
Enjoy and like are pretty much the same thing. But yes, that was a very heavy story. I'm not gonna get nightmares out of it, but my heart goes for her family and for her. Like, that's fucked up. Just because she rejected no sleep for you. Hey, we're doing a true crime stream here. If I can't sleep, you can't sleep. Okay? Alright? That's the deal. That's the deal.
I stutter just like a pig. Because this country is like the mother of all countries. And what happens in the US can change the entire world.
So how do you want to change it? With death? With blood?
Yes, this is the only way out. They want to see blood, and I give them blood.
This is the railroad killer. He evaded the death penalty for years by pleading to be legally insane. And since his arrest, nobody has been able to prove him wrong.
There is something wrong with him, but does it make him any less morally responsible?
The FBI was convinced that out of his 23 victims,
you do bad,
none
you
survived.
get fucked. That's
until one did.
I'm Holly, and I'm the only known survivor of the railroad serial killer.
Assaulted, beaten, stabbed, and left for dead, 20-year-old Holly K. Dunn came face to face with the infamous railroad killer.
It was a horror show. Heads beaten to a pulp, just horrific violence.
But instead of succumbing to her injuries, she became the sole survivor out of his 23 alleged victims, the only one able to stop him.
From his perspective, she basically came back from the grave to nail him.
Holly was fresh out of her parents' house in Indiana, as she had just left for college with her boyfriend.
In late August 1997, I was a student at the University of Kentucky. It was about the second night of classes. It was a Thursday night,
and I went to a party with my boyfriend, Chris Meyer, not far from campus.
Later that night, the two decided to leave to take a walk beside the railroad tracks. It is at this point that they came face to face with a shadowy figure.
It was very dark and you couldn't see very well, so it was very startling to see someone come out that was crouched behind an electrical box.
The man gave them a menacing look, pulled out a weapon, and ran towards them.
And I don't remember being
That is
hit.
very true.
I think he thought he had killed me.
During the assault, she had to go through much more than just getting knocked out. But what really happened that night would only be revealed years later, during her attacker's trial. When she eventually woke up, her boyfriend wasn't responsive at all. Holly had to leave him there and went to look for help on her own.
I was definitely knocked out, but I somehow, at some point, got up to get help. All I could think was go get help.
The night of August 29th, 1997, about 2:45 in the morning, we received a call for a female that had been injured.
Behind the phone is Chad Getz, another student. He was studying late until a woman covered in blood broke into his house.
The screen door was closed. I opened the screen door and walked into this person's house.
I was sitting in my chair studying, and out of the corner of my eye, I just glimpsed something. Her face, it looked like a boxer whenever they get cut during a boxing match. I thought she was going to die. There was no doubt in my mind.
Despite her broken jaw, Holly was still able to speak. After laying down, she told him that her boyfriend was still down by the tracks.
And I did keep saying to him, my friend's still out there. Be sure they know my friend's still out there. My friend's still out there.
Soon after Chad made the call, the police and paramedics arrived and checked up on Holly.
When we walked through the front door, I remember seeing a lot of dry blood on her face and in her hair. Had some deformity to her jaw.
Alright, I'll see you soon,
puncture
okay?
wound, I believe, in her neck.
Sherry.
She was able to tell us her name was Holly and that she'd been beaten, and she told us she was hurting.
She gave the paramedics more details about what happened to her and asked them to leave her and go look for Chris instead.
She told us that her friend was down the tracks. One of the paramedics that I was with said he would go down there with the police to find this person. The third paramedic came back. He confirmed us that there was a body down there that had been hit in the head with a rock, and that he wasn't viable for us to call for another ambulance to transport him to the hospital. But he whispered it to me so not to let the girl know what he had found. So we didn't want to make her situation any worse than it already was.
At the hospital, Holly kept asking her family about Chris.
Everyone was told not to talk to me. I just said, Chris is dead, isn't he? And my dad actually is the one that I said that to, and he was like, yes, he died. He was charming and so sweet and kind. He was just a great guy. When Chris died, I think I didn't understand why I was still alive and why he wasn't.
And this wasn't the only shocking revelation she had to deal with that night.
Are you
since the police
still here?
immediately
I thought
linked
you
the
went
case to more murders.
At that point, 4 people had been murdered and I was the only survivor.
The realization that not only Chris died,
Here, I
but
thought
also
you were
more
already in
people
bed,
came crashing down as the survivor's guilt she felt was unbearable.
I started to feel it more as more and more people were being killed. It grew bigger. You know, all these people were dying by this person, but somehow I lived through it. And why did I live through it?
As he kept killing more and more people, investigators started to lose hope.
He would not stop, and his mode of transportation using the railroads was brilliant because they couldn't be monitored. I mean, there's thousands of trains and millions of miles of tracks all over the United States.
Devin Anderson, the state prosecutor, discovered that he was a train hopper with multiple aliases.
If you're willing to sleep in a train and you're willing to sleep in a field, or you can stay lost for a long time, and I did not think we were ever going to catch him.
On the verge of death at the hospital, Holly still wanted to help investigators, and to their surprise, she ended up being extremely helpful to the case. Even if she was weakened by her injuries, she took mental notes of everything she could remember about her attacker's appearance.
I mean, I was doing things during the attack thinking, I'm gonna burn your face into my memory. I'm going to remember every tattoo you have, every scar you have. I'm gonna look on every part of your body and I'm gonna know everything about you. Because if I survive this, I'm gonna get
If you guys hear a lot of
Despite being
purring, it's
disfigured and
because of
heavily
the
injured, she survived, but it would take a while
the
before
kitty.
she got a chance to call him out. After 3 years and 9 more victims, the FBI finally identified the man to be Angel Maturino Resendez, a criminal from Puebla, Mexico, who recently got caught crossing the U.S. border. The only reason they were able to catch him was because of the tattoos and scars descriptions given by Holly years earlier. The sketches and
you heard
general
her?
descriptions had been useless so far, since he was always changing his appearance after killing someone. Now that they knew his identity, they got his sister to persuade him to turn himself in exchange for a psychological evaluation. But what they didn't know was that he was already planning his defense.
Now she's playing with
Insanity
my
was the
microphone. I'm
logical
sorry.
defense because no one wants to believe that there's someone out there that will do things like that. That was the thing that worried me the most about the case, was that jurors would just throw up their hands and say, nobody in their right mind could do what he does.
Mr. Resendez, would you please rise?
As Holly heard the news about her attacker's arrest, her traumatizing memories came flooding back.
I mean, it was a relief for me. I mean, I was still very scared. This really meant, I think, when he surrendered, that I knew that I was going to face him again.
After years of pursuit, Prosecutor Anderson finally got to see the man she so far only knew as the Railroad Killer.
You could feel he was dangerous. He was a dangerous person. He looked like a wild animal who had been caught.
As Anderson guessed, his defense team planned an insanity defense. If successful, Resendez could be put in an institution and eventually even released into the world. But the prosecutor still had one last trick up her sleeve.
I flew into Houston with my family the night before I was going to testify, and I woke up during the middle of the night screaming and crying. What I was most worried about, I think, when I testified was seeing him again.
Mere minutes before the trial started, Anderson took a minute to talk to the panicked Holly.
I went back there and said, okay, are you ready? And she said, yep. And I said, he's going to be in there looking at you. Don't look at him, just look at me. Don't look at him until I ask you to.
She took a second to give her a hug and pointed her towards the doors.
I cannot imagine the amount of courage she had to marshal to come into that courtroom, to walk in and face him.
She chose to present Holly as the last testimony of the trial. As the sole survivor, she was her only hope to convince the jury.
If I could actually mix my cat in real life with my Vtuber without exposing myself.
I knew that I wanted Holly to testify last, so by the time she took the stand, the jury had heard the gruesome details of all the other murders that we had solved at that point. When I went into the courtroom, I sat down in the chair to testify. I did not look at him. I was looking straight at Devin.
As an opener, Anderson asked her a very unusual question. What did you do last weekend? But behind that question was an opportunity to empower her and show to Resendez that she was stronger than him.
I was really excited to say I graduated from college. To me, I was saying to him, you didn't destroy me.
No, my cable is not for fun. My cable is already almost broken.
Finally,
let it go.
Holly was allowed to share
Let
her
it
story
go.
publicly, as beforehand, it had to be kept secret for the investigation.
Then I went into the details of that night.
After explaining that Resendez first asked for money before forcing them to kneel down in front of him, Holly went to explain the actual assault. Be warned that the following segment may be disturbing to some people.
Darling. He made Chris get down on his knees and started going through Chris's backpack. I thought he was looking for money, but really what he was doing was tying up Chris's hands behind his back with his backpack. At that point, with the weapon in his hand, he took off my belt and he tied my hands behind my back with my belt. He pulled Chris into the grass beside the tracks.
With Resendez's attention focused on
play
Chris,
with your stuff.
Holly could have ran at any moment.
I was not going to leave Chris. I remember him ripping a shirt and he tied up my legs, he tied up Chris's legs, and then he made gags for us. Chris had said, run if you can, and I couldn't get my legs untied, so I couldn't run. I don't know how much time passed between that time and when our attacker came with the rock. It was like so heavy that he was having to like kind of hold it like a baby, and I just remember him coming over to Chris and he just dropped it on his head.
And it was like a dream. I mean, I didn't really understand what was happening.
In her confusion, she heard a loud noise, a sound she had never heard before.
What I heard was actually a death rattle. It was his last breath. That's what I heard.
After the murder, he turned his eyes towards Holly, and from the way he was looking at her, she knew he had something else other than murder on his mind, but she was determined to fight him.
And then he climbed on top of me, and I knew at that moment he was going to rape me. I tried to kick him, I tried to punch him, and he stabbed me in my neck. And he said, "Look how easily I could kill you."
And this is the moment it happened. Out of respect for Holly and the other victims of Resendez, we won't be covering much of the assault past this point, but note that afterward, Resendez tried to kill her.
My mind completely blacked out.
He hit me hard. He was trying to kill me. I laid there and he thought I was dead. I'm just thinking, I mean, how did this, what, I don't even know what just happened.
With this last statement, Holly finished her testimony.
Cat.
The entire courtroom was
Come
filled
here.
with a mix of disgust, disbelief,
Cat.
and sadness.
Come
And at
here.
that moment, Anderson looked straight into Holly's eyes.
Just, I felt so proud of her for doing it. And she cried. I mean, she was very, emotional, but she told it, she got it out.
The jurors were crying. Devin was crying.
It was the moment I had been waiting for in the trial because I wanted a victim of his to face him down because no one else could.
But Anderson wasn't done yet, as she went on to ask her last question to Holly, the question that would finally put an end to the railroad killer's rampage. To her, everything else had been building up to this moment. Anderson asked, "Can you please identify the accused? What is he wearing?"
And so at this moment, I knew I was going to have to look at him. So I look at him and I, point to him and I say, he's wearing a white button-down shirt.
I have never felt such relief in my entire life, and I probably never will. Just thank God. And it was a great moment. It's a great moment because she got to call him out for all those other people sitting in the courtroom and for all those other people who were dead. She got to call him out. It was great.
And as I'm saying that, I feel my hearing going into my head. I get really hot. And I feel like I'm about to faint.
Even though it was a cathartic moment for Holly, one can only handle that much.
I saw him and he had basically a emotionless face. I broke down at that point and they had to carry me out of the courtroom.
Oh.
I was so emotionally destroyed. I mean, I couldn't give any more than I gave during that trial.
After Holly was carried outside of the courtroom, Anderson addressed the jurors one last time before they finally gave their verdict.
There is something wrong with him, but does it make him any less morally responsible? No.
The jury did find that he was a future danger to society, so the judge
yeah.
sentenced him to death.
Whew, yes, my favorite.
One surprising fact is how fast Holly landed back on her feet. Way before the execution, even before the trial itself, she was already trying to help other victims.
I started speaking about 2 years after the attack.
He said, "Look how easily I could kill you."
To me, it felt like part of my healing process to talk about it and to cry about it and to be emotional, because for so long I had to kind of detach emotion from it.
The way that I went on with my life was I had to forgive him and look for the good that could come from this.
When I was speaking, I didn't have to worry about that. I could work through my emotions, and that really helped me in my healing process. Being a survivor is one thing, but helping other survivors and knowing how to do that in a professional manner was another thing.
And she isn't using the word professional lightly. She literally turned her entire life around with the urge she felt to help other survivors. This is why she decided to found her own advocacy center for victims of violent crimes. They opened in 2008 and have already served justice to more than 300 survivors.
Holly is a hero because she did not let what happened to her destroy her. She decided to make it her reason to live, or her reason to help people.
And even if her work today is very impressive, her internal journey was even more so. She ended up redefining herself. No more was she a victim. She was now a survivor.
A survivor is someone who gets up each day and lives their life and can choose happiness, can choose to smile. I think that that's a survivor. You don't have to be a person who goes out and does public speaking or writes a book. You get up each day and you put your 2 feet on the ground and you choose to do something. It's that simple.
He attempted to destroy her, but she's the one who came up on top. Today, she wants her story to be heard. For all the voiceless survivors out there, she wants them to know that they survived for a reason.
I survived because I wasn't done. I survived to do something.
Hello there, b****. Are you comfortable right now? Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. You are obviously here against your will. For a little while, at least, you need to get your shit together and listen to this tape.
This audio recording was made by David Parker Ray, also known as the Toy Box Killer.
I was waiting for the bus, and I put on one asked to meet her ride. I got a phone number hers, and
oh man, I hyper-focused, didn't I? Fucks. I'm sorry. Hi. Hi. Welcome. Anybody who's
This
looking.
man is
Hi.
the ex-Marine
Hi.
who became
Welcome.
a serial killer. What you're about to hear is extremely disturbing, as he calmly describes kidnapping
When it comes to
19-year-old
true
Jennifer
crime and stuff,
Aspenson.
I'm just like, holy
I remember she
crap.
said she was getting up like around 6, so I
And it doesn't
got in
help
my
that I'm
car
also
and I
on
drove
Twitter,
back towards
trying
that
to
area.
network
How you
and trying to
doing?
bring you guys
Thank you for
more,
coming last night.
test subjects to
And
play
she
with.
opened, I grabbed her by the hair, and then she got scared, and I produced the gun. I told her to turn around, I tied her hands behind her back. I put her in the trunk, and then I started driving off.
Jennifer Aspenson, 19 years old, attacked, kidnapped, taken to the middle of a desert, but she escaped, twice, before finally making it out alive. When she told the police, no one believed her story was true. It took 5 more years for Andrew Urdialis to be brought to justice, where he confessed to having murdered 8 women. During the trial, Jennifer finally got her chance to face him and put an end to his 10-year-long rampage.
He's pure evil, and he's gonna pay for what he did.
It's September 27th, 1992. In the city of Palm Springs, California, 2 men stop in the middle of the desert, intercepted by a woman, half naked, with bite marks on her neck. She tells them that a man has been trying to kill her. The 2 men escort her to the closest gas station, where they contact the Palm Springs Police Department. When police arrive, the woman named Jennifer Aspenson tells them how the man who calls himself Andrew kidnapped her, threatened her with a gun, before trapping her inside the trunk of his car. The police tell Jennifer they have reason to believe she might be lying, that it's more likely she just had a fight with her boyfriend, dismissing her story completely. They take pictures of the marks on her neck and send her home. Jennifer is destroyed. She goes back to her life in constant fear that one day Andrew will turn up at her house. After years of dealing with her own trauma, someone knocks at Jennifer's door. It's the California State Police. They ask Jennifer to follow them to the police department. As she's sitting across from an investigator, he shows her pictures of potential suspects, asking Jennifer to identify the man who she claims abducted her 5 years prior. Without looking at the others, she pushes his picture forward with absolute certainty. That's when the officer tells her the shocking truth about the man called Andrew.
And he said, this guy is a serial killer. He killed 8 women, and you're the only one that got away.
The day before her abduction, Jennifer is on her way to work a night shift, where she attends to children with special needs.
I would work from 10 at night till 6 in the morning, but I was young. I was 19. I had a wonderful job.
She misses the late bus, worried that if she's late, she might lose her job. A car drives by and slows down
Hey,
next
when
to
I got
her.
hit by
The
a
man
car, I
inside looks
still went to
kind
my
and
job.
asks
I was
Jennifer
like,
if she
yeah, I'm
needs
not
a
gonna
ride.
be late.
She refuses out of instinct.
Everybody started
even though
yelling at
she
me
doesn't
saying,
feel
"Why are
threatened
you
by the
here?"
stranger. As the man drives away, Jennifer changes her mind.
I did think he's a stranger, but he looked small, glasses on, just harmless.
She gets in, and they drive off. During the car ride, they talk about random things, and she starts to get comfortable with him, feeling silly for even worrying about taking the ride. As he drops her off, he asks her if she wants to go to breakfast when she gets off work. She declines, saying she has a boyfriend. The man insists. He asks for her phone number.
And when I wrecked my car,
thought,
I called my boyfriend, then I called my boss, and he asked how late I would be.
During her night shift, Jennifer
Oh,
forgets all
dude.
about the
Okay,
man she
so
probably won't see again.
while I was at
September
work, when I
27th,
was living
1992,
over in
around
Lebanon,
6 a.m., as
my
Jennifer is
apartment
leaving
burned down.
work and heading
Okay.
toward the bus stop,
While
she
it was
notices a
burning down,
car
I was like, oh
similar to
man,
the
I
one
hope
she
that's
got
not
in the
my
night
place.
before.
Then my coworker
It's
comes in and says,
Andrew
hey,
again.
by the way, your
He
place is
rolls
on
down his
fire.
window and
I'm
offers
like,
her to go
what?
get breakfast.
I run over there,
laughing, like,
and I'm
"You
in,
shouldn't give
in
up."
front of the flames.
And I
I'm
just
just
thought,
literally just watching everything burn. I'm like,
He's
fuck,
obviously
great,
nice.
awesome.
He didn't do anything to hurt me.
And
the
I'm
night
talking
before,
to
and so
this
I got in the car.
Red Cross person. They're like,
Once she's inside,
telling us
something
how much
switches in
money
the
they're
man's
gonna give
face.
us for
He brings up the phone
us
number
to
that I
stay in
gave
like
him
in a hotel
and
or
just
something, and I'm
screamed.
like, okay, cool.
I called that
My
number,
freaking
and some
assistant
old
manager goes
dancer.
like, hey, by the
Before she
way,
can
are you
make
gonna
sense of
come
what's
back?
happening, her
Like,
head is
bro, my
smashed against the
apartment
glove
just
box.
caught on fire.
The man takes out a gun and rope,
I'm
orders
not
Jennifer
gonna
to
come
turn around,
back.
and
Like,
binds her hands
literally
together.
have no home right now.
He was screaming
I'm
at me, calling
kind
me
of
names. I didn't know
busy
if he
right
was
now.
gonna
He's like,
slit
oh,
my
well,
throat.
guess
I didn't
what?
know what he
You
was
either
gonna
have
do.
to come back or you
He
have to
pulls
find
her
someone to
seat down
replace
to
your
keep
shit.
her out of sight,
And I'm
and
like, are
drives
you
off.
serious?
After only a few minutes,
And
the
he's
car
like,
turns
yeah.
onto a road
I'm like,
leading
alright,
far
whatever.
into the desert.
I called
Jennifer
one of
can
my
only imagine
coworkers
what's going
who
to happen to her.
was
I could
actually,
see the
luckily,
telephone
my front
and
neighbor.
We passed one telephone
And
pole.
I'm like,
then the
hey,
next.
Brandon, do you see the
more
commotion
that
that's happening outside?
the
He's
more
like,
hope
yeah.
that
I was
I
like, well,
lost.
yeah, that was my apartment. Do you mind going
The
into
man
work
pulls
for
over
me?
and he pulls out a large knife
And
and starts
he's
cutting
like,
Jennifer's clothes
alright,
off.
I don't
She
mind.
can see he's
Alright,
done
I'm
this
like, thank you,
before.
dude.
She tries to fight him off, but the man is too strong and aggressive. Every
I
time
was
she
so
fights
shaken.
back,
He was like,
she
don't
only
worry
gets
about
hurt.
coming in.
Then, he
Like, if
forces
you were in a
himself on her.
car wreck,
But something
why would...
happens.
Oh,
Andrew
these...
sees that he can't
I
perform.
understand because I have
This only
management,
makes
so I
him
understand.
angrier.
But if one of your employees is literally having
started
a
to
emergency, guess what?
I felt my
You
face
can just shut the
really,
fuck up, cover their
hot,
shift,
and my
you know,
vision started to get
do
really
your
weird.
job.
For a brief moment, she loses
Don't
consciousness,
pass the buck.
only to wake up as he's biting at her neck, screaming like a madman.
That's when he got out of the car and he went to the trunk and he pulled out a brown shopping bag full of knives. I finally realized he's gonna murder me.
She gets out of the car and starts running through the desert.
I just ran and I imagined he was gonna shoot me.
Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain on the back of her head. Jennifer falls to the ground as the man is dragging her back to the
I was
car.
training a new hire around the time.
He puts her in the trunk of the car, slamming it shut.
Were you
telling
the
her
only
he's
person
going
who
to
was
kill
able
her.
to train them?
Jennifer is terrified. She can't see anything.
And got COVID
her
in a
hands
big
tied
car.
behind
Oh,
her back,
fuck.
locked inside a moving car.
When was
Her hope of
this?
escape is gone.
It sounds like a very,
And I just
early in
started
the
praying
year
out
thing.
loud.
At that moment, she feels a surge of strength overwhelm her. She pulls her hands apart,
April? Okay,
breaking
yeah,
the
the
twine
beginning
that
of the
binds
year.
them together. She can't believe her hands are free, but there's no time to wait. Andrew is driving her to her grave. In the dark, she can't see anything, but uses her hands to feel her surroundings. She tears the interior of the trunk apart, searching for some way to open it. She pulls on a handle, releasing the cover, but Andrew notices and pulls the car over.
Then he came around to the back of the trunk.
Yeah, this was... My situation was years ago.
On it.
With the
I
trunk
did got
barely
COVID at the
open,
beginning
he
of
doesn't
the
see
year, though,
Jennifer's hands are
which was
untied, so he
suckish.
slams it shut and gets back in the car. Jennifer can hear
Apparently
the tires
Hex
are
thought I
spinning
was
in the
gonna
sand.
die.
She knows he got stuck, and this might be her only chance to escape. She pulls the trunk open and starts to run and run.
I turned around and he was chasing me with a machete.
But she doesn't stop. On the road, a car passes by. She begs for their help. The driver locks the door. Seeing Andrew approach with the weapon, the car drives off, so she continues to run and run. She sees a truck getting close. This time, she doesn't take any chances. She stands up, half naked, in the middle of the road, forcing the driver to stop. The two men in the truck get out and take Jennifer in. When she looks back, Andrew is nowhere to be found.
And the passenger came and put me in the back seat. They brought me to the local gas station. The police were called. Ambulance came. My mom was called.
But Jennifer never had the best of relationships with her mother, and so instead of having the support she needs, Jennifer hears her mother yell out that her daughter likes to make up stories, that she does it for attention. So no one believes Jennifer, not even the cops.
When you get out of a situation like that, it doesn't always go uphill from there.
Year after year, she lives in fear, terrified because the man has her ID cards with her address on it. Some nights, she even sleeps on the roof of her house, afraid that Andrew will turn up to finish the job. She feels unprepared, unable to defend herself. But everything changes when she meets a woman named Mika Moulton. Mika understands what Jennifer went through better than anyone. She lost her son in the worst possible way.
It is a very shallow grave, and that it appears to be the outline of a very small torso.
Losing a child is something you can never imagine. There's just this incredible need to wake up, and you can't.
Then she hears the news no parent is ever prepared to hear.
There's evidence of exceptionally
Now
brutal behavior.
Now I live
wanton cruelty.
with one of my best friends, so
He tried to shield himself, he tried to fight, but he didn't know how. And that hurt really bad for me.
Mika never knew she needed to teach her son defensive measures. But after what happened to him, she wanted to make sure that no other children would go through what Christopher did. She then creates a workshop that teaches kids how to defend themselves against potential attackers. She calls it Christopher's Clubhouse. Mika also finds ways to help survivors, like Jennifer, who goes to Mika hoping to lose her fear. With each day, Jennifer's fear grows smaller and smaller, and her power soon takes over.
Right closed. Don't open them unless you're grabbed, okay?
Damn, looking fine. Yeah, you're gonna party hard tonight.
She learns new ways to defend herself and builds a confidence no one can break. In her mind, she's preparing for the day she'll come face to face with her attacker, to be ready. The year is 1997. 5 years after she was kidnapped.
I was 7 years old.
Jennifer is sitting at the police office and has just identified him out of a lineup. The investigator tells Jennifer that Andrew Urdiales has been arrested and that he confessed to everything, to all 8 murders, but also to Jennifer's kidnapping.
Jennifer, well, I don't remember what year it was. Maybe 1992. 19 years old. Very pretty girl. Very pretty.
Why does July seem to be hopping for the I don't know, dude. I think it's the heat. Alright, I feel like the heat of us cancers, you know, our anger, our hate, everything just manifests in pure heat that makes the weather, makes the weather like extra hot, and then they just like breathe it in, you know. The moon position. Or the
Jennifer can't believe it. After all these years, her monster is finally behind bars.
That's why I have my moon.
She learns that there will be a trial and that her testimony will be crucial to the case. For all the other women who didn't make it out alive, and for the world to know what they went through. Jennifer didn't expect her face-off would be like this. For years, she's been building her strength, her barrier, but now, she's back in the same situation as before, unprepared.
I knew I had to go back there, and I had to be
in my model
so
too.
vulnerable.
Oh,
I did not want to
really?
do that in front of him.
Wait.
I asked if they could get him out of the room. They couldn't.
The very first time seeing him,
Where?
my whole body kind of froze when I
Alright,
looked at him
I'll
because
have to
I
go
hadn't
to
seen
Twitter
him in so
and
long.
look at your
And he
your
was
model.
there in front of me now, and I kind of just wanted to tell myself he's gonna pay for what he did.
Through her own bravery,
Don't tell me. Don't tell me where.
For all these
I'll
women
look
that
for
didn't
it.
get away, she was a
I'll
hero.
look for it.
Despite
I'll
pleading not
stalk you.
guilty by
Oh,
reason
yeah,
of
the necklace.
insanity, Andrew Urdiales is found guilty of all 8 murders in
Yeah, the
3 separate
necklace.
trials.
I just
Penalty
forgot
to
about
be
the
imposed upon defendant Andrew Urdiales to be death.
I just felt an overwhelming
Over my neck.
sense of relief.
There you go. Yeah.
Jennifer came face to face with the monster and won.
Actually,
she was
there's
thrown
another.
back
Oh,
into a dangerous
where?
world and found strength. And just like Mika Moulton, she became a force to be reckoned with.
I saw the stars around the arms. I mean,
because I know my life was almost taken away.
your hair.
I will find joy. I will skip. I will.
Even after everything she went through, Jennifer was able to turn her life around, demanding for something better.
I still can live an amazing life and find beauty and joy and happiness in everything. Especially letting other people know that they are not victims, they're survivors.
Jennifer Asbenson is living proof that no matter what the world throws at you, there is a power inside you, waiting to be unleashed.
Oh
I
hell,
stopped
you.
her, just like a pig. Because this country is like the mother of all countries, and what happens in the US can change the entire world.
So how do you want to change it? With death? With blood?
Yes, this is the only way out. They want to see.
Oh no.
My story is.
In 1982, on the 30th of December, right between Christmas and New Year's Eve, a little girl named Katie Beers was born in the town of Mastic Beach, Long Island.
See,
But
with
to
this
people familiar with
character,
this case,
sorry,
she's ended up being known as the girl
when I say
in the
I need
wall.
my dual monitor stuff, yeah.
She threw me on the bed. I just want my daughter back. Please bring her back.
So with this
and
model,
then
I actually
leaning my
have the one here in my head,
I heard her say a man
and
was
then I
coming after
have
her with a knife, and she said, "Oh my God,
my
here he comes."
chest. It's basically just
Our
floating
biggest
there.
concern is that we find this child,
I have my
well and safe.
markings,
My hand hit a nail.
my moon here. I also have my moon in my arms.
I started getting scared.
Then he locked me in that little cubby hole.
The girl in the wall.
Kidnapped, assaulted, trapped, and chained up, 9-year-old Katie Beers was abandoned by her mom, then used as a slave by her godmother and her sexually deviant husband, before eventually getting kidnapped and trapped in an underground dungeon. For over 3 weeks, the Long Island police dug deep into this menagerie of characters,
Holy
each
crap.
more suspicious than the next, in hopes of getting their hands on the captive 9-year-old.
She's behind the wall. If she's behind the wall, she's not alive.
But to their surprise, she was already at it. She
You
knew
think you heard
how to
I
save
haven't heard
herself.
about this one.
She tried every strategy she could.
After this,
to
we'll
make
do a
him
detox.
change his mind and ultimately
And I'll
prevail.
just put some music.
This little
and
girl
just,
at
like,
10 years old
yeah.
changed a kidnapper's mind.
In the small hamlet of Bay Shore, Long Island, busy little girl Katie is living a Cinderella-like existence. Since her mother abandoned her, she has been enslaved by her godmother, Linda, and her husband, Sal.
I was their servant, whether it was to do the laundry, to clean the bathrooms, to cook dinner. That was my purpose to her growing up. I was pretty much her slave.
But her service to Linda was the least of her concern, since the real monster in that house was none other than her own uncle.
From the time that I was 2 years old, I was sexually abused by my godmother's husband.
Ew, Dursley's.
When she was 7 years old,
most
Katie
likely.
had enough, and she tried to tell her godmother the truth about her husband.
I agree,
but
I
her
agree.
reaction only made it worse.
She told me that I was a liar and to get out of her face.
Katie wasn't allowed to attend school and grew up completely isolated. The only friend she had was John Esposito, the typical family friend. But to her, their relationship was special.
I really didn't have any friends my own age. I think in my childhood, the thing that probably made me the happiest was when I got to spend time with John. I would say I loved him. He was always a confidant, somebody that I would trust.
Amid all of the abuse she already had to go through, Katie's life was about to take a turn for the worse.
2 days before my 10th birthday, I was abducted.
On that day, Katie was left with John, and together they went to Spaceplex, her favorite place in all of Long Island.
At Spaceplex, you can ride motorcycles, shoot baskets, or even ride a dinosaur.
For my 10th birthday,
Ooh,
it
or
was
a
going to be
dinosaur.
just Big John and I.
John was nicknamed Big John by the local kids because he was a well-known member of the Big Brother Big Sister program.
Whenever we would go to Spaceplex, I was happy. There was never really a care. There were kids running all over the place.
But her birthday would soon turn sour, as the worst thing that could ever happen to a child came to be. That That voice, calling out Katie's name, is Linda, her godmother. But while she was contacting the police, they were already on the scene with Big John at Spaceplex. They evacuated the site and searched for the rest of the day, but all of these efforts were in vain.
And now let me guess, the godmother pretends that she cares.
Into the closet where I realized he was opening up a door to expose a tunnel.
Whoever got their hands on her was an extremely apt individual. That tunnel was set up behind the walls of his house and carefully crafted by an expert. Katie was forced to crawl until she reached a trap door.
And then he exposes this hole and he opens up this door into this room. The only word that I have to describe this room was a dungeon, a place that I couldn't escape.
Inside, Katie saw a dirty mattress in a makeshift, soundproof casket surrounded by chains.
My captor looked at me and said, "This is your home now."
I heard her say a man was coming after her with a knife, and she said, oh my God, here he comes. So by the time I picked up the phone to talk to her, I got nothing.
This is all of what the godmother Linda had to say about the ominous call she received on the day of the abduction. This was enough to concern Dominic Verone, the head of the Long Island Police Kidnapping Division.
By the time she gets to the machine, Katie had already hung up. That disturbed me because there's been a lot of times when these abductions are not really abductions. They're made to look like abductions.
And statistically, he was right.
You saw this young girl around?
As over 95% of kidnappings are actually perpetrated by close family members. But this wasn't the only unusual thing about that call.
It just struck me as not believable. And I immediately was disturbed by the fact that a 9-year-old child would use the word kidnap. Also, how does a 9-year-old child get away from an abductor and able to use the telephone?
But he had to put his suspicions on the side for now. The priority was Katie, as every minute counted in that kind of case. They needed to find her, and fast.
As much as I was concerned about some of the problems with the call, you did hear a girl in distress. This girl was
That is
in danger.
very sus.
There was
yes.
absolutely no trace of Katie.
I'm
at
sure
Spaceplex,
the
almost as if she was never
Dursleys
there.
just
the only clue they
stole
had
her
was
off.
the recording of Katie's distressed call to Linda, so Verone decided to bring out the big guns.
We sent the audio tape of that telephone call, as well as the device that it was recorded on, to the FBI.
While he was waiting for the FBI, Verone continued his investigation. Naturally, he started by looking into the most likely suspects.
The main players were Marilyn Beers, the natural mother, a dysfunctional, incompetent mother, Linda Engelary, the godmother.
My main concern is to let people know how much I cared for her.
She was used by the godmother to run all kinds of errands. Sal Engelary had been charged with sexual abuse on Katie Beers.
The little girl don't want to live in Mastic Beach with her mother.
But there was also a fourth suspect, outside of the family, the last man to see her before the abduction.
John Esposito, not a relative, but a family friend. He said something dirty happened.
The FBI eventually shared what they found with him. It seemed that Katie's call was made from a phone booth in front of Spaceplex, which is weird since they still had found no trace of her inside of the recreation center, and she apparently tried to call Linda 19 times before she decided to leave a message on her answering machine. But all of these clues were nothing compared to the result of the audio analysis the FBI carried out on the call.
I never forget the call I got from the scientist at the FBI lab who gave me the next bit of breaking news. It wasn't actually Katie who broke free and made that call. It was a recording. It was someone who tape recorded Katie and wanted us to believe, or it to seem, that the call came from that telephone booth next to Spaceplex.
The detective was starting to put the pieces together, and it became evident that the culprit fooled them all. The kidnapping of Katie has been used as a front to something far more sinister.
The phone call was a scripted plot by an individual to make us think that Katie Beers was abducted.
Back at the dungeon, Katie knew what was going to happen and decided to fight as hard as she could. She noticed the door of the casket was loose and went at it.
Eventually, I had kicked it long enough and hard enough that snapped, and I was able to
kind of safely exit.
To her, this was such a breakthrough. She thought she may finally be able to find a way to escape, almost forgetting
got
that the
4
casket
hours
was
left,
itself
and I have
inside
my
of the
12-hour
dungeon.
Then I had nowhere to go. I
stream
remember
done.
trying to like
Woohoo!
go on the shelf and see if
4
there was anything
hours.
there that I could
4
use
hours
for
and 58 seconds.
some sort
We
of
can do
self-defense.
this.
And there were a bunch of keys up there. So unknowingly, I grabbed one of those keys and hid it underneath the mattress.
Before she had the chance to try to come up with a way to confront him, she heard him coming. It was too late now, as the footsteps started to get louder and louder.
As soon as he came down, he saw the door open, and he then raped me for the first time.
For the rest of her time in captivity, her abductor would assault her multiple times, every day, but out of respect for Katie, we won't be covering any of her subsequent assaults.
I was able to have the TV on 24/7. It was on the news that I saw that the police had figured out where the call had come from. They knew that it was pre-recorded.
This information led the police to put together a few theories regarding Katie's whereabouts.
There were still questions we had.
Meanwhile, Katie was able to hear each of her family members' testimonies by watching the news, starting with Marilyn, her biological mother.
Just my daughter back.
When I saw Marilyn on the news, I think I cried a lot because I could see in her eyes that she had missed me and that she wanted me to be found. That gave me some relief and some
Nah,
hope.
bro. I
Her
don't
was
trust.
convinced that Linda and Sal were behind the kidnapping because they lost her custody after she filed charges against Sal for Katie's sexual abuse.
Our biggest concern is that we find this child, well and safe.
When Sal, my godmother's husband, was on the news saying that he wanted me to be found, I was angry.
If anyone had motive for her to be abducted or murdered, it was he who faced serious criminal charges for sexual abuse.
But Verone wasn't so quick to jump to conclusions, as he also had good reasons to believe that not only Marilyn could be the culprit, but that she may also have tried to frame someone else for her alleged crime.
Her mother, Marilyn Beers, and Little John, Katie's brother, became aware of what was going on with Katie.
Yeah, and they didn't
ample
fucking help.
motive that they may set up an abduction just to get her away from a bad situation. They'd be able to walk her out, have Katie make the phone call, tape record it, put it right there, and leave John Esposito holding the bags.
After a while, the investigation into the family members wore down. Each and every one of them had solid alibis, and no clues were discovered at any of their residences, so the police started to look into the last man on the list, the most unlikely suspect.
The investigators retraced John Esposito's footsteps, but it was 30 minutes to an hour that we couldn't fully explain and appreciate. We obtained a search warrant and did a full inspection of John Esposito's residence, but there was no evidence of a crime.
The background check came in the next day and turned out to be extremely suspicious. Once they contacted the Big Brother Big Sisters Association, the program the suspect proudly claimed to be a member of, they learned the dark truth about Big John.
John Esposito painted himself as a big brother. Detectives discovered that he tried to join that organization, and they did a background investigation on him. We learned that he had been involved in abduction of a 7-year-old child 15 years prior to Katie's disappearance, and they ruled him out as being a big brother. We were ramping up the pressure on him, following him wherever he went.
This caught the attention of the media, who also started to scour around his house.
Police searched Esposito's property, the main house and the converted garage out back where he actually lived.
I knew that the number one suspect was Esposito. I could see the news was camped out in front of his house.
And if you haven't guessed yet, the kidnapper was, in fact, John Esposito, aka Big John. All along, the man Katie called her best friend was actually planning and scheming until the day he finally kidnapped her.
Big John was probably the last person that I could have imagined having ever hurt me in such a way.
Katie was relieved that the police finally got on the right track, but at this point, Verone doesn't have anything to incriminate Esposito. And even worse, he still had no idea what he did with Katie.
As each day went by, they were becoming more convinced that what we were going to find was not live Katie Beers, but a body of Katie Beers.
A few days later, Katie woke up in the dungeon.
Esposito had put a chain around my neck. I had realized that the key that I had grabbed was actually for the padlock. So I was able to at least release myself. Prior to unattaching it, I would count how many links were on the end of it and up to the wall as well.
When she would hear Esposito coming, she would quickly chain herself up again in the exact same way he did. But this tended to happen less and less, since the police, convinced that he was behind her disappearance, almost never left him alone. Instead, they kept an extremely tight surveillance schedule around him and his house, and Verone even went inside to interrogate him.
And I could see it drain out of his face, the concern. I was very disturbed and very concerned that John Esposito had something to do with her abduction.
Out of options, Esposito started making desperate requests to Katie, but the little girl knew better.
Let's make police believe that you're dead. Play dead, I'll take a picture of you. Once police see that, they'll give up on you. And Katie, the bright little girl, wise little girl that she was, knew that that could be her death sentence. And she refused to play dead and let him take a picture of her.
From that point on, I rarely slept, and I also did not eat any of the food that he could have altered because I was fearful that he might put something in the food, a sedative, a sleeping pill, something, so that way he was able to get the photo that he wanted, so the police would stop looking for me.
After this, Katie decided to confront him, to barrage him with questions in hopes of making him realize the insanity behind his actions.
How I was going to go to school, what I was going to do to survive. I wanted to get married and have kids. And he would always have witty remarks right away, like, oh, you'll have kids with me, you'll marry me, you'll do this with me. So I would always tell him, no, I don't want to do that. I was disgusted. I was 10 years old. I was trying to get him to think about the long term of him kidnapping me.
Esposito began to crack between the overwhelming police presence, Verone constantly tailing him, and Katie's incessant nagging and questioning. He confided to her that he was planning to either end his life or run away. She knew that if she let it happen, he would probably kill her or leave her to die in the dungeon.
I told him that I was sick and I wasn't feeling well. I think between the police department laying on him at his house all the time and my questions, and then me saying that I wasn't feeling well, finally wore him down.
So all of this pressure is mounting. He finally speaks to his attorney. He says, I have something very important to tell you. And he tells him, I know where Katie is. And the attorney says, what do you mean? He says, she's behind the wall.
And this is where Verone and everybody else involved in the case understood that John Esposito wasn't your usual kidnapper, but an actual mastermind.
Esposito escorted police and the district attorney through all the steps of unearthing the dungeon, and police watched incredulously as he went through this 30-plus step process of revealing the dungeon that he had built.
There was a bookshelf with wheels on it, and you'd have to pull that out. And then there was vinyl laid on the floor, and you pulled the vinyl back. And then there is a 200-pound concrete block that's there. And you had to know to go into the garage and get this block and tackle, to hook it in the ceiling, to hook it into the 200-pound block, and then raise this block up. And then you drop down about 7 foot into this underground chamber, and then there's a passageway. And as you crawl, you dropped into this underground chamber where Katie was kept.
Apparently, this whole affair had been in preparation for years before he took her.
I had realized that I had actually played in this underground dungeon while it was being built. So he had this vision to build this underground dungeon. And when he had this vision, it was specifically to kidnap me.
When Verone finally broke in, Katie couldn't believe what was happening to her.
The door opened and there was a man that I didn't recognize. And I remember them saying, we're the police, you're safe now.
I was just overjoyed. She was alive.
You all right, Katie?
Verone was similarly surprised, but for a different reason.
We were amazed. You see a 9-year-old look like she just come back from a trip to the movies. She's sitting in the sofa, bubbly, upbeat. And we just knew from that moment on that she was going to be a survivor.
Now in the hands of the police, Katie finally revealed the truth about what happened.
He was supposed to give me the Facebook, but never did.
John Esposito had confessed to everything. Esposito was convicted of kidnapping in the first degree, and he was sentenced to 15 years to life.
Not only did the detective save her from Esposito, but throughout his investigation, Verone uncovered all of the abuse she had suffered at the hands of the people who were supposed to take care of her, and decided to place her into foster care.
I entered foster care as soon as I was released from captivity, and that was a salvation for me. I had a mom, I had a dad, I had brothers and sisters. It was absolutely fantastic.
They also continued the legal procedure against her Uncle Sal and successfully put him behind bars. To this day, Katie will always be grateful towards Verone, as he saved her in more ways than one.
For 17 days, I was his life. He was one of the ones that just did not give up, and I'm grateful of the relationship that I have with him.
I wrote a letter to Katie after the whole thing was over. Dear Catherine, I don't know you very well, but what I do know is enough to show you as a remarkable young girl with a strong determination to live. My only wish is that we could have found you sooner and you didn't have to be down there so long. Not many adults could endure or survive what you went through. Be proud and continue to be strong. I know you will be successful.
In the end, she was a true survivor, refusing to let her past bring her down. Instead, she achieved everything she ever hoped for.
My life is exactly what I had always wanted. 2 parents who love me, and a husband and 2 kids, and a wonderful family. I'm tearing up.
He tried to trap and use her, but she liberated herself. Today, she is a best-selling author and works with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
I think the best part of my story is knowing that you can recover and you can persevere, and your life is 100% what you make it to be.
She wants every survivor of any kind of abuse to know that they are more than what happened to them.
I was determined to not let my childhood traumas come into my adulthood. They've shaped me to who I am, but they don't define me.
Good. One dead. That's hilarious. That was actually pretty funny. How he died. Okay. We're gonna take a small little chill. We're gonna do some detoxing. All right. We love the true crime, but sometimes it's a little bit too much. So I'm gonna eat. All right, and I advise you guys to also eat. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna put back my blasting music, and we will return. So right now I'm gonna put all right, I'm gonna put this now. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Dark City. And we push it. Dark City.
You will now be offered to the blood god. Blood for 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 the blood god.
Stay focused. Focus.
If you couldn't dance, what would you do? Suicide? Suicide? Suicide?
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I am starting my game. Woo. Okay, but still got 4 hours to go. We got this. Osamu, welcome to the stream. Let me just. Boop. I am going to play a little bit of Dragon Age. Because I have no, I'm starting to get really sleepy. So, I do apologize for my sniffling. Monday 19th? Because tomorrow to me is, Saturday. But if you're streaming, I will most likely join it, of course. If I can play, I will be able to, go in, be on your chat, watch your stream. But yes, tomorrow is Saturday for me. I live in the US. The hell is wrong with this thing? Okay, apparently I can't play this game. I'm a, you know, GMT. Which one does that represent? I'm in Eastern. Okay, I guess I can't play freaking Dragon Age? Fuck. Alright, let me try and open it again. I was able to play this last time. Yes, do. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. And I will see you when you stream. Please let me log in and play this game. Okay. Let's see, will this work? Hell yeah. Whew. I was just going to say. Oh, why are the words a little bit too big? Sorry. Have to fix stuff. Thank you so much, Osamu, also for the follow. I appreciate it. I really, really do. Every support means a lot to me. Sorry, I really need my freaking dual thing. Okay. Oh, I was coming to get you. Okay, am I missing anything? No, I'm not. Oh, I know. Okay. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Not going to happen.
Okay. I didn't trigger it. It's fine. I didn't trigger it. Hell yeah, we're kicking ass. And I'm finding stuff. Which is always encouraged.
Well, I'll be a Nug's uncle. Isn't that Bodan's boy?
Hello? I don't see a weapon. Did he stun them with his wit?
I'd really like to know how you managed to kill all of them.
Boom!
And how did you do that?
Not enchantment.
I swear he's
boy.
an old god. I swear.
Come on. We still need to find a way past that collapse.
Wait. I know I have to go there, but... Wait, I saw... Oh, look at that. Oh man, I thought I could actually go in. Oh well. You know what I just realized? My thingy probably is not on, which is weird. Yeah, definitely weird. But there it is. Oh hell yeah, I got 4 of them. Hell to the use. I just stunned you, motherfucker.
Making the world a better place, one enemy at a time.
I thought I could level up. Never mind. Okay. It's fine. No, I thought I had. No, I don't have. If I remember correctly, I should definitely save here. Missed! You missed me! Alright, probably didn't miss me. Whoa! Where did his body go? Ah. Where did his body go? I need the loot! The hell? Bruh. Fine. Are you serious? Get your act together.
I can't do that.
Yet it says that you can. Great. here I thought I was invincible.
Or learn to dodge. Either one.
Oh shoot, I forgot I have to change the credit. Let me put my update. Okay. 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 Ooh, okay. I had to get configured. No, kitty. No. You are good. Stay over there.
Here we go. This goes right where we want it to. Let's go back and tell Bartrand. He'll be so pleased.
So pleased.
Bartrand, we found a way around your damned cave-in. It's about time. Let's move out!
My controller is still connected, you dipshit.
Holy shit.
Is this what you were expecting?
I thought. An abandoned dike, something old, but... what is this?
How did you even know it was here?
Old scavenger tales. After the third blight. A week below the surface, they said. But nobody believed them. Looks like they were right. Make camp here. We need to look around.
What's so special about this place? Looks like the rest of the deep roads to me.
You found him! I can't believe it! You found him! Hello? I owe you a great debt. I will repay it somehow. I swear my life on it.
No need. I'm glad Sandal was all right.
Because of you. You will not regret this. Say thank you to the nice man for saving your life, Sandal.
Thank you. Enchantment?
My boy's quite good at it. Does any of your equipment require enchanting?
Let's see what he can do.
Then I just have to make sure I have it on me. And then on her, make sure she has it on her. Okay, let's see what you need. You need this. You need that. What do you need besides Jesus?
You will now be offered
Oh God.
to the blood god. Blood for 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 the blood.
Welcome. Welcome. Saiga Cat. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Or today? I hope you're doing well. We are on our 8-hour stream, and I'm still have 3 hours to go. 3:58. I think we can make it. Okay. That's done. I think I actually got myself a little good up-to-date equipment here.
Whatever's through there, it seems still intact. Think we'll find anything?
Bertrand is far more enthralled with this place than you are.
Unlike him, I wasn't born in Orzammar. I wouldn't even be down here if there wasn't profit in it. This entire place gives me the chills. Let's hope it's worth it.
Chances are we won't find anything but even more darkspawn and rubble. Maybe bones.
I suppose we'll need to go down there to find out.
Oh, I love Barrack. I really do. Oh, look at that, a shade. Didn't have to step. Oh, there's dirt right here too. Forgot about these motherfuckers. Yeah. Look at that. Look at my new blade.
It's too far.
No, it's not. It's only far if you make it for. I don't even know why I just wasted that. Okay, nothing there. Something here. Something. Oh no, never mind. Just words. Sorry, dyslexic. Not reading it. The heck is this? I just completely... Okay, there it is. So, how's everyone doing today? Please keep me awake as much as you can. I'm trying my best. And of course, here comes my favorite scene ever.
You see what I'm seeing?
Is that lyrium?
Who cares? It's shiny.
Doesn't look like any kind of lyrium I've ever seen. Look at this, Bertrand. An idol made out of pure lyrium, I think. Could be worth a fortune.
You could be right. Excellent find.
Not bad. We'll take a look around. See if there's anything further in.
You do that.
The door!
Bertrand! It's shut behind you!
No, it didn't.
You always did notice everything, Varric.
Are you joking? You're going to screw over your own brother for a lousy idol?
It's not just the idol. The location of this tag alone is worth a fortune, and I'm not splitting that 3 ways.
The greed. The greed of the heart.
Sorry, brother. Bertrand! Bertrand! I swear I will find that son of a bitch. Sorry, Mother, and I will kill him.
I love that part. I'm gonna get that son of a bitch. Sorry, Mother. If I remember correctly, there's gonna be some in here and some in here. Oh, wait, I gotta get in here first. I'm gonna regret it. Gonna regret it. Gonna regret it. But it's okay. Where the hell did it go? I knew it was coming and I still just sacrificed myself. Shit, he's on time. Ah! No, don't touch Eric. Don't touch him. Don't touch it. No, you'll make it, buddy. You'll make it. There you go. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Oh, there you go. There you go. See. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, motherfucker. I'm good, Siggy. I'm just very tired. How's your morning so far? Seriously? Are we in a glitch or something? There were not supposed to be so many. There, okay. Now I get to steal stuff. Oh, you just woke up. Nice, nice. I've been awake. I'm trying my best to stay awake. I like getting my abilities first because, you know. Hell yeah. Okay, so I have my most strongest part. And I will save this. Wait, and I think I got don't you just hate it when you do something and then it's like, oh wait, I can actually do other stuff too. I don't need any of these. Okay. Trying to get there. What does she have here? Okay. Oh, never mind. She has a higher enchanted stuff. Enchanted staff. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna make our way downtown in this darkness, little piece of shit. We're gonna kill these assholes. I feel like I'm missing stuff. Okay. Cool.
Not going to happen.
Okay, I'm stupid. Why didn't I? Okay. I can do this. I can do this. $348. Okay. That's how much I have left for the stream. 348. Hell yeah. Now remember there's more here. Hi. Mother effort. Mother effort. I have a bunch of here. Okay, the rest, did they just like leave or did they die? Because they kind of went like yellow when they just left.
Enough. You have proven your mettle. I would not see these creatures harmed without need.
I'd say being attacked on sight gives us plenty of need.
They will not assault you further, not without my permission.
Ooh, it's loading. It has to be such a great cutscene. Or so I am stuck in this dimension, most likely. Anytime now. Anytime now. I don't want to play Dead by Daylight right now. I'm too tired. Oh, we'll fail. Oh. Seriously? Oh. Effing great. It's amazing how this just... I swear to God, if it doesn't work, I will go to Disney Dreamland. Dream Light Valley. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna do Dead by Daylight. I will die. Too tired. Are you kidding me? Oh, fuck it. Oh, we're gonna chill on Dreamlight Valley. It literally erased everything. Nope. No, thank you. Not gonna deal with that. Nope. 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 Let's just do something chill. Something chill and vibe, and then if I completely miserably fail, I will do the the other stuff. Okay. Okay. Is this even working? Can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything? Like, my dear, I don't know what to call you. My dear Xbox, please don't mess things up for me. I can hear people scraping stuff outside. Alright, so while we wait for this, guess we can just play this weird. It says dark Christmas music. Mm-hmm. Sounds about right. Okay, good, good, good. So it is working. Kind of. Okay. Let's check the stuff that I know. I just started. How is my... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, why did it stop? Everything is just like breaking around me. Oh. Okay. Oh, was that here? I don't think it was. Well, technically, I'm the one keeping away the night thorns. You guys are just standing around trying to look pretty. So, yeah. Honestly, I don't think I even have gotten to Minnie's. Oh, she's sleeping. But never mind. Gotta get supplies, guys. Gotta get supplies. Hmm. It's not the emerald, but it's something. And I need to I'm kind of cheating, but kind of not, you know? I don't like Christmas, but I like having these stuff for like to collect. Well, that's cute. Look at that, 420, hell yeah! Okay, the only thing I'm missing is just this one. Marry Mickey. How are these in the house? Molly, hi buddy. the hell did I just do? Why the hell did I just do that? Need to do 2 iron ingots. Need to do 4 ropes, and for that I need a lot of seaweed. Ooh, I almost missed this. Well, that's nice to know. honestly do not see the difference. What, he made 3 more holes in it. That's all he did. Cool, he just added 3 more holes. Oh. Okay. I wish it would let me know how long it takes for the freaking things to spawn. Well, that was quick. Do not see the difference. This is the last one here. I don't have enough money for it. Oh, purple. That's new. That's new. pay attention to me. I'm trying to talk to you. Still got 2 more of these puppies. Okay, last one, and I guess some money. Never mind. Wait, I should have gotten money. Oh. did not use the frick craft thing over here. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I went to the one in my house. Oh yeah, such a good yeah, such a good kitty. Why can't I just love on my cat without you coming at me? You were deep asleep on the other side of the room. Yeah, look at that boy. Oh yeah, look at that boy. Where's the skull? I swear this was left. Very disturbing. Okay, where the hell is Kristoff again? He is still over there. Okay. This is just a lot of back and forth to this point. Oh.
My story?
Elizabeth, she's, I don't know how to say it, she's pretty much a wild person.
This man is accused of holding a 14-year-old girl captive. In this interview filmed just hours before his trial, you're about to see him try to convince the host that the girl is an accomplice.
I mean, it was like she was on TV every time, and it was exciting. It was like a vacation for her. I mean, we were having a good time. I mean, no more school for her, you know, it was just hanging out.
The first question he asked her was whether or not she was a virgin. There are certain images, Your Honor, she told me she will never forget.
She could have went home anytime she wanted to.
He took this chain, put it around her neck, wrapped it around her neck.
Are you saying that she was a willing participant the whole time?
Yeah.
14-year-old Elizabeth Shove, kidnapped, assaulted, trapped for 10 days. But she escaped, outsmarting the man who took her. When she got out, she made sure Vincent Filial would never terrorize anyone else ever again.
We didn't save her, she saved herself.
In the small town of Lugoff, South Carolina, 14-year-old Elizabeth Shove lives with her family. She's excited about starting high school and a boy she began dating. It's September 6th, 2006, 4:30 p.m. Madeline Shove is at work, worried because her daughter Elizabeth didn't call her after school.
Donnie answered the phone and I was like, "Where's your sister at?" And he said, "She's not home yet." And I was like, "Well, she should have been home by now."
Madeline leaves work right away and rushes home. She calls her daughter's friends to see if they know anything. Her husband Don gets home too, and they search around the house for clues as to where Elizabeth might have gone.
All her favorite clothes were there, her music, everything.
Nothing missing out of the house.
Yeah, nothing was missing.
Night is falling. Madeline calls friends and family to come help search for Elizabeth, knocking on every door, fanning out across the neighborhood, but still, no trace of Elizabeth is found.
I knew something had happened to her. So at that point, I called 911.
It's 7:30. The police show up at the house. They begin their investigation.
You know, anytime a young person is missing, a lot of times they just run away. You know, they just get mad about something.
We both know that she's not going to run away.
That's uncharacteristic of her. She was not that type of child.
The police don't take any chances. They interrogate kids who were on the bus home from school. Everyone recalls seeing her get off, even walking with her up the road.
She was really happy because her aunt was coming down.
We walked about halfway up the road and a friend of mine's brother comes with his car and picks us up. She didn't want to ride.
At that point, nobody knows anything. She just disappeared.
September 7th, a full-scale search is launched. Tracking dogs, air support, ATVs. Local TV stations pick up the story, broadcasting Elizabeth's picture.
Elizabeth Shove walked off her school bus and vanished into thin air.
She went to Lugoff Elgin High School Wednesday wearing the clothes you see here.
I just want my baby home. Does anybody see her? Please.
The sheriff is set up.
Volunteers start pouring in to help with ground search and handing out flyers. Days pass, and no new leads have been found.
You just get that policeman's feeling, that gut feeling that, you know, this really looks like it's going to turn out bad.
September 13th. It's been 7 days since Elizabeth disappeared. The search is dying out. Less and less people show up to help out. Fewer helicopters in the sky. A friend of the family is holding a vigil for Elizabeth, and Madeline is getting ready to go there. As she checks her phone for any new messages, she sees a text message from an unknown number. The message will change the course of the entire investigation.
Hey Mom, it's Lizzie. I'm in a hole in the ground near Charm Hill. It's near that dirt road where those big trucks go. Get the police. They'll be careful. He has bombs hidden.
This message gives hope to the mother, but she still doesn't know what happened to Elizabeth, or what she had to go through to send that message. September 6th, the day of the abduction, Elizabeth is walking home from the bus stop with her friends.
Bus ride home was typical as any other day. I continued walking home by myself and got up into the driveway. I could see the house. I could hear my dogs barking at me.
While she's walking down the driveway, she hears rustling leaves close by. A man walks up to her, wearing camouflage pants, a green shirt, and a hand-drawn badge that looked like the Herkshaw County Sheriff's. He says he's a policeman, that they found marijuana on the property, that her little brother is already in custody, and that she needs to come with him.
Almost immediately when he mentioned my brother, I was concerned if my brother was okay. So I agreed to approach him. I had a gut feeling that I had made a bad decision.
He puts handcuffs on her wrists and a collar around her neck with a box hanging from it. He says it's a bomb and that if she tries anything, it will detonate. Then he takes her far into the woods, away from her house.
He was asking me just like the oddest questions, if I had a phone and if I was a virgin. When I would continue to ask him where the police were or where my brother was, he had said that I was a smart girl and I probably should have already figured it out. I'm just crying, asking, don't kill me, don't hurt me. I remember being terrified.
Finally, they stop in the middle of the woods. Elizabeth fears the worst.
I thought that was where he was going to me and kill me.
Reaching
handcuffs and I saw a taser in it, so I knew he was well equipped to do anything if I acted stupid or whatever. He pretty much just raped me.
Right away.
Pretty much. I had looked off to the side to one of the shelves that were there. There was like a propane tank and dishes and stuff on it. Stared at it and cried.
Elizabeth is shattered, alone on the bed. Her attacker binds her, making sure she can't escape. September 7th, Elizabeth learns the man's name is Vincent Filia. He makes her watch TV while he feeds her. The local news channel shows Elizabeth's mother pleading for help.
I just want my baby home. Does anybody see her? Please.
This reminds her of the conversation she had with her mother that morning. She regrets her last words to her.
Because when I left that morning, I was mad. I was rude with her. And then now that you're missing, you wish you could say sorry. You love her and all that, but couldn't. Every day, my story was on television. Watching my mom, my sister, my aunts beg for me. I just knew I couldn't give up.
September 9th, Elizabeth and her captor can hear helicopters flying overhead, and soon, footsteps. This gives her hope, but Vincent panics. He threatens her that if she screams or tries anything, he will shoot her.
I could actually see those shadows walking across the door above me, and I'm just sitting there while they're right above me.
The footsteps disappear, and soon it dawns on her. The only way she'll ever get out alive is by saving herself.
He would go to sleep, and I would just sit there and ponder as to what I could possibly do to get out of the situation.
As she's sleeping one night, she musters the courage to use Vincent's gun. She grabs the holster and puts it down. As she attempts to remove the Velcro, every noise she makes threatens to wake Vincent up, but she continues slowly until finally the gun is free. This is her chance.
I placed it up to his head and pulled the trigger, and it got jammed.
She puts the gun back and lays down in bed, crying. The next morning, Elizabeth tries something different. She pretends that she's beginning to like him.
He would start to call me nicknames like baby, and I would call him that back. He would tell me he loved me, I'd tell him I loved him.
Vincent is beginning to trust her. He even agrees to unbind her. It's September 13th, 1 week since the abduction. Vince takes Elizabeth out for a walk, where he shows her a few booby traps he's made for intruders. He also takes out his phone, which he uses to text his girlfriend. Elizabeth listens to his nonsense while he talks, but all she can think about is that phone. It's nighttime. Vincent falls asleep, and Elizabeth quietly gets out of bed. She opens Vincent's phone and begins writing a text to her mother. For each letter, she has to press multiple times. She hopes Vincent won't wake up before she can send the text. After pressing send, the message says it failed.
And I would go up to the door, and I would try to get signal right at the door. I pressed send. I was terrified that he might wake up and see me. If he did, I knew he would have killed me. And I would continually press send, and it just failed.
Elizabeth tries again and again, even the following night. but her messages never go through. It's September 15th. For the first time in days, they can hear helicopters in the air. Vincent panics, wondering why the search has regained momentum, and so he turns on the news.
They finally put out that my mom had got a text message for me. I felt my heart drop. He asked me if it was me. I began crying, told him I loved him, I wouldn't do that to him. You could tell he was trying to gather his thoughts, figure out what he needed to do next to save himself.
And then, Vincent actually asks her what she thinks he should do.
He was just asking me if he should pack stuff up and go ahead and start leaving, or if he should stay and wait it off. And I just told him that he needed to pack his stuff and leave while he could, because if so, the police are gonna get him. And I didn't want him in jail. And I acted like I wanted him to be safe. His last steps out the ladder and out the door, I remember telling him I loved him, and shut it and tied it up right there behind him.
Elizabeth is finally alone. She's not sure if it's really happening. She doesn't risk leaving right away because he might be waiting outside. Instead, she waits until morning. September 16th, Elizabeth wakes up to find she's still alone. She doesn't waste another second and goes up the ladder. Once outside, the thought of stepping onto one of his bombs stops her from running off.
I just looked around it was the first time I saw the outside in daytime, so it was just beautiful to see the trees and feel the fresh air again. But I couldn't hear anybody around me, so I decided to yell. Somebody finally yelled my name back. I instantly just fell to the ground and started crying. The captain ended up giving me a hug. I was in tears. I didn't know what to do. But he told me I was okay and, I was safe now. I didn't have to worry about anything.
One of our guys actually carried her up the hill to the command post where we had the ambulance standing by. When she got just about almost there, she said, "I'm all right." And she gets down and she's walking, and she's basically saying, "I'm walking out of here."
About 7:30, I see the white truck come up the road. I was like, oh my God. Captain Tom was very excited. He was just so ecstatic, you could tell he was crying. He told us the day I found her, and I was just like, oh my God. I was just so happy, I just could not quit crying.
The best feeling ever to hug my parents again, to just feel my mom holding me, just to know that I was with her again and she didn't have to worry about me.
In South Carolina, a 14-year-old girl is back home this evening after a horrific ordeal. Authorities say she was kidnapped by a man who sexually assaulted her and locked her inside an underground bunker.
Elizabeth is safe, but Vincent Filya is still on the run. A few hours later, police get a tip from a woman saying she encountered Vincent as he tried to steal her car.
I mean, a long knife hanging off his belt. Pretty much all I saw was his face. I recognized him from the internet. I was kind of cursing him out for doing this in front of my child, for putting my child through this. He's already hurt one little girl. He knew he wasn't getting my keys, and he said, okay, never mind, and he started running down the sidewalk.
Police act quickly and locate him a few hours later.
I think it took Vincent about a minute to deny everything, and that this was all made up, that the truth would come out in the end.
Vincent agreed to an interview with Dateline's Keith Morrison hours before his trial.
It's all gonna come out in court anyway. Elizabeth, she's, I don't know how to say it, she's pretty much a wild person.
Are you saying that she was a willing participant the whole time?
Yeah.
Elizabeth has barely time to recover from the traumatic 10 days she spent in the bunker with Vincent Filya that she already has to face him in court. But like she said,
I wanted to go. It was weird to look at Vincent because I kind of felt happy just because I knew that he was locked up and I'm sitting there in the courtroom while he's in jail.
All she asked, Your Honor, is sentence him so that this can never happen to anyone else.
I can think of no crimes, short of murder, more repulsive than these 17 different indictments and charges that have been brought against you. All sentences to run consecutive. Good luck to you, sir.
Vincent Filial was sentenced to 421 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
I remember Elizabeth saying, I beat him. And I'm like, yes, you did. You did beat him.
I think of it because I don't want to forget it because that's something I accomplished that a lot of people might not have. It makes me feel good to know that I got to get through something like that.
How do you go through hell like that for 10 days and just come out on the other side as strong as she did? There's no playbook to tell her what she should have done down there. There may be one now because she made all the right moves.
I don't think you could ever really move past something like that happening to you. It's always going to be there, but as the years go on, things do get easier.
Today, she's a loving mother, grateful for a new, beautiful life.
Really just trying to live life to the fullest. Now that I have a child, I'm of course wanting to give him his best life possible as well.
Elizabeth understands that the healing journey will take time, but she also sees the extent of her own strength. Elizabeth Schoaf looked terror in the face and saved herself.
Well, my story is...
In 1982, on the 30th of December, right between Christmas and New Year's Eve, a little girl named Katie Beers was born in the town of Mastic Beach, Long Island. But to people familiar with this case, she's ended up being known as the girl in the wall.
Tell me something.
You threw me on the bed.
Pay attention to the man in the red sweater and the blue cap. At first glance, he looks perfectly normal, but the truth is, he attacked a 17-year-old girl, dragged her body into the woods, and left her for dead. Was it done in a fit of rage or in cold blood? The most disturbing thing about this video is it was filmed on April 27, 2006, mere minutes after the murder. Or so he thought.
She's breathing. She's breathing. Get EMTs. Get EMTs.
Assaulted, paralyzed, and left for dead. 17-year-old Ashley Reeves never thought having a friendship with a gym teacher would end up nearly costing her her life. But she survived because of the relentless officers who found her in the nick of time. They were out in the woods looking for a body, but she was there, fighting for her life.
It still boggles my mind that I could be dead right now.
In the small village of Millstadt, Illinois, sporty teenager Ashley is living with her parents and her younger sister, Casey, who looks up to her.
She was a strong person. She was always out. She had a lot of friends. She knew what she was going to do in life.
She was smart. She never really drank a lot or was into drugs or anything like this, and she was basically very responsible.
She has a loving boyfriend, but this particular week, she got in a fight with him. It's April 27, 2006. Ashley leaves the house at around 3 p.m., informing her mother that she has a job interview in a neighboring town. She drives off in her boyfriend's pickup truck. It's 10:30 that night. Ashley never showed up at the house in time to take care of her little sister like she promised. Not being home before 10, her curfew, has never happened.
It was always the rule that, at 10 o'clock, if you can't make it, that phone better be ringing by 10 o'clock. Don't make me worry.
Ashley isn't answering her phone or any of her texts. Michelle, her mother, starts to panic. Her and Casey look around the house for clues as to where she might have gone. Casey thinks of checking the family cell phone bill. She finds dozens of calls from an unknown number to Ashley's phone.
And she opens it up and she goes, oh. And I go, well, what? And she goes, Mom, this is all the same number. And I said, well, call it. Whose number is it?
When Michelle calls the number, on the other end is a familiar voice, Sam Shelton, a gym teacher Ashley has become close friends with.
I knew she was in contact with Sam. I actually thought he was a very nice guy.
Michelle asks Sam if he has any idea where her daughter could be.
He was very respectful, very polite, reassured me that he was sure that there was nothing to worry about.
Michelle knows her daughter would never miss curfew, so she calls the sheriff's office to report Ashley missing.
Well, unfortunately, we get a few calls that are like that, but there was something with her voice that really sounded very stressful. And I said, Captain, this one sounds a little bit different. I think we probably need to run with this one right away.
As the police begin to no avail, Michelle spends a sleepless night waiting for a call, fearing the worst.
Every horrible thought there possibly could be is going through your head and running it over and over and over, and you're thinking, oh, you know, this is the stuff you see on TV. This can't be, I may never see my child again. And that is the most horrible feeling in the world.
April 28th. It doesn't take long for the cops to find the pickup truck Ashley was driving, parked less than 10 miles from her house, at Latterman Park. Inside, they find clothes she brought for her interview and basketball clothes.
Why would, a young female want to, play basketball in a park far away from school?
The question makes the officer wonder if Ashley was hiding something, but there's no trace of Ashley. Police have no choice but to bring in the usual suspects. Ashley's boyfriend, Jeremy Thomas Smith, had a fight with her that Wednesday. He's the first name on the list.
Can you state your full name?
Jeremy Thomas Smith.
And when was the last time that you talked to her?
It was yesterday it was around noonish, about between like 11 and 1. I called her, left a voicemail earlier that morning. She called me on lunch to see what I wanted, and I asked her if she could bring my truck back. She said no, because I'm going to go to this interview, and I'm going to go play basketball.
This confirms what Lieutenant Michael Hundelt suspected. She had arranged to meet someone to go play basketball. Why didn't she tell her mom he isn't raising any suspicions? His tone of voice is appropriate. His explanations are coherent.
He seemed like he cared for Ashley quite a bit, but I had a strong feeling that he didn't really know anything that was going on.
At this point, Jeremy is the only person aware that Ashley was headed to Latterman Park. But who was Ashley going to meet there? Only one name comes to mind.
Sam, the teacher that is a friend of yours, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What's their relationship like? What's that?
Just a friend.
Do they play basketball together?
They played a couple times that I know of.
Do they talk quite a bit with each other? Or?
Yeah, they talk a lot. He calls whenever, I'm around, and which, like I said, I don't mind.
Lieutenant Hundelt takes notes of the phone calls made by Sam Shelton. As you will see later on, it will come in useful. Lieutenant Hundelt can tell Ashley's boyfriend is fully aware of the close relationship between Sam and his girlfriend, but they still can't understand how Ashley's meeting with the 26-year-old gym teacher led to her disappearance.
I don't think he would ever do anything to harm her, It's just, it doesn't seem like it's his nature.
He was actually considered at the time a minor lead, because what had been told to us was he was a friend of Ashley's, that they would just kind of play basketball together.
Lieutenant Hundelt and Sergeant Stockett take the young coach out of basketball practice.
Just state your name for the record. Sam Shelton.
Sam Shelton is respected by all, admired by many, and occasionally causes teenage girls to fall for him.
He knew he was good looking and charming, and
all the students seemed to love him. Hi, Mr. Shelton, very respectful of him.
His reputation even spread to a neighboring high school like Columbia, where Ashley is a student. But even if everyone loves perfect gym teacher Sam, something's off. Why would a teacher hang out with a 17-year-old girl from a different school? When the interrogation begins, they find that Sam is very friendly and cooperative, but he denies having seen her at all that day.
I really do not know where she is. I have no idea.
In fact, he denies having any sort of relationship with Ashley in the first place, which tips off the interrogators. They confront him with the pages of phone records showing hundreds of calls and text messages he exchanged with Ashley. Right away, Sam changes his story. Now he admits being close to Ashley, saying that she came after him.
I think she kind of started becoming obsessed with me. Because like I said, she was calling me literally non-stop at times.
This time, Lieutenant Hundelt recalls what Ashley's boyfriend Jeremy said in his interrogation.
He calls whenever, I'm around, and which, like I said, I don't mind.
Apparently, Sam is the one who calls Ashley all the time. But now, he's trying to convince interrogators he never wanted anything to do with her.
Something wasn't right with this guy. He kept changing his story. After hours and hours, he would add more information or change what he initially said.
I felt like he knew more than what he was telling us.
The interrogators are beginning to see clearly now. Sam is hiding something. And it's more than just his friendship with a teenage girl. But as time passes, their chances of finding Ashley alive decrease rapidly. They can't wait around. They have to make him talk.
We know something happened to Ashley. And we know, without a doubt, the investigation clearly shows without a doubt, Sam, that you know what happened.
Finally, After hours of questioning and going around in circles, Sam's defense begins to crack. He confesses he did see her that day.
He called me back about 6:50. Was talking to her. She went to me up at Latterman Park about 3:45, 4 o'clock, somewhere around there.
When he said, I met her at the park that day, that right there it kind of gave me the uh-oh feeling that there's something wrong here.
We were just driving down back and forth down the road, and I just simply explained, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I pulled over there on the side of the road to talk because I could not stand to, I mean, she was screaming and yelling. I could not stand to listen to it. I got mad and I said, please get out. And she wouldn't get out. So I put the car in park, went over, opened up my door, and I pulled her seatbelt off, and I pulled her, and set her out there.
The officers don't buy his story. The problem is, in Sam's version, Ashley is alive and well.
I think he was going to try to just manipulate us, continue to talk to us and be cooperative, just kind of play along and hope that this all just go away.
I left her there, is what I did. I left her out there by Radio Range Road. I left her right out there.
I find it hard to believe.
And it was points, I'm going to be honest with you, where I was just like, this guy's not giving us anything.
Sam's not telling the truth. It's been 30 hours since Ashley disappeared, and the investigators are beginning to think Sam might never give in. Time is running out. Chief of Police Stephen Johnson comes in to talk to Sam, alone. He uses his personal connection with him to pull at his heartstrings. This is where the first real break happens.
If I left from here and I went and talked to Grandma right now, and I laid down this whole story that you're saying, what's Grandma gonna say?
I just want to go home. I just want to explain to Mom and Grandma exactly what happened.
Grandma's not here.
I know.
Your mom's not here.
Oh.
But you know what? In a way they are. Because everything they taught you, all the talks Grandma had with you, are within you. All of them are. And unfortunately right now, Sam, you ain't telling us the truth. And you need to. You have to. For Mom. For Grandma.
When he asked to be alone, I knew he was ready to confess.
Can I go show you what happened?
Please. She's still out there, Sam?
I drove her to her wood area. I just say around the neck, I think one place choked her out there.
Sam's depiction of what he did to Ashley is too graphic. Out of respect for the victim, we won't be sharing this part of the interrogation. After 12 hours of grueling interrogation, the officers switch into high gear and speed toward the area Sam is leading them to. But according to Sam, all they're going to find is a body.
70, car.
Okay, came in there. I don't know, I came in the woods and I just started moving.
It's raining, freezing. Sam can't seem to find his bearings and is walking in circles.
After we had walked through the woods for probably 20, 30 minutes or so, I was beginning to wonder if he was maybe just kind of taking us on a wild goose chase and playing with us again.
Oh, hey, right there.
Finally, flashlights land on a grisly discovery. Ashley's broken body is laying there, arms stiff up front.
She was laying on the ground, on her back, obviously deceased.
There was thousands of insect bites all over her. She'd been out there for a long time.
All of a sudden, they notice her chest is moving.
She's breathing. She's breathing.
After more than 30 hours on the ground outside, under rain and frost, Ashley is holding on to life. The officers can't believe what they're seeing.
Get EMTs. Get EMTs.
I saw her chest rise, and it was just like, oh my God.
Ashley?
It was just panicky.
Ashley, can you hear me? Can you talk to me? Oh my God, we found her. She's alive.
They barely holding on to life. Every second, they risk losing her.
I didn't have a whole lot of faith that she was going to survive the trip to the hospital.
My concern was that she may not make it through the night or may not make it through the next couple days or so.
Ashley's mom, Michelle, is terrified at the idea that her daughter might not make it through the night.
There's no blink response or pain response or anything. This is bad.
But as she held on to life in the woods, beyond what doctors thought was statistically impossible, Ashley beats the odds and survives. Her recovery is slow and she requires constant care and physical therapy. Her brain and spine were greatly affected. She has to relearn everything. how to walk, but also how to talk. Ashley has no memory of that evening. She still doesn't understand what happened to her, how Sam, who she considers a dear friend, could have done something like this.
I want to know exactly what happened to me. For the longest time, I didn't want to believe that Sam did it.
But the perfect picture she holds of that man she called her friend is quickly tarnished when she hears what he said during the interrogation, but more importantly, what he did after he left her for dead. Sam Shelton was caught on tape line dancing at a local club mere moments after the attack.
Ugh. Very, very aggravating. He was one of my good friends, and he dumped me in the woods and went dancing.
And on his phone, text messages to other teenage girls show he didn't wait long to go flirting again.
We've had several families come forward, and he's had numerous relationships with other young girls.
But he doesn't seem to have much remorse when he asks this particular question after his confession. And remember, this happened before he took the police to see Ashley. It seems he was more worried about his well-being in jail than about helping the cops.
Am I able to get like a little private toilet because I can't pee and move people around because of my urinary stress disorder?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I'll be miserable if I can't pee.
Yeah.
The question remains, what triggered Sam to act like this? Did Ashley say something that set him off?
I was like that.
One thing she does remember is his fiery temper.
He definitely liked to get his way. If he was told no, then he threw a fit.
Did you find it odd when he was text messaging you all the time? You said he kind of wanted to know where you were all the time.
At the time, I didn't, but now that I think about it, should have caught on, but it didn't.
Police think he wanted more from his relationship with Ashley, but couldn't take the rejection.
Originally, he had said that they played basketball, and then he had said they were friends, and then he had said he wanted a relationship with her.
I don't know if that's what he wanted. I mean, because I was in a serious relationship at the time. I guess kind of in time we grew closer because we did hang out and play basketball so much. He wanted to keep it very secret that we were spending time together and playing basketball together. If the principal found out or one of the other teachers found out, then he would lose his job.
As Ashley recovers from her injuries and trauma, she's preparing to face Sam in trial. His lawyers claim the confession video cannot be used in court because it was recorded before the cops read him his rights. But the judge rules against it, and the evidence will be eligible in court. Because of this, Sam Shelton pleads guilty to attempted murder. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in prison in 2007. Ashley doesn't let what Sam Shelton did to her stray her from her path. For a long time, she couldn't walk. The thought of running like she loved to, or play sports, was a long way down the road. But at a time when she was ready to give up, she tackled the most unusual task. She decided to watch the recovery video of her rescue.
I just felt like I wanted to see, I wanted to know where I started. It kind of just gave me a sense of strength and kind of how far I've come.
One of her proudest moments, she says, was walking across the finish line at a fundraising race organized in her honor.
Whenever I was cheering and then all my friends started crying, it was very overwhelming, and I think I kind of started crying too. I knew that I was getting somewhere, and I knew that I could do this. And all these people are here to back me up. I can do what I want to do, and I am going to do what I want to do.
Now, after years of rehabilitation, with grit and determination, Ashley Reeves has come a very long way. She's a loving mother of 2 children.
I pushed myself to do better, to be stronger.
She's tough. One of the toughest people that you would meet.
Today, she hopes her story can inspire others in their darkest hour.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up on yourself. There's bigger, better things out there. I've gone through plenty of hardships, and it's just keep fighting. Every day it's a struggle, but you just gotta keep on charging.
Elizabeth, she's, I don't know how to say it, she's pretty much a wild person.
This man is accused of holding a 14-year-old girl captive in his bunker. In this interview, filmed just hours before his trial, you're about to see him try to convince the host that the girl is an accomplice.
I mean, it was like she was on TV every time.
Did he say anything to you before he...
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, say a prayer.
Say a prayer?
Yeah.
Pay attention to the girl in the blue pajamas. Notice how she looks happy in this footage, filmed on Christmas Eve. Her parents are together, her brother is there, even her little sister, Sarah. But life is about to take a disturbing turn for the worse after her parents get divorced. The mother, Patricia, wins custody of the kids. She will drag them down a horrible nightmare that will end in the worst case of abduction the state of Florida has ever seen.
What is your emergency? I found a little girl this morning down J Highway with her neck. Yeah, Jack's at about 9 or 10.
8-year-old Saya Rivasfar, taken from her bedroom with her sister, abused and left for dead in the middle of the woods. But she survived, outsmarting her captor. And even after everything she went through, she led the police straight to the monster who did this. She wanted to make sure he would pay for what he took from her.
There was a meaning to my survival, to make sure that it never happened again.
It's September 22nd, 1988,
can you hear
and this hand in the air, holding the other to her throat. The couple stops and approaches the girl. Her neck is bleeding profusely.
Just let
The
me
man
know,
gives her
'cause
a
it
t-shirt
should
to
be.
hold against her wound, while the woman calls
How is my
911.
screen muted? No,
At
it's
6:30
not
a.m.,
muted.
the Rosa County Sheriff's Office receives this phone call.
What is your emergency? I found a little girl this morning down J Highway with her neck up. Yeah, Jack's at about 9 or 10. Okay, are you gonna stay there at the door? Yes, until the county shows up. Okay. If the sheriff passes out on me, then I'm gonna head to the hospital.
Sergeant Bill McCurdy is the first on the scene, followed by EMTs. While the paramedics get the girl inside the ambulance, they tell Sergeant McCurdy to get all the details he can from her now because, they say, she will not live through this. Barely conscious, the girl is able to recount the terrible assault. She pleads for him to go help Sarah. He then learns the girl was taken into the woods along with her sister, who is nowhere to be found.
They put her on the stretcher and was rolling her to the back of the truck. I told her that I'm going to go find your sister.
But before the EMTs close the door and take off, McCurdy asks her one last question that will change everything.
I clearly asked her who did this to you, and she looked at me and she said, Ray. Ray did it.
The year is 1987. Saya is 7 years old and lives with her mother and her siblings. She barely sees her father anymore because Patricia, her mother, got full custody. Patricia is an alcoholic and nowhere near the mother to them that she should be.
My mother was physically abusive. I tried to keep the abuse from my younger siblings. It was a tough place to be.
Without a responsible adult around to take care of the kids, Saya steps into the role of her mother.
I cooked breakfast for my brother and my sister. I took care of my mother when she had her migraines from her hangovers.
And while her mother doesn't mind spending most of her nights at the local bars, she often brings home her many boyfriends, exposing her kids to strange men she sometimes barely knows herself. One of them, a man named Ray Wyke.
He was the worst of them all, and it became a very scary situation with him.
At first, Ray seems nice to the kids, buying gifts and treats. And Patricia keeps him around longer than most. More and more, he tries to take the role of the father figure, showing interest in the kids, in Sarah, but mostly Saya. After a while, he begins to take Saya aside, alone, but her mother doesn't say a thing. What she doesn't know is that Ray is forcing Saya to do things no child should ever do.
It was a pact that he said that what he does to me, I am to tell no one, otherwise he'll kill my family.
Child services are called home on many occasions after cigarette burns are found on Saya's hands.